Chapter 52-45. Just like that. Lin Fei heard something else. Could it be that this guy knew something special? It seemed that the immortal sect didn't just want to take them down. Those who knew about the passage above should have other secrets. He had seen everything from the beginning to the end. They claimed that they wanted to enter a new high-level world, but it didn't seem to be the case. This Shen Tianqi was indeed a schemer. Even those people were fooled by him. They probably didn't know anything and really thought that there was a high-level world for them to go to. Their real target should be Luolan. They could be considered some of the powerful treasures in Luolan's hands. Patriarch, do we have to rely on those things from the immortal sect to enter that place? Can't we do it? Logically speaking, with your strength, you should be able to break through it. Shen Tianqi was puzzled. You think too simply. That place is the true core of this universe. I only came across that place by chance. You don't dare to go near that place at all. You will most likely die if you go there. Patriarch Tian Kuei said coldly. Do you know how I got my injuries? Back then, I went there with a group of people. In the end, I couldn't even enter the outermost layer before I was seriously injured. That's how I ended up like this. Otherwise, why would I be hiding here? Once I go outside, I won't be able to hold on for long. Patriarch Tian Kuei snorted coldly. Lin Fei finally realized why this guy didn't have any aura fluctuations. He should be restraining himself. Time passed very slowly in this place. Lin Fei was a little surprised. It turned out that he was suppressing his injuries. The slower time passed, the less the injuries would affect him. Once he recovered so quickly, his injuries would become quite serious. Lin Fei finally came to a realization. That place. Lin Fei heard an important piece of news. That place was extraordinary. It was very important. Lin Fei knew that this universe wasn't as simple as he thought it was. Now it seemed that it was true. It seemed like there was some sort of treasure inside. He could listen to it now. However, before you go there, there's something else you need to do. Although there's a problem with the Immortal Ascension sect, you can still go to the primordial land. The look on Shen Tianqi's face changed drastically. Even I wouldn't dare casually enter that place. Not to mention, my current level of strength has undergone a great change. If it had been somewhere else, Shen Tianqi wouldn't have caused such a huge commotion. This time, his strength was damaged. That was completely different. Patriarch Tian Kuei said, It's all right. Your strength is a little lacking, but the potential of this guy who has taken over your body is not bad. I can help you improve further. If it were anywhere else, it wouldn't matter. However, it was different here. As Lin Fei listened to their conversation, he was slightly shocked. There was actually a so-called ancient land. From the looks of it, this place was quite scary. One could tell just by looking at Shen Tianqi. This guy was fearless. Even though he had been ambushed and severely injured, he did not show any signs of fear. Now that he heard this, he felt even more afraid. Could it really be a dangerous place? After you go to that place, go directly to a frozen land. There are many powerful gods and demons frozen there. Although these powerful gods and demons are dead, their bodies are extremely powerful. Any one of them has the combat strength of a peak Eternal Realm expert. Get them out, and we can naturally go to that place. This is the only way. Corpses of gods and demons. Lin Fei was shocked. Even though they were dead, they still had such powerful combat strength. It seemed that this guy really knew a lot of things. A long time ago, Lin Fei had heard of gods and demons. They were very powerful existences that existed since the creation of the world. Later on, all of them disappeared. If there was no accident, they were all dead. Unexpectedly, this Patriarch Tian Kuei seemed to know such a situation. It seemed that in order to go to that place, he had to go to the primordial land. He also wanted to get the gods and demons inside. This is the map and this is the seal of the primordial land. As long as you have the seal, you can avoid some attacks. It's a pass. Without it, no one can break in. Shin Tianqi finally relaxed a lot. Chapter 52-46. If it weren't for the third eye, Lin Fei wouldn't have known about such a situation at all. It was truly inconceivable to him. Was that place really so dangerous that even such a powerful guy could say such a thing? But no matter what, since Lin Fei knew about this matter, Lin Fei didn't care. Lin Fei was going to find out this secret from someone. Should he give Shin Tianqi a sneak attack? Lin Fei felt that he could give it a try. After all, this guy had already taken the seal. He could enter that place and even had a map. If he signed in, wouldn't he be able to get something good? Shin Tianqi came out of this space very quickly. After he came out, the space seemed to not exist. There was no trace of it. Even if Lin Fei wanted to see it, he wouldn't be able to. Good lord, this thing was really amazing. Shin Tianqi was probably the only one who could open it. He could even be said to be quite mysterious. He was afraid that the news would spread outside. If that happened, there would be a huge uproar. At the very least, such an expert was definitely an old expert in the past. An old monster. Such a person would definitely have many enemies. If he knew about his current situation, he would never let it go so easily. After Shin Tianqi came out, he looked at the map. There was even this seal. However, this map was not simple. The drawings on it were very detailed, as if they were real. Even Lin Fei could see them clearly with the help of the third eye. Good lord, this map was really different. Lin Fei didn't care about the consequences and directly copied it. This guy looked at it for a long time, as if he was studying the route. It took him about an hour. It was enough for Lin Fei to draw out all the routes, making them look vivid and lifelike. It was no different from the real thing. He really had to thank Shin Tianqi. He's actually looking at a map here. If this guy didn't look at the map, I wouldn't have been able to think of a way in such a short time. Looking at the map, Lin Fei could be considered to have gained quite an advantage. The price was only this seal. It would be great if he could get his hands on this seal. Lin Fei was ready to see if there were any opportunities. After coming out, Shin Tianqi flipped through the map for a while and casually placed the seal on the table. Then he left. This made Lin Fei a little surprised. It seemed that this guy was very confident in the safety of his mansion. However, this study room was indeed surrounded by array formations. These array formations were very powerful. When they were linked together, not just anyone would be able to barge in. Lin Fei also saw that Shin Tianqi had actually sent a message. This guy was quite smart. He knew that he couldn't go to the place alone, so he simply started to pull others along. Previously, he had dragged these people to deal with the sect of immortals. This time around, he was doing it again. This time, he was prepared to use these guys as cannon fodder. As expected of a good friend. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Lin Fei wouldn't have believed it. This guy was absolutely ferocious. Shin Tianqi informed them again. Lin Fei felt that he could go in and get the seal now. The chances were still very high. But in the end, Lin Fei still shook his head. It wouldn't be good to go in and get it now. It would be easy to alert the enemy. If this guy brought so many cannon fodder with him, then it wouldn't matter if he followed. After all, he already had the map. If Lin Fei went there, he might be able to get something good. Lin Fei felt that it was better to let him go first. Shin Tianqi sent some messages one after another. Soon, a look of delight appeared on his face. 6 people should be enough. At the very least, they can help me share some of the danger. Shin Tianqi's idea was simple. He wanted to pull a group of people over to help him deal with the danger. Although he already had the seal and the map, there was no guarantee that there wouldn't be any danger. But if these guys followed him, it would be a different story. Once he had the God Devil, he would be able to make them behave. It would make the House of God Ordainment a lot stronger. No one knew this better than Shin Tianqi. The House of God Ordainment was very different from what it used to be. If he didn't take advantage of this opportunity, then when would he? He had been scheming against these guys for a long time. At the very least, they had absolute trust in him. Chapter 52-47. A few days later. Shen Tianqi gathered all the people. They gathered at an inconspicuous place. This time, there were a total of 6 experts. They were all experts from the previous time. However, they were rather annoyed to see Shen Tianqi. Don't try to scam us again this time. You really scammed us badly last time. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have been injured. I even ate a lot of elixirs. You're quite an interesting fella. Did you abandon your previous body? It seems like you suffered more than us. When they came over, they were dumbfounded when they saw Shen Tianqi. If it wasn't for the message that contacted them, they would have thought that they were dreaming. This fella actually suffered such a huge loss. Shen Tianqi laughed bitterly. Don't talk about it. I was indeed unlucky. You guys suffered a huge loss last time. However, this time, I won't let you guys suffer any losses. I found a place that can make up for the loss. It's definitely something that you guys can't imagine. It's the legendary primordial land. These people had indeed received the message and came over. The content of the message was rather simple. In other words, he knew of a top-notch mystic realm. They could obtain some top-notch treasures. Compared to dealing with a mortal sect, this would be a greater harvest. To them, if it was a top-notch mystic realm, they could choose to go there. Perhaps they could find some unexpected clues. Although they didn't get any clues from a mortal sect, it would be good if they could find some clues from other aspects. Primordial land? Are you sure you know of such a place? It's a place that disappeared a long time ago. I heard that there are good things in the primordial land. There are also some special legacies. If we can obtain those legacies, we might be able to take that step out. They immediately perked up. They didn't care much about other places. However, the primordial land was different. After all, they were all old people. Naturally, they knew more than others. Hearing about such a place at this time naturally made them feel incomparably shocked. Shen Tianqi said, "Do I need to lie to you guys? After so many years, I've always brought you guys along whenever I found a good place. This place is no different. It's definitely worth it." Since Shen Tianqi had said so, they chose to believe him. After all, they had indeed picked up a lot of benefits by following this guy. He didn't mind doing it one more time. That was all. The group set off once again. Along the way, their movements were more cautious, as if they had been discovered. This was especially true after Shen Tianqi had suffered last time. He no longer dared to lower his guard. One by one, they began to use their treasures. Looking at the back, Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Even so, it couldn't block the heaven's eye. They walked all the way. One universe after another. Of course, he had also passed through many mystic realms and moved continuously through the space-time point. But it was really strange. Even Lin Fei himself was full of admiration. If he didn't have the heaven's eye, it would have been impossible for him to follow them. The others might have lost track of them because this route was too difficult. Lin Fei had seen the route himself, but he didn't expect it to be much more difficult than he had imagined. Even the people who were with Shen Tianqi were surprised. Because they had never taken this route before. Fortunately, they were full of confidence in Shen Tianqi. Since there was such a place, it definitely existed. It was just that this route was quite difficult to walk. If they didn't have a complete map, they wouldn't have known that there was such a trick to these places. Just like that, the journey was smooth. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. For half a month, Lin Fei had been following behind them. He didn't receive anything from signing in. Instead, Shen Tianqi and the others became excited. The further they went, the more they felt that this route was very strange. Time and space were constantly mixed together. It was hard to separate them. If they weren't careful, they would go the wrong way. The last part of the route is up ahead. Everyone, follow closely. If you go the wrong way here, you will have traveled for nothing. Shin Tianqi turned around and said. Chapter 52-48. With Shin Tianqi leading the way, of course, it was different. The others were also shocked. They knew that there should be something they wanted here. This place was known as the Antiquity Times. If Shin Tianqi hadn't led the way, they wouldn't have been able to get here at all, let alone enter this place. Along the way, time and space were constantly mixed up. Without a stable path, they couldn't get through it all. They were also scared out of their wits. Behind them, Lin Fei could also see that this place was really different from what he had imagined. It was quite powerful. If it had been someone else, it wouldn't have been a big deal. But this place was full of traps. If they weren't careful, they would be teleported away. No wonder Shin Tianqi said that. It took them more than half a year to get through this area. Then they came to a ruin. This ruin. The ancient and desolate aura directly crushed their bodies. Even though Shin Tianqi and the others had been prepared for this, their faces still turned pale and they bled. I didn't lie to you, did I? This is the legendary Antiquity Times. There are good things that you can't imagine here. I dare say that only a few people can come here. But the danger here is also layer by layer, so you have to be careful. If you don't cooperate, you won't be able to get in at all. Shin Tianqi said. He took out a map. The rest of them also raised their spirits. Even if they didn't say it, they could feel the danger here. It was extremely fierce. This is the place I want to go. We have to pass through 4 or 5 thresholds. Each threshold is dangerous, so everyone has to be careful. Shin Tianqi pointed to a position. All of them were watching with a serious expression on their faces. If you can obtain some ancient treasures here, you will definitely be able to improve your strength by leaps and bounds. You might even be able to break through your current cultivation levels. If it weren't for the fact that you have worked with me for so many years, I wouldn't have called you all here. Shin Tianqi said again. These people all sighed with emotion. Shin Tianqi was a good friend. He brought everyone here. This place couldn't be found even if one had money. It was simply too difficult to find. Lin Fei, who had been following behind, didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he heard this. These guys still didn't know that they had been sold. Soon, he wouldn't even have the chance to regret. At the very least, one could tell how dangerous this place was just by looking at that old man. Even that old man couldn't handle it. Not to mention people like you. At that time, it would be too late for regrets. That was all. Shin Tianqi and the others went straight in. Once inside, he could feel that something was different inside. One after another, his techniques were unfathomably ferocious. In the beginning, he was so nervous that his face turned pale. Everyone put away all their thoughts. No one dared to let their guard down. This place was really too unbearable. Follow me and don't wander off. We need to work together in this place. Shin Tianqi realized how dangerous this place was. Along the way, they had been walking and stopping. There were countless injuries of various sizes. It was truly incomparably ferocious. This was more dangerous than a dragon's pool or a tiger's den. At the very least, they had experienced it firsthand. After they came up, Lin Zi followed them. As soon as he came up, he realized how dangerous this place was. One wave after another. If he didn't have a certain level of strength, he wouldn't be able to withstand it at all. It was the same even for his eternal level body. At this time, he seemed to be under a lot of pressure. It's really a dangerous place. In an inconspicuous place, Lin Fei was also injured, leaving a lot of blood. He finally realized the horror that flashed in that old man's eyes. Even he couldn't bear it, let alone the others. Sure enough, it was better to follow their path. Lin Fei had other ideas. He had to continue to follow them. Otherwise, he would definitely suffer a lot. Shin Tianqi and the others didn't move very much. They didn't move very fast either. It could be said that Lin Fei was steadily following behind without any intention of pulling away. He was afraid that if the distance between them was too far, there would be trouble. Now, it was pretty good. One day later, Shen Tianqi finally entered a land of frost. Lin Fei approached the land of frost. When the frost fell on his body, he felt as if he was going to be frozen in an instant. It was extremely terrifying. Chapter 52-49. This place is much scarier than I thought. At this time, Lin Fei also came in. As soon as he came in, he realized that this place was different. Layers upon layers of frost were truly ferocious and invincible. They couldn't stand it anymore. After blocking this wave, the next wave would begin. As soon as Shen Tianqi and the others came in, they were all frozen. It scared them out of their wits. Even if they had prepared in advance, it was the same. They couldn't stand the attack of the frost at all. Only Shen Tianqi had prepared in advance. Clatter. Shen Tianqi's treasures were quite powerful. They were able to block all of these attacks and a white world appeared in front of him. But in this white world, there was a burst of powerful aura. These powerful figures had actually died. They were still extremely powerful. Shen Tianqi finally knew why the patriarch had asked him to come here. If he could bring these things back and refine them, they would definitely become his strongest means. However, this place didn't seem as dangerous as he had imagined. Shen Tianqi had prepared himself before coming here. No matter how dangerous it was, he could bear it. But now, it seemed a little different from what he had imagined. This place really wasn't as dangerous as he had imagined. Could it be that he had made a mistake? In any case, he had finally come here. That was enough. As for the people next to him who were frozen, Shen Tianqi didn't do anything else. They couldn't bear it and were frozen, but they wouldn't die for a while. You guys wait here. I'll go and see if I can find a way to break it. He was controlling a treasure. He went forward directly. Shen Tianqi was controlling a fire attribute treasure, which was also an eternal treasure. It could create a certain amount of flames around it to resist the attack of the frost. It formed a temporary vacuum. As for the others, they didn't have such a good time. All of them were frozen there. They could only watch helplessly as the other party left. They couldn't even say a word. They were more hoping to find a way to break it. This place really caught them off guard. After they lost sight of Shen Tianqi, a figure walked in from behind in the blink of an eye. They couldn't move now. They could only push the treasure with all their might. That was how he managed to hold on for a few moments. They saw a figure walking over. Although the other party was also covered in frost, his endurance was much stronger than theirs. In his heart, he was incomparably shocked. Could it be that he was being followed again? Last time, they were being followed. This time, he was being followed again. Follow. They saw a figure in a black robe, exactly the same as the last time, and they were incomparably shocked. He was in complete despair. Why did I meet this guy again? Could it be that this fellow was purposely following them? Seriously, you fellows. Shen Tianqi was plotting against you fellows. Did you fellows really think that he was doing it out of good intentions? However, you fellows are just unlucky. After helping him resist so many dangers and coming here, you fellows ended up becoming frozen statues. Lin Fei shook his head and sighed. Very soon, you guys won't have any freedom. That guy must have gone to get the gods and demons. When he gets the gods and demons back, you guys will have to work for him for free. Free labor. Had he been tricked by Shen Tianqi? These people really didn't think that much. It was just that they didn't notice it when they came in. Now that Shen Tianqi had gone to look for treasures, perhaps he would be able to escape at any time. However, when they heard this, they were dumbfounded in the blink of an eye. This seemed to be a little different from what they had imagined. In fact, at this moment, they couldn't speak at all. They could only watch as the black-robed young man walked in. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared before their eyes. Lin Fei had deliberately left an idea in their hearts. It was like a seed. Shen Tianqi probably didn't expect that he would expose all his secrets. The gods and demons were indeed extremely powerful. Even after seeing them, Lin Fei finally understood why they had come here. If one of these gods and demons was refined, they would be the strongest fighters. Moreover, there were 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6 of them. This wasn't something that anyone could bear. Chapter 52-50. After leaving a seed for them, Lin Fei went straight inside. When he got inside, he found that the chill was getting heavier and heavier. It even made it difficult for him to move. He had no choice but to mobilize his primordial spirit. As soon as his primordial spirit moved, the frost was shaken off. He could finally move slowly. Lin Fei finally saw how terrible the chill was. Even if he didn't use any treasures. A pure divine body was already a bit difficult at this time, let alone those without treasures or strong bodies. They probably couldn't reach this step at all. I wonder where that Shen Tianqi has gone. I'll go check it out first, lest that fellow is plotting something against me. Lin Fei didn't pay attention to Shen Tianqi just now. However, this made him more spirited. There were so many dangers in this place. He didn't know where Shen Tianqi had gone. He planned to follow Shen Tianqi all the way. He reckoned that Shen Tianqi would be very surprised when he saw him later. He opened his third eye. Lin Fei finally saw Shen Tianqi. This guy was in front of a statue, activating a treasure. He was trying to refine this thing. However, this guy was very laborious. It seemed that the chill around him was also quite strong, so he had to divert part of his attention to refine the statue of a fiend god. This guy is really refining this frozen fiend god. However, it doesn't seem that easy to refine this thing. It won't be that easy in a short time. Shen Tianqi was so serious. Lin Fei wondered if he should take advantage of the time when Shen Tianqi succeeded in refining it. Then he would come out and take this frozen fiend god away. This would definitely make him very happy. Last time, he ruined his good fortune. This time, he would ruin his good fortune again. This should be more interesting. Lin Fei was no longer in a hurry. He turned and came in front of a frozen fiend god. This was a very ferocious fiend god. He tried to put it away, but Lin Fei found that his thoughts were a bit redundant. This fiend god seemed to have a certain resistance. He couldn't put it away at will. No wonder Shen Tianqi wanted to refine it first. Lin Fei also knew that although his methods were strong, it was not enough. It wouldn't be easy to take this thing away. However, he still had to give it a try. First, he used the power of his eternal god body. It had no effect on the frozen statue. Then, he used the reincarnation primordial spirit. He wanted to see if this thing could completely reincarnate the power of the ice seal. However, he realized that he was thinking too much, but it still wouldn't work. It seemed that this place used to be a top-notch special place, but people slowly found the entrance and came to this place. However, it wasn't that easy to get rid of this thing. The old man was heavily injured, otherwise, he wouldn't be hiding in there. One could imagine that the dangers here were definitely not as simple as they thought. Lin Fei felt that he had to be careful. He didn't want to accidentally step into a big hole. Thus, he didn't touch this god fiend again. Instead, he found a place to hide and slowly waited for Shen Tianqi to refine the ice-sealing god fiend. Ding! Sign-in successful in the land of ice. Obtained 1 law of ice. Wait. It was impossible for him to wait for nothing. Lin Fei mustn't forget about today's sign-in. He directly signed in here. He wanted to see what he could get from signing in. However, he didn't expect this place to be called the power of ice. He also didn't expect to receive a law of ice from signing in. Ice was ice. The law of ice was the law of ice. These were two different things. With a thought, an additional law of ice appeared in Lin Fei's body. Then, it was quickly absorbed by his body. In less than the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Lin Fei found that resisting the ice seemed to have become exceptionally easy. It was as if he was sealed in ice with them. There wasn't as much pressure as at the beginning. It could be said that it was completely effortless. This effect is too good. I obtained a law of time before, and now I obtained a law of ice. With these two laws, my fist technique has changed greatly. I can even exert the power of one of the laws with just a thought. The harvest surprised Lin Fei a little. I wonder if my law of ice can melt the ice on this frozen god fiend. Chapter 52-51. With this law of ice, of course, Lin Fei had some thoughts. He wanted to see if he could take it away. If he could take him away, it would definitely be a great thing. As soon as the law of ice flew out, it kept spinning around the frozen god. With every rotation, it consumed a portion of its power. However, the frozen god seemed to have melted quite a bit. Compared to Shintianqi, his progress was much faster. Lin Fei finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that my luck is pretty good. I actually managed to sign in for the law of ice here. It's just that the law of ice seems a little small and weak. If there were 10 of them, it would be a different story. They could easily take out the frozen god. The speed was a little slow, but it was still acceptable. Just like that, he slowly began to deal with the frozen god. At the same time, his heavenly eye was also observing the commotion. He didn't want to be tricked. It was better to be careful. Clatter, clatter. The frozen god slowly melted. As soon as the frozen god appeared, he could feel its powerful aura. It directly rushed toward him. In an instant, a layer of frost appeared in front of him. The frost was instantly shattered, but fortunately, it was able to block the might of the fiend god after a few times. The frozen god seemed to really exist. It directly crushed the frozen god. In the distance, Shintianqi also felt the crushing pressure of the frozen god. He was caught off guard. Wah! He spat out a mouthful of blood. What's going on? There's actually the aura of a frozen god. Aren't there only frozen gods here? How can there be such a complete frozen god's aura? Shintianqi was completely dumbfounded. This was completely different from when he first arrived. His master had told him that the ice-sealing god fiends inside couldn't be destroyed unless they were truly melted. Otherwise, there would be no frozen god's aura. Thus, he could rest assured. But the current situation was completely different from his. Could it be that a frozen god was melted by someone? How was that possible? Could it be those guys? Shintianqi was startled. No, no. It was impossible for them to be so strong. Their strength had basically been completely depleted in this one battle. How could they still come here? He even wanted to melt an ice-sealed god fiend. Wishful thinking. Shintianqi heaved a sigh of relief, but the more he did so, the more confused he became. The might of the fiend gods continued to sweep over in a majestic manner. This was not normal. Now that he had reached a very important moment, he couldn't stop at all. Otherwise, his previous time would have been wasted. My luck shouldn't be that bad. I should be quite safe. Shintianqi decided to continue and ignore him. On Lin Fei's side, he finally saw a complete god fiend. It was indeed beyond his imagination. He was quite ferocious. One could imagine how terrifying it was before birth. This god fiend seemed to have shrunk down using a divine ability. This was a true god fiend. He was truly indomitable. No matter how many reincarnated primordial spirits he cultivated, he would still not be a match for this guy. Furthermore, Lin Fei could also sense that the other party's body was incredibly tough, invulnerable to swords and spears. Ordinary methods would not be able to break through it. Such a god fiend could not be defeated at all. The other party's punch was the true pinnacle of power. Lin Fei finally experienced the difference between this god fiend and this god fiend. His body was still lacking a lot, not to mention what kind of tricks he had up his sleeves. If I sign in here for a few more days, I wonder if I can find some special methods or god-fiend body tempering techniques that can make my body stronger. Lin Fei's imagination ran wild. With a wave of his hand, he put away the god-fiend. Although this god-fiend had a certain level of resistance, without the chill, it was only a matter of time before Lin Fei took it down. As soon as this god-fiend was taken away, the might of the god-fiend disappeared completely. Boom! Just after Lin Fei put away this god-fiend, the entire area suddenly trembled. This tremble was as if the world had turned upside down. Lin Fei's hair instantly stood on end. This commotion was beyond his imagination. Even Shen Tianqi directly spat out several mouthfuls of blood. His face turned pale. This situation was different from what he had imagined. Just now, there was a deathly stillness. What the hell happened here? He didn't feel anything at all. Shen Tianqi was completely flustered. Chapter 52-52. In such a situation, even Lin Fei himself felt that it was quite unbelievable. Lin Fei felt that this aura was a little angry. He didn't sense anything that made him suspicious. Did I suspect wrongly? Why did that thing appear just now? My anger is so strong that even I can't bear it. After arriving here, Lin Fei knew that this was definitely not a safe place. He had to be careful. If he wasn't careful, he wouldn't even know when he would suffer a big loss. Something must have been touched around him. Or rather, Shen Tianqi had caused some trouble. This guy was really something. Why did he have to dawdle over some things? He immediately used his heavenly eye to check. He took a look. He found that Shen Tianqi was in a sorry state. God knew how much blood he had vomited. His entire face was deathly pale as if he hadn't seen the sun for a whole year. Did he suspect this guy wrongly? This guy had suffered a loss too. He was really careful at this moment. However, it seemed that this was a critical moment. It wasn't Shen Tianqi's fault. Lin Fei didn't know what exactly was going on. He decided to find another god demon first. Anyway, this place wasn't safe to begin with. It didn't matter too much. He would deal with it first. Another god demon was taken out by Lin Fei. The law of ice was really quite domineering. It directly overcame the resistance of this ice. It became very easy to break. Swoosh! Another god demon was taken away. This one seemed a little different. It was much stronger and more muscular than the previous one. Lin Fei knew that he had to choose. Of course, he had to choose a bigger one. Otherwise, it would be a pity. Just as he was about to take it away, swoosh! Boundless anger came again, and this time, it directly crushed Lin Fei's body. In an instant, cracks appeared on his body. He vomited several mouthfuls of blood. Fortunately, he stopped. At this moment, over on the other side, Shen Tianqi's defenses crumbled right away. Then, he also vomited large mouthfuls of blood. He didn't expect this. Too scary, too scary. How could such a thing happen? This time, Shen Tianqi couldn't bear it at all. He even stopped refining the gods and demons. He felt his life was in danger. He had placed some treasures in the surroundings just now, but these treasures simply could not withstand the crushing force of the torrent. He was directly injured. There's a big problem with this place. If this continues, I'll be dead for sure. Shen Tianqi had already suffered 2 baffling attacks in a row. The attack came silently, and this time, it was even more terrifying. It was as if someone was shivering beside him. Shen Tianqi had never experienced such a feeling before. He knew that if he continued, he would definitely die. There was no chance for him to survive. Seeing that the divine demon statue was about to be completed, Shen Tianqi left without any hesitation. He had to leave this place first. He was afraid that he really wouldn't be able to leave if he were to come again. Even now, he was staggering. He left? Why did he leave? Could it be that he doesn't want the statue? Lin Fei had been observing Shen Tianqi. This guy actually left just like that. However, he looked even more wretched than before. It must have been because of the sudden change just now. Lin Fei also didn't know what was going on. He had indeed been paying attention just now. Just as he took the statue away, this terrifying pressure swept out and crushed his body. It was as if someone had sneezed next to him in an instant. It was a very angry aura. He could clearly feel it. It seems that the statues here can't be taken away. I can still bear it if one is taken away, but it will be very terrifying if two are taken away. If it happens a third time, I'll definitely die. Lin Fei was very clear about this. It wasn't easy for Shen Tianqi to make such a great contribution. It would be a pity if he didn't take the statue away. I can still bear it a third time. Lin Fei also walked in the direction of Shen Tianqi. He had to take the statue away first. Wasn't it just one more time? He could still bear it. Chapter 52-53. Lin Fei was a quick-witted person. In any case, since the situation had come to this, it would be a pity if they didn't take the statue away. He just had to do it again. This time, Lin Fei had made up his mind. He had to use all his tricks. He reckoned that he would definitely be able to hold on. As for the others, it had nothing to do with him. However, he still used his heavenly eye to check. Shen Tianqi was indeed in a sorry state. He really walked out. As for the guy who was sealed in the outermost layer of ice, he felt as if he had broken out of the seal. They were also in a sorry state. However, because they were far away, they didn't seem to suffer too much. Apart from their ugly expressions, they didn't have anything else to say. After calculating the time, they might really run into it. If they did, Lin Fei wanted to laugh. He reckoned that Shen Tianqi would be in trouble soon. He dodged it perfectly. Lin Fei finally came to the side of the divine demon. The divine demon was indeed different. This divine demon was especially domineering. Lin Fei hadn't noticed it before. However, he did now. He finally knew why Shen Tianqi had chosen this divine demon. This divine demon should have been relatively powerful when it was alive. It was indeed very different from the two pairs he had taken before. The more it was like this, the more Lin Fei wanted to get rid of this divine demon. Lin Fei used his tricks on this divine demon again. It melted inch by inch. The speed was getting faster and faster. After all, he was going to succeed. If Shen Tianqi came, he would naturally need some time. However, Lin Fei didn't need that much time. Whoosh! All the ice was broken in an instant. The fiend god appeared before him. There's a box. When the divine demon was completely unsealed, Lin Fei's eyes lit up. He found that the divine demon was holding a box in its hand. He hadn't noticed it before. However, he felt that there seemed to be something else in the box. Was this the reason why Shen Tianqi came? After all, there were so many divine demons here. Why did he choose this one? Just now. Lin Fei didn't notice it either, but now he was sure of one thing. This box was definitely not simple. There should be something precious inside. It seemed that Shen Tianqi had a purpose. Hua! Lin Fei released his reincarnated primordial spirit in the surroundings. He activated the Essence Soul Array. The primordial spirit array could not only be used to deal with enemies, but it could also be used to form a powerful defense. In the past, he didn't even have time to use it because he didn't know. This time, he was prepared. With a whoosh, the god fiend was taken away. He took it away. In an instant, an unparalleled force came crashing over. Like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. Invincible might. The primordial spirits that Lin Fei had set up outside the formation cracked, and the entire formation collapsed. With a wave of his hand, he recalled all the primordial spirits. Following that, the power came crashing down on him. Voila voila. More than half of its body was instantly destroyed. Shen Tianqi, who was leaving in the distance, suddenly felt a life-threatening aura. Here we go again. It was even more terrifying than before. There was a loud bang. His whole body was directly crushed out, and he fell heavily to the ground. Just like that, Shintianchi experienced the feeling of death. More than half of his body fell apart, and the people who were sealed in ice finally broke free. With the help of the power, they regained their freedom. As soon as they came out, they saw Shintianchi crashing somewhere not far away from them. It was a little different from what they had imagined. Of course, they could also feel the dangerous aura in here. Without a word, they retreated outside and didn't pay any more attention to Shintianchi. If he came again at this time, they would be completely dead. Cough. 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 Lin Fei finally made it, but now, Lin Fei looked extremely wretched. He could vaguely see a pair of eyes at the end of the tunnel. It was a pair of golden eyes that fell on him as if they were going to pierce through him. It was his. It must be him. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have suffered such a serious injury. At this moment, Lin Fei knew who did this. Perhaps it was the guardian of the god fiend. Chapter 52-54. Lin Fei finally saw this figure. This figure was indeed very majestic and burly. It was as if there was an ancient existence between heaven and earth. However, Lin Fei didn't feel its presence. He could only see it. He knew that this should be the thought left behind by a powerful divine demon powerhouse. Just this thought alone caused a terrifying pressure to crush it. If it were an ordinary eternal powerhouse, they would have been reduced to ashes long ago. Only someone like Lin Fei would be able to endure it. If it happened again, he wouldn't be able to withstand it at all. This wasn't an ordinary attack at all. This was a top-notch attack. Hence, Lin Fei decisively left without staying at all. The divine demons here didn't dare to create another one. If they did, they would probably lose their lives. Even though he didn't seem to be injured, his body had already cracked open with wounds. These wounds ran all over his body and couldn't be healed in a short period of time. This also made Lin Fei understand that his body was still too weak. It was far from being as powerful as he imagined the god-fiend body to be. His body was still far from being as powerful as he imagined. Although he had reached the eternal level, he wasn't as powerful as he imagined. Otherwise, he wouldn't have suffered such a huge loss just now. Lin Fei only stopped when he reached the edge of the place. He knew that he should be able to get away from the pressure just now. Shintianchi and the others had long disappeared without a trace. Needless to say, the ferocious aura just now naturally made them feel what danger was. If they didn't leave now, when would they leave? However, although Lin Fei had left this area, he was still full of expectations for this ancient land. Especially the method just now, it naturally made him realize that his body wasn't the strongest. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been injured. Hence, Lin Fei wondered if he should sign in at the ancient land. If he signed in, he could obtain the god-fiend body technique. That would be a huge gain. At the very least, he would be more confident in exploring this place. Lin Fei thought further than anyone else. It would be impossible to survive in this place without a strong body. Even if an eternal-level powerhouse came here, it would still be the same. Lin Fei could clearly sense it. Even he himself could not bear it. Even Shintianchi couldn't bear it. Not to mention those people from before, they couldn't bear it either. Only those with exceptionally powerful bodies could pass through here. If he could obtain this god-fiend body, he might be able to travel through this place. The probability was much higher. This made Lin Fei look forward to it. Anyway, he didn't have to worry about anything now. Shintianchi probably didn't dare to stay in this place anymore. If they stayed in this place, who knew when they would suffer a great loss? Such a person was even more careful with his own life. In reality, that was really the case. The three gods Tian Chi had long since slipped away, not daring to stay at all. He was afraid that he would use such a method again. He had directly taken his old life. This place had also become exceptionally quiet. At the very least, Lin Fei, who had the third eye, could sense it clearly. Thus, he was exceptionally relieved. It was just signing in. Who's afraid of who? He had plenty of time to sign in here. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, 5 days. Lin Fei slowly began to sign in here. On the 6th day, he finally signed in the God-fiend body fragment. Lin Fei's entire being became extremely carefree. This was definitely something that he had been dreaming of. It seems that my guess was completely correct. I can indeed sign in here to obtain the God-fiend body fragment. Although it was only the first one, Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry at all. He had plenty of time. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to gather the God-fiend body fragment. Once he gathered it, he could instantly turn this eternal body into the God-fiend body. At that time, even a so-called celestial immortal wouldn't be able to penetrate this body. Lin Fei was quite looking forward to it. So, Lin Fei slowly began to sign in again. Chapter 52-55. On the 6th day, Lin Fei received a God-fiend body fragment. On the 21st day, he received a second one. On the 2nd month, he received a third one. On the 4th month, he received a 5th one. Just like that. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei signed in for 5 years. This period of time wasn't long, but it wasn't short either. It was within his expectations. There were quite a lot of things he received from signing in, but what he wanted the most was this God-fiend body fragment. Finally, on this day, he received a new God-fiend body fragment. The moment he received this God-fiend body fragment, Lin Fei knew that he could finally fuse the God-fiend body. There were more than 30 of them. That's right, this God-fiend body fragment couldn't be fused with 10, but 30. 30 servings was neither a lot nor a small amount, but it would take time. This time might be half a year, or even 2 to 5 years, or even longer. In any case, it was hard to say. Overall, Lin Fei's luck was quite good. Finally, he received 30 God-fiend body fragments. 30 God-fiend body fragments could finally be fused. He was extremely excited about this day. He had been looking forward to it for a long time. He could finally have a God-fiend body. At that time, his body would become incomparably powerful. At the very least, even if he attacked again now, he wouldn't be easily shaken by others. Ding! God-fiend body fusion successful. Obtained low-grade God-fiend body. It was finally fused. With a thought, Lin Fei completely refined the God-fiend body. With this refinement, he felt as if he had been reborn. The eternal body in his body was directly devoured and no longer existed. It was replaced by the God-fiend body. The aura on his body also became exceptionally different. It was as if his life form had been upgraded. This feeling was very obvious. This is the power of the low-grade God-fiend body. It is indeed more powerful than I imagined. And it was low-grade. If it was mid-grade, high-grade, or even high-grade, Lin Fei didn't dare to imagine it. At that time, it would become even more powerful. It seems that signing in here is quite correct. If my reincarnation primordial spirit can cultivate the God-fiend body, then it will be even more domineering. Lin Fei did not forget about his reincarnation primordial spirit. If they could cultivate it successfully, they would naturally become even more powerful. This was a very suitable place to sign in. However, it took him almost 5 years to gather 30 fragments. If he were to continue signing in, Lin Fei could not guarantee how long he would have to sign in. At the very least, he still had a lot of things to do. Now that he knew of such a place, he naturally had the opportunity to slowly sign in. As long as the long-term mission was completed well, there was nothing to worry about. I wonder if I can leave a primordial spirit here to sign in. A thought suddenly popped into Lin Fei's mind. He had so many reincarnated primordial spirits that each of them was no different from him. He just didn't know if he could sign in or not. With a thought, Lin Fei's thoughts shifted to the other reincarnated primordial spirit. If it worked, then he would have made a huge profit this time. If it didn't work, it didn't matter to Lin Fei. This was a good idea. But when he tried to do it, he realized that this idea still wouldn't work. There's a problem. It was impossible to sign in for a while. Only his main body could sign in completely. This was a little troublesome. It seems that my idea was a little too naive. This place is not a place where primordial spirits can sign in at all. Anyway, I already have a god-fiend body, so I can just slowly sign in next time. When the time comes, I'm afraid I won't be able to gather all of them even after a few decades or 100 years. Lin Fei was not in a hurry. He decided to go deeper and take a look. Now that he already had a god-fiend body, he was naturally qualified to enter. Moreover, there were few people in this place. When the time came, how he wanted to barge in would be up to him. As soon as he appeared, Lin Fei felt that someone had entered the ancient land. Within the range of the heavenly eye, once someone entered, he would be able to sense it immediately. Hence, Lin Fei could also know who had entered. He immediately used the heavenly eye to check, and what he saw surprised him. Why did this person come in? Chapter 52-56. This surprised Lin Fei. He actually saw Luo Lan. If it was anyone else, it wouldn't have mattered. However, Luo Lan was a completely different person. Why was Lin Fei here? This was the primordial land. Just look at Shintianqi. This guy had already suffered a huge loss. If he hadn't run fast enough, he would have undoubtedly suffered a huge loss. But now that Luo Lan was here, Lin Fei was surprised. He even looked at him several times. It was indeed Luo Lan. However, the old man wasn't with him. The old man was also very strong. However, Luo Lan was alone. His path was smooth and he seemed to be familiar with this place. A thought suddenly popped up in Lin Fei's mind. Could it be that the legendary gate of immortality was in this primordial land? When this thought popped up, Lin Fei was quite surprised. He didn't dare to believe himself. How could he have thought so far ahead? However, the possibility of this happening was quite high. Even Lin Fei would be in danger in a place like this. Not to mention what had happened previously. Just look at Shintianqi. It was indeed easy to die in a place like this. However, Luo Lan's words were completely different. He was familiar with the place and could even avoid some places. This was what surprised Lin Fei the most. This place was definitely mysterious. Originally, Lin Fei was prepared to explore it. Now that Luo Lan was leading the way, things were completely different. It would definitely be an eye-opening experience. Just like that, Lin Fei changed directions. He followed Luo Lan's footsteps. Luo Lan was indeed quite amazing. However, Lin Fei was different now. He already had the god-fiend body. In the past, the eternal body was indeed quite strong, but now, the god-fiend body was the most amazing. Although there were many bumps along the way, he still followed behind easily. Nothing happened. Instead, Luo Lan was very careful. The deeper they went, the more cautious they became. They even set up layers upon layers of traps. Those who were unaware of the situation could easily bump into them if they were not careful. At that time, his life would definitely be in danger, and it wouldn't be any better. There was no need to guess to know that Luo Lan must have suffered a loss last time. Therefore, at this time, he was especially careful, afraid that he would be followed again. Who said that female experts had no thoughts? She had quite a lot of thoughts. However, in Lin Fei's opinion, these methods were indeed fierce enough, but it wasn't too difficult to break them. All he had to do was follow Luo Lan's path. Just like that, he kept following her. After a few days, they arrived at a particularly inconspicuous place. This was actually a place where time and space flowed. Luo Lan took out a treasure and placed it above her head. Streams of light flowed down. Just like that, he walked in. The power of time and space separated, forming a passageway. It was hard to believe that there was such a path in this place. Lin Fei could see that the power of time and space here was so strong that it could easily destroy an eternal-level expert. Luo Lan's strength could be considered strong, but he still had to be well-behaved in this place. One could imagine what kind of situation it was inside. I don't know if my god-fiend body can withstand it. If I can't, it will be a little difficult to go in. Her treasure is most likely a peak eternal existence, or even a celestial immortal level treasure. I can feel that this treasure is very different. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry to go in. He just watched Luo Lan go in. Then, he blasted a spot in a place. Then, he went in. It was just as he had imagined. There was really a big secret behind this. In a place like this, if one didn't see it with their own eyes, no one would believe that there was a problem here. Even Lin Fei was the same. But at this time, he believed in his own guess. This Luo Lan should have some secret. Especially in this place. Lin Fei felt that it was very mysterious, and without a certain level of strength, one couldn't go in at all. A place where even eternal experts had to stare at. He took a deep breath. Lin Fei walked in. As soon as he walked in, he saw the power of time and space flying down. With every attack, it became a little weaker. At the same time, the power of space kept crushing down. God-fiend body, open for me. Just like this, it was a bit unbearable. He had to open his God-fiend body. Chapter 52-57. When he didn't activate the God-fiend body, Lin Fei could only hold on for a short while. If it went on for too long, he would feel like he couldn't take it anymore. If he didn't do it well, he would collapse. Hence, he activated the God-fiend body right away. As soon as the God-fiend demon body was activated, it became exceptionally different. It became exceptionally powerful. At the very least, the resistance was strong. The runes formed a great wall, blocking the power outside. The power kept attacking the runes. There was actually no chance of winning for a short while. This allowed Lin Fei to finally heave a sigh of relief. He could only rush over as soon as possible. There wasn't any special technique here. It was just a combination of time and space. It was indeed very domineering and terrifying. Eternal bodies wouldn't have a good ending if they entered. Only his God-fiend body could do it. Even his God-fiend body was riddled with cracks. Lin Fei shuddered in fear when he saw this. It was truly incomparably terrifying. The more it was like this, the more curious Lin Fei was. What was inside that was worth him coming here personally? If it was the so-called celestial sect, then he would definitely be in luck. Very soon. Lin Fei found the so-called point. This point was quite inconspicuous. If one didn't have a certain level of strength, they wouldn't be able to sense it at all. Lin Fei's punch landed on this point. This point could only be blasted open with great strength. Of course, the strength had to be within a certain range. If it was too small, it wouldn't budge. If it was too big, it would exceed the limit. It was really quite different. Fortunately, Lin Fei remembered it clearly and knew how to break open this place. This punch instantly created a passageway. He didn't feel any dangerous aura. Lin Fei did not think too much about it and directly rushed in. Then, he came to a barren place. There didn't seem to be any signs of life in this barren place. Even Lin Fei sized up this place curiously. It was as if he had come to the wrong place. It can't be. Did I come to the wrong place? That's impossible. I didn't sense anything wrong earlier. This is where Luo Lan came from. Lin Fei was really surprised. This place was different from what he had imagined. He had thought that there would be a grotto heaven mystic realm here. It seemed like this place wasn't even there. It was like a place that had been destroyed a long time ago. Could this be the place where one ascended to the immortal sect? Lin Fei had more questions in his heart. He immediately opened his heavenly eye. As soon as he opened his heavenly eye, he saw the whole place. This place was indeed very desolate, and there were ruins everywhere. At the center of the ruins, Lin Fei finally saw Luolan. Luolan was standing in front of a huge grave. His expression was very sorrowful. He could even hear Luolan's voice. "Master, I've come to see you again. I went out for a bit, but I ran into some trouble. Although I acquired the magical laws of time, the outside world is far more dangerous than I could ever have imagined. Reviving the immortal sect is going to be very, very difficult. But I'm not going to give up. I'm definitely going to rebuild the immortal sect." Luolan's voice was filled with vigor. Within the heavenly eye, Lin Fei came to a sudden realization. This was the place to enter the immortal sect. They had fought in the past. "You're here, sire. Why don't you come out?" And he had even fallen into the trap of the House of God ordainment. Chapter 52-58. Lin Fei was quite surprised because Luolan seemed to have sensed that someone was coming. This was quite unbelievable. Along the way, Lin Fei really didn't bump into anything. He didn't expect Luolan to react so quickly. Could it be that she had learned her lesson and reacted faster this time? Or did she bump into something along the way? Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry and decided to take his time to observe. Luolan seemed to be trying to scare him. Who asked this fellow to be so smart? Therefore, Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry and wanted to see if Luolan was bluffing him. It wasn't that easy to bluff him. "Are you not going to come out? Or do you think that I am bluffing you? Then you are thinking too much. This is the old site of Celestial Sect. I have a special ability here that can sense anyone coming here. I know that someone is coming, but your methods are quite powerful. Can you come out and meet me? Or are you afraid of me alone?" Lin Fei finally knew that Luolan wasn't praising him. She really knew that someone was coming. So this was the old site of Celestial Sect. He really couldn't tell. Looking at the ruins, Lin Fei could imagine how intense the battle was. Celestial Sect was destroyed and even the entire sect was destroyed. No wonder Celestial Sect was so low-key. Even when they traveled the world, they were exceptionally low-key. Now, he had finally learned something new. "Ha ha ha, as expected of the Celestial Sect Saintess. You are indeed different. You can even sense this. I thought that you would never know. Seems like I was thinking too much." Just as Lin Fei was about to show himself, a figure walked out from the void. Behind him, there were 5 other figures. The 5 figures were all wearing ghost masks and were standing behind him. However, as soon as the 5 of them came out, they didn't move at all. In an instant, Luolan felt immense pressure. "Long time no see, Luolan. I didn't expect that the saintess of this generation would actually start to roam the world." Lin Fei was startled. "It can't be. I thought they were talking about me, but it turns out they were talking about someone else." However, this person's methods were quite powerful. He didn't even see him just now. Could it be that he had just arrived? Other than this explanation, Lin Fei really couldn't find a second one. Anyway, someone had come out, so he wasn't in a hurry. Lin Fei could see that this person was quite capable, and he had known Luolan for a long time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said such words. "Prince 2, I didn't expect it to be you. Long time no see. You brought so many people here. Are you going to take me back?" Luolan seemed to have expected this. When she saw the person who had appeared, she was not too surprised. She just looked at him coldly. "I don't know what you're thinking. You just want to take me away so that you can take the immortal seal in my body. With this immortal seal, you will have the qualifications to enter the upper realm and not die of old age in this world. I wonder if I'm right? As expected of a saintess. You actually know so clearly. Since you already know, will you take the initiative to hand it over, or will I do it myself? You know, in order to find you, it took me 200 years to find you here, and I even paid a high price to find this place. Hiding in a point of time and space, you are indeed capable." This prince too was quite young, but his eyes were extraordinarily cold. At this time, he looked a little proud and quietly looked at Luolan. You also know that I brought the 5 of them here. Even if you were here, and this is your main battlefield, you wouldn't be their match. The 5 of them are now eternal level powerhouses, and they have mastered special means. Crash. The 5 figures entered the void in an instant, and the void fluctuated. Luolan was a little surprised. I didn't expect you to master the method of the Reincarnation Emperor and suppress my strength. If I'm not wrong, these 5 should be the disciples of the Reincarnation Emperor. You refined them into something neither human nor ghost. Aren't you afraid of the descendants of the Reincarnation Emperor coming to settle accounts with you? Luolan snorted. In the dark, Lin Fei's eyes turned cold. Just now, he felt that these 5 figures were a little unusual. This aura was a little familiar, and now he finally understood. This was the aura of the Reincarnation Primordial Spirit. Chapter 52-59. You are indeed powerful to be able to see that. However, you are thinking too much. The descendants of the Reincarnation Emperor have disappeared a long time ago. No one has even managed to cultivate the Reincarnation Primordial Spirit. Do you think anyone can still find trouble with me? Prince Tu laughed out loud. You better make your choice honestly. Otherwise, I will have to do it myself. Although you are the strongest saintess of the immortal sect, I am not bad either. Luolan chuckled. I think you will regret it very soon. After all, not everyone can control the Reincarnation Primordial Spirit. Not everyone can refine them into such a state. Luolan knew someone. He had fought with someone who possessed the Reincarnation Primordial Spirit previously. His opponent was indeed very strong. Although he did not show it, Lin Fan could smell his aura. It was as if that person had broken through the limits of the Reincarnation Emperor's cultivation and reached a whole new realm. Luolan was the only one who knew about this. Because of this, Luolan would say such a thing. However, Lin Fan would definitely not take it seriously. He did not need Lin Fan to take it seriously either. It turns out that Saintess also knows how to say such words. Using such words to scare me is indeed quite boring. The Reincarnation Emperor died long ago. Even his disciple is gone. I think it's better for me to take action directly. I've recently obtained a few powerful treasures. I'll let you have a look at them. Whoosh. A picture scroll unfurled in the air. As it unfurled, the entire world started to stop. This is the imitation treasure of the River of Time that I obtained. It can suppress the space and time of this pill. No matter how strong you are, you will not be a match for me. After the scroll was unfurled, there was indeed a huge problem with time and space in this area. Even Lin Fei, who was far away, could sense it. However, he felt that there was something else in Luolan's words. Could it be that Luolan knew that he had followed him? That was possible. After all, Luolan was smart, so it was normal for him to know about it. Lin Fei wouldn't interfere with other matters. However, this matter was different. No matter what, he could not do it anymore. Refining the Reincarnation Emperor's disciple into such a state was definitely not a good thing. In other words, this Prince Tu wasn't a good person. Just this alone is pretty good, but it's still quite difficult to take me down like this. What other tricks do you have? Bring them out and let me have a good look. The painting crown prince thought that Luolan would be shocked when he took out this treasure. He didn't expect Luolan to be so calm. The Saintess was indeed the Saintess. She was different. Looks like you won't shed a tear until you see your coffin. I'll fulfill your wish. With a whoosh, the 5 black shadows attacked in an instant. He had used the Reincarnation Emperor's methods to suppress Luolan's strength. This method was indeed quite powerful. Even if Luolan resisted, he would still be suppressed. In addition, the painting seemed to be at a disadvantage. Prince Tu also strode over. He raised his hand and a small grotto heaven world appeared. This is the netherworld that I have specially cultivated. Once you are suppressed in the netherworld, even a saintess like you will not be able to escape death. Now, if you come with me obediently, I will naturally spare your life. Otherwise, Just wait for me to beat you into the netherworld. A grotto heaven world appeared in the palm of the painting crown prince. That grotto heaven world was filled with ghostly wails and wolf howls. The cold aura in the grotto heaven world was inferior to that of the Sun Luo domain. There was even a terrifying aura of the netherworld emanating from it. Impressive, impressive. So this is your method? You even have the netherworld. You must have a lot of capital. Capital? What did that mean? Luo Lan suddenly moved and raised his hand. A cold light directly slashed out from the ruins, slowly advancing. In an instant, the painting crown prince's eyes widened and his entire body trembled. Luo Lan, you actually laid out a big move. Whoosh! The 5 figures were sent flying. Next, the painting crown prince's body shone with a dazzling jingguang. Rays of divine light kept bursting out. Even so, it was extremely difficult for him to hold on. It's a pity that this method of yours still can't kill me. The painting crown prince sneered as he resisted the attack with great difficulty. Chapter 52-60. Just now, the painting crown prince felt that it was very strenuous. Just a little bit more and he would have been killed. Fortunately, he had brought a lot of treasures with him, so he was able to withstand it. Even so, he was still terrified. Luo Lan was too cunning. He had hidden such a trick. If it was someone else, they would definitely be killed. It's a pity that you don't have any other tricks up your sleeves. I don't believe that you can use this trick a second or third time. You have no chance at all. Without his 5 subordinates, the painting crown prince felt a lot of pressure. However, it didn't matter. As long as he didn't have this trick, he was confident that he could severely injure Luo Lan. He took him down. Whoosh! A fist pierced through his body. The painting crown prince lowered his head and stared at the incoming fist. He was dumbfounded. There was someone else here. Then, his mind went blank. Cracks spread all over his body. He wanted to turn back but he couldn't. His whole body broke into pieces. Lin Fei attacked. And at the most crucial moment, he made his move and directly killed this so-called prince too. Right now, his strength was naturally incomparably strong. After all, his body was no longer the eternal body. It was the famous god-fiend body. With one punch, he smashed the painting crown prince into pieces. He didn't even have time to react before he was killed. Luo Lan smiled. I knew that you would come. I didn't expect that we would meet again under such circumstances. You helped me a lot last time and this time, you helped me a lot again. Lin Fei knew that Luo Lan would more or less be able to sense it. Lin Fei could tell that the painting crown prince had a deep understanding of this place. Even if Lin Fei didn't show himself, Luo Lan would make him show himself sooner or later. However, the painting crown prince was one step ahead of him. Lin Fei didn't expect him to train the reincarnation emperor's disciple to be like this. Naturally, Lin Fei would not let the matter rest so easily. He could tell that Lin Fei would not let the matter rest so easily. What did Luo Lan mean by that? Did he mean that it was his turn to kill this crown prince too? If the reincarnation emperor's disciple wasn't here, Lin Fei wouldn't have come out so easily. It didn't have much to do with him, but things were different now. He came out and heavily injured Prince Tuesday. Shun Dao wanted to test how strong the legendary god-demon body was. In fact, the god-fiend body was indeed very powerful. A single punch made him realize what it meant to be different. Yeah, we meet again. I've helped you twice, so how should you thank me? Don't tell me he's going to treat me to a big move like he did. I can't take it. Lin Fei smiled. Luo Lan smiled. That's impossible. Do you think I'll do anything to you now? Luo Lan was indeed extremely shocked in his heart. He did sense someone coming. At first, he thought it was Lin Fei. After seeing the painting prince, Zhang Xian felt that something was amiss. There was another figure hiding here. His instincts told him that it was the person from last time. The probability of that happening was still very high. Luolan didn't know why she had such a thought, but it was what she was thinking. The probability of that happening is very high. In the end, he was right. He killed the painting prince with one move. The power of this punch seemed to be even more domineering than the last time. Shen Tianqi could still take it last time. However, this time, the painting prince was obviously stronger than Shen Tianqi. He had more treasures and his defense was stronger. Yet, he was punched through just like that. It was really unbelievable. Luolan couldn't see through the young man in front of him. What kind of background did he have? How could he appear here again and again? This was the ancient ground. It wasn't a place that just anyone could enter. It's not suitable to talk here. There's another place over there. Why don't we sit down and have a chat? Lin Fei didn't have any objections. Luolan took Lin Fei to another place. There was a small cave here. It was very small. Luolan brewed a pot of tea. The tea contained a dazzling divine light. It was very different. Chapter 52-61. At the same time. In a study room, a figure coughed out blood and opened his eyes. He stretched out his hand and a bead in his palm shattered. This person was Prince Tuesday. I didn't expect that chasing after this Luolan would cost me a primordial spirit and 5 subordinates. This primordial spirit treasure is gone just like that. Until now, I still don't know who killed me. Prince Tu couldn't believe it. His mind was blank and he couldn't sense the aura of that person at all. It could only be said that the other party was simply too tyrannical. That punch did not contain much strength and was purely based on his instinctive strength. Yet, it pierced through all of his treasures and defenses. Just like that, he was killed. The painting crown prince had never encountered such a situation before. This was the only time he had encountered such a situation. In any case, he was also an eternal level powerhouse. Could it be a top level eternal level powerhouse? If it was a top eternal realm expert, how could he not know? It seemed that Luolan still had a lot of secrets. It was a pity that he missed this opportunity. Originally, he could have asked for the whereabouts of the immortal seal. It was a pity that he missed this opportunity. Prince Tu was really unwilling, but now he knew better than anyone else that it was too difficult to deal with Luolan. There should be other experts around Luolan. He probably lied to him. However, I have to vent my anger. Since I can't do anything to you alone, I'll spread the news. I believe that the person with the immortal seal should be very interested. When that time comes, let's see how long you can last. I don't believe that person can protect you for that long. Those old monsters will also have ideas. Prince Tu went out. On the other side, Lin Fei slowly drank his tea. This tea was really good. It was the first time he had drunk such good tea. This tea could actually strengthen one's divine body, and the effect was very obvious. Even his god-fiend body had a slight change. This was the most special part. For those who didn't have a very strong body, drinking such tea could really improve a lot. After drinking a cup of tea, he felt much more refreshed. Good tea. Luolan was shocked again. This tea was no ordinary tea. He could only drink it slowly. Up until now, he had only drunk about a third of the tea, but the other party had actually finished it in one gulp and was completely fine. The other party's body was simply too strong. Even an eternal couldn't handle this kind of drinking. He had gained a lot of knowledge. It's just a little tea. It's nothing. If you want it, I can let you bring some back when you leave. I can't drink that much anyway. Luolan didn't mind at all. Then I won't stand on ceremony. This thing is quite beneficial. Lin Fei was very straightforward. This is the old site where we used to visit the immortal sect. Later, a great war directly turned it into ruins. Every once in a while, I would come here to sit for a while because my master and friends all died in this battle. Lin Fei listened quietly. Because our immortal sect has a key to the upper realm, everyone sees us as a thorn in their side. They think that we are blocking their path to ascension. We really don't. It's not that easy to go up. Without a certain level of strength, we can't fly up at all. Even if we can fly, we will die halfway. Must you be very funny? It was originally used to protect them, but in the end, it was used to block their path. In the end, none of these people had a good ending after entering. Only a few succeeded in ascension. Then it's a game up there. Even if they ascended, they would live a life worse than pigs and dogs. Luolan seemed to be very emotional as she said while drinking tea. Lin Fei suddenly understood. He didn't expect there to be such a secret here. If Luolan hadn't taken the initiative to say it, he wouldn't have known at all. Then do you think you still want to go up there now? Luolan took another sip of tea and looked at the young man in front of her. She didn't know why she said this today. She didn't know if the other party already knew, but even if he wanted to say it, she could feel it. This black-robed young man probably didn't have much evil intentions towards her. Otherwise, he wouldn't have helped her so much twice. That prince too was also a young master of a big force. Not everyone could kill him just like that. Chapter 52-62. Most of the time, it was Luolan talking. Lin Fei was listening. Lin Fei listened in detail. He knew that Luolan had a lot of things in his heart. It was rare to find someone to talk to. As for why he wanted to talk to him, Lin Fei wasn't very clear. Since he had already said so. There was nothing wrong with being an audience. Anyway, it was nothing to Lin Fei now. Just like that. In total, it took him about half an hour to finish talking. Luolan suddenly changed the topic. He changed the topic. Thank you for listening to me for such a long time. Luolan didn't know why he said so many things. He felt that it was much better to say it out loud. He had a feeling that this black-robed young man wouldn't do anything to him. So, I decided to invite you to do something big. I wonder if you're interested. Luolan's words did surprise Lin Fei. Something big. You invited me to explore an entrance to the celestial world with you last time, but I'm not interested in this. I think this world is quite interesting. Lin Fei couldn't be bothered with these things. Wasn't it better to sign in peacefully and obtain some things? Lin Fei really didn't have the mood to go up. At the very least, he didn't have the mood to do so now. He didn't have many resources on hand. He would still be at a disadvantage if he went up. Moreover, he could tell that he wouldn't have a good life down there. If these words were said by someone else, they naturally wouldn't have much deterrence. But when it came from Luolan, it was completely different. There was definitely a problem. I think you must have misunderstood. The big thing I'm talking about isn't exploring some mystic realm with you. I'm telling you something more sensational. That is, in at most 40 to 50 years, our universe will become a training ground. How about it? Are you surprised? Training ground. Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat. These words didn't sound like a good thing. His mission wasn't completed yet. If he messed up this universe, then he wouldn't be able to complete his mission at all. That was a huge gift. What do you mean by this? It's impossible for this place to become a training ground. After all, there are so many experts in this universe. Not everyone can become a training ground, unless... Lin Fei thought of a possibility. Luolan smiled. Yes, this is the one you're imagining. In a few decades, they'll come to this training field and engage in the so-called Battle of Saints. This saint battle is different from the others. It's used to select the top monstrous geniuses. A universe will become a big compass for them. Up until now, only my people and I know about this. No one else knows about it. Of course, some top forces should have more or less received some news. What do you think will happen to this side of the universe after they come down? At that time, the flames of war will reach the heavens, so I want to cooperate with you. Luolan's tone became exceptionally solemn. Those guys are very strong and can be said to be top-notch monstrous geniuses. Each of them can burst out with eternal-level combat power. Coupled with some treasures, the situation of the battle can be imagined. How do I know if what you said is right or not? After all, such a thing has never happened in the universe before. Just based on what you said, I still don't quite believe it. Lin Fei shook his head. You don't have to believe me, but you can make preparations in advance. At most, in another 20 to 30 years, there will definitely be some changes. I can tell you a few sealed passages now. One of these passages should be opened, and when the time comes, they will come down. You can stand guard here, and you will definitely have an unexpected harvest. Luo Lan wasn't surprised. After all, no one would believe this news. Even this black-robed young man was the same. Then he could only tell this black-robed young man the truth. What she had said was right. There would indeed be a battle of saints soon. At that time, the situation would be completely different. These are the few places. I will give you the specific location now. You can go and take a look yourself. Anyway, I won't lie to you. I just hope that when you discover it, you can cooperate with me. Luo Lan said, I want to kill all of these holy sons. Chapter 52-63. Lin Fei took note of this matter. After all, Luo Lan was the one who said it, so the possibility of it being true was very high. So what if he went back and waited for a while? Anyway, he only had a short amount of time. He could just close his eyes and pass by. If it was true, then things would be completely different. He could also make preparations. Of course, Luo Lan's boldness was quite shocking. He actually wanted to destroy all the saints. This wasn't a small matter, it was really a huge matter. He could also tell that the people above wouldn't be able to come down, so he could only let some of the top ones come down to train. Luo Lan had nothing to be afraid of. Lin Fei naturally had nothing to be afraid of as well. When the time came, he still didn't know who the monster was. Just as Luo Lan was about to send Lin Fei out. Suddenly, his gaze changed. Oh no, there's someone here. It seems like they're heading towards this place. It must be Prince Tu who spread the news. What a petty guy. Even Lin Fei was a little surprised. That guy was actually not dead and had even spread the news. That was quite a schemer, wasn't it? It can't be. That guy really leaked your whereabouts. If it's true, then you will be in trouble. After all, you are the saint of the celestial sect. Moreover, after he bragged, everyone thought that you would be easy to deal with. That's why he lured you here first. Lin Fei thought quite quickly. Under normal circumstances, that would be the case. This was especially true for the Prince Tu, whose social status was already quite high. Coupled with his own strength, his credibility was very high. Who could imagine that he was lying? Even if he came and was destroyed by Luo Lan, they would be the unlucky ones. As for whether they would dare to look for Prince Tu, the possibility was very low. Even if they went out, they wouldn't say much. As the saying went, it was better to die than to die. It was more or less the same logic. Many people came, but they haven't found this place yet. However, they have already gathered outside. You know that some of them brought quite a lot of treasures with them. They rushed over quite quickly. Even San Luo Lan had underestimated Prince Tuesday. Since they're here, let's just wait a little longer. When they're here, we can kill them all in one go and get some spoils of war. Just now, the warm-up exercise wasn't over yet. Unfortunately, he couldn't hold on any longer. Since so many people are here, you wouldn't mind letting me practice a little, right? If it were any other expert, Lin Fei wouldn't be interested. However, it was a completely different story for eternal experts. He could be treated as a sandbag. His god-fiend body could finally find a suitable sandbag. It wasn't like the others, which couldn't even withstand a single blow. He was killed with one punch. This sentence had a certain meaning. Luo Lan smiled. Since fellow Taoist is willing to help, then I am most willing. Luo Lan knew the strength of this black-robed young man. With his help, these people wouldn't be able to gain too much of an advantage. All he had to do was watch from the side. Thinking about it, he was quite happy. Once again, he had helped him greatly. Lin Fei was also looking forward to it. This prince too was really a good person. He actually managed to invite many people over. From the looks of it, they weren't weak. Those who could come here were all quite capable. He wondered if the prince too would come. He probably wouldn't. This guy was already scared out of his wits. It was different for the others. They definitely wouldn't know what was going on. Lin Fei naturally wouldn't mind giving them a big gift. When the time came, these people would definitely hate the prince too to death. Lin Fei wasn't very good at scheming, but he was still capable of giving them some trouble. The prince too was prepared to be unlucky. About half an hour later, a figure entered this small space. There were quite a lot of people who entered. There were actually 6 of them. All 6 of them had a very strong aura. Their auras swept across the entire small space. Then, it swept past the 2 of them. Lin Fei and San Luolan didn't hide anything. They just swaggered in. In the blink of an eye, 6 figures walked out of the void. They appeared in front of them. Immortal Sect Ascension, Saintess Luolan. One of them had a white beard. Suddenly, he punched at Lin Fei, who wasn't far away. Good lord, do you think I'm easy to bully? Unrelated people, you can die now. Chapter 52-64. This white-beard guy seemed to be very strong. Even the people around him were exceptionally strong. This punch directly smashed towards Lin Fei's body like a wind knife. If he were to be hit by this punch, one could imagine what would happen. It would definitely be an instant kill. Lin Fei didn't move at all and just stood there. It was a heavy punch. It directly smashed into his body, and then a feedback force was directly transmitted to the other party's body. Walala. Cracks appeared on the other party's body, and he quickly leaned back and returned to Whitebeard's side. This time, his face looked quite terrible. You actually walked the path of body refinement and have the ability to reflect damage. The one who attacked was a big man. At this time, the defensive armor on his body had cracks. No one knew how many of them there were. It made the scalp of the people watching go numb. Even Whitebeard was a little surprised at this time. I didn't expect a brat like you to be so strong. Your body isn't bad either. I'll be able to sell you for a good price if I kill you. It's really not easy to find someone like you. Ha ha ha, a saintess and a body-tempering cultivator are not wasted. Lin Fei didn't really make a move because he already has a god-fiend body. Of course, the god-fiend body can't be shaken by ordinary power. Unless you reach the true corresponding level of strength. And to reach the corresponding level of strength, in Lin Fei's opinion, only the top eternal level can do it. Or even the combat power of a celestial immortal. Only then can he cause damage to his god-fiend body. Anyway, these people in front of him can't do it at all, even this white beard can't do it. Luolan wasn't surprised by Lin Fei's strength at all. This person is indeed very strong, but he didn't expect his body to be even stronger than before. When the other party attacked just now, his strength was indeed quite domineering, but he didn't expect it to have no effect on Lin Fei at all. If I'm not wrong, you should be someone from the Heavenly Treasures sect. Only people from the Heavenly Treasures sect would be covered in treasure light and carry countless treasures with them. As expected of the Holy Daughter, you can recognize me so quickly. I am a member of the Heaven Saber sect. Do you want me to do it myself, or do you want to take the initiative to come with us? You should know that the Holy Daughter is quite valuable. Of course, if you fall into the hands of our sect, we will not let you be inferior. You are a good match for our holy son. Whitebeard didn't care much about the man and woman. No matter how strong this saintess was, could she be stronger than him? It was the same for that young man. After all, he had brought a lot of experts with him this time. He was one step ahead of them. At the very least, he would have an absolute advantage. When those people came over, they would be happy for nothing. They would bring the person away, and then the Heavenly Treasures sect would be able to rise. At the very least, he would be able to find the entrance to the top. As for Luolan, he could be of great help to the saint. At the very least, he could increase the saint's strength by a large margin. This Luolan possessed a terrifying and unique bloodline. Once he refined it, his strength would naturally increase. There weren't many people who knew about this secret. Whitebeard was indeed very clear about it. They had all kinds of methods. Naturally, they could investigate it. Hence, this saintess was quite valuable. As for the young man next to her, he could also be refined into a powerful puppet. Not only could he be used, but he could also be sold for a large sum of money. Hence, this trip was not in vain. I'll leave this Whitebeard to you. How about the four of us deal with the rest? Luolan suddenly looked at Lin Fei. Lin Fei smiled. That's not good. Leave Whitebeard and the others to me. It just so happens that I haven't finished warming up yet. I told you just now, so I can only use them as an example. Whoosh. Lin Fei pounced on the expert just now. He threw a punch. Countless treasure lights shone brightly in front of that person. In the end, his fist was pierced through, and then his body was smashed through. Walala, walala, his body was torn apart, and with a boom, an expert was gone. A sandbag should have the awareness of a sandbag. Chapter 52-65. Lin Fei killed one of the powerhouses in an instant. It was an eternal level powerhouse. The other party didn't have the ability to resist at all. The rest of the people were shocked. They didn't expect this guy to be so strong. He killed an expert with one punch. The defensive treasures on his body were basically of no use. Fierce. Even Whitebeard was the same. Now it's your turn. Anyway, since you came today, you have to be obedient and become sandbags. Don't even think about leaving. Lin Fei attacked again. After a shadow flashed. How could these people withstand the power that Lin Fei burst out? Each fist shadow was like a super overbearing attack. In an instant. Just like that, it crushed over their bodies. The divine light was pierced. The treasures were pierced. As long as they had a certain amount of defensive energy, they basically couldn't withstand it and were directly sent flying. An incomparably overbearing attack. As soon as it appeared, Whitebeard knew that he had met a terrifying opponent. This person wasn't as simple as he thought. The people around him were pierced through one by one. They were smashed into pieces on the spot. He didn't even have the strength to resist. In the blink of an eye, only Whitebeard was left. Luolan also laughed by the side. How is it? Do you regret coming here? My friend is much stronger than you. Luolan was indeed very happy. At least she didn't have to deal with this Whitebeard. Otherwise, she would have to deal with this Whitebeard. She would have to use a lot of methods. She also knew that this Lin Fei might know that she was injured, otherwise, he would never make a move at this time. This move was indeed incomparably powerful. One punch after another, it was really fierce. Lin Fei also looked at Whitebeard. I heard that you are an expert from some heavenly treasure sect. You should have a lot of treasures. Let's see how strong your treasures are and whether they can stop my attack. Lin Fei attacked again. A huge palm descended from the sky, covering this side of the world. The dark sky and earth darkened. The white-bearded man took out one treasure after another. This guy was going all out. Every single one of the treasures shone with a resplendent divine light as they clashed against the palm. However, the moment these divine lights came into contact with the palm, they were instantly extinguished. Following that, the palm pressed down heavily with a loud boom. The earth shook along with it. Even if Luolan flew up, his white beard soared into the sky. At this moment, he appeared to be in a very sorry state. That palm strike just now had caused his body to crack open. At this moment, it was unknown how many treasures were broken. He was extremely terrified and uneasy. This kid was too terrifying, too frightening. The power behind the attack seemed to have surpassed the eternal level. At the very least, his body and treasures couldn't take it at all and were directly crippled. Who are you? This side of the universe definitely doesn't have an expert like you. Could it be that you came to this side through a special passage? 18 beads flew out from around Whitebeard. These 18 beads formed a large array, protecting him inside. He already felt a deep fear. If he didn't take out his trump card, he really wouldn't be able to take it. It doesn't matter who I am. What's important is that you can withstand my palm strike. You're indeed very powerful. You have so many treasures. Usually, an ordinary person can only control one treasure. But you can actually control 7 or 8 treasures in one breath. You're really good. I just don't know if you can withstand it if I do it again. Lin Fei laughed and attacked again. Another big slap came down. This time, the power was even fiercer than the last time. There was a loud rumbling sound. It didn't even get close. Those treasures with divine light were blasted away, and even cracks appeared on them. Boom! As the slap fell, the figure turned into pieces in an instant. It turns out that an eternal expert is only a so-so. It's a pity that so many treasures were wasted. Lin Fei shook his head, not excited at all. This guy was still too weak. As soon as his god and demon body erupted, it made him realize what despair was. You're still the best. You killed Whitebeard and the others so quickly. The Heavenly Treasure sect lost such a great expert. I guess they'll cry. Luolan waved his hand and kept these treasures. Although these things have become damaged, they can still be sold for a lot of money. Chapter 52-66. He killed Whitebeard just like that. Lin Fei didn't think much about it. Since he was here, he wouldn't be able to leave. Of course, he tested his god-fiend body and it was indeed quite strong. It could be said that it was a one-sided suppression. Even Luolan, who was watching from the side, was terrified. He was too strong. The guy from Sky Treasure Sect was best at using his treasures, but he was killed in the blink of an eye. Instead, he left behind a ground full of treasures. They were really unlucky to meet Daoist Lin. They were wiped out right away. I reckon that there are many people outside who are looking for me. He killed a bunch of people here. Luolan was indeed quite happy and she also let out a sigh of relief. When she thought about how there were so many people outside, she started to worry. After all, her body had always been injured, which meant that it was damaged. It wouldn't be able to recover in a short period of time. If she continued to fight, she wouldn't have much of a chance of winning. That prince too from before was really petty. He even used such a method. Fortunately, Luolan saw some hope now. With Daoist Lin here, it seemed like there was more hope for her to leave. I don't know if I can ask you for a favor. Luolan said straightforwardly. She could more or less see Daoist Lin's temper. He liked to be straightforward. It wasn't a good idea to tease him. Lin Fei smiled, just say it. After all, we know each other. It's like this. You should know my situation. My situation is worse than you think. There should be a lot of people coming from the antiquity lands now. They are all powerful experts. I want to trouble you to send me out. Luolan didn't know if Lin Fei would agree to it. But she decided to say it first. Actually, even if she didn't say it, Lin Fei also knew that Luolan had changed. She did feel a certain amount of pressure. That guy that he killed was really petty. He couldn't beat him, so he released the news. Hearing that the saintess of the immortal sect was injured naturally attracted many people. Things like this are nothing. It just so happens that I'm quite interested in this ancient land. Why don't you be my guide this time? That way, we'll be even. What do you say? Luolan was taken aback. This was the first time he had heard of such a saying. He was already prepared to take out some things. Do you only need me to be your guide? It really surprised me. This was completely beyond Luolan's imagination. Lin Fei said, "Yeah, it's that simple. Besides, I'm really curious about this place. Of course, even if those guys outside don't come here, I'm still a little interested in them. It's a good opportunity to practice my fist skills." He still needed to practice his fists. Luo Lan did not know whether to laugh or cry. "Since you've said so, then I won't stand on ceremony. I'll be your guide then, fellow Taoist Lin." That was all. The two of them came out of the ruins. The moment they came out, they passed through the barrier of time and space and arrived outside. As soon as they were outside, Lin Fei sensed many auras appearing in the valley. Previously, there weren't many people appearing. But now, their auras were faintly discernible. They didn't hide their auras and seemed a little open and aboveboard. He didn't need to guess to know that they were going to scare Luo Lan out. As long as Luo Lan came out, they would be able to charge at him together. At the very least, there was strength in numbers. That way, Luo Lan wouldn't be able to escape even if he had wings. That was a pretty good idea. Lin Fei harumphed. "Now, you're my guide. I'll follow you wherever you go. As for the others, you don't have to worry about them. I'll kill every single one of them that comes." Luo Lan didn't think much about it and started to wander around the ancient land with Lin Fei. Luo Lan was very familiar with this place. Of course, he was also very clear about some of the traps, so he was able to avoid them easily. Not long after, Luo Lan encountered the first group of people. There were only 3 people in the first group. However, when these 3 people saw Luo Lan, their eyes lit up. Without saying a word, they charged towards Luo Lan. As soon as they made their move, Lin Fei made his move as well. Chapter 52-67. The ancient land was very dangerous. Those who could come here were basically eternal-level experts. When they heard that Luo Lan, the holy maiden of immortal sect, was seriously injured, they came here without hesitation. There was no doubt because the one who released the news was none other than Prince Tu. This person was completely different. He was quite domineering and powerful. These people could be considered to be experienced and knowledgeable. However, as soon as they came here, they couldn't find any trace of Luo Lan. They were planning to take it slow. However, soon, they discovered that some auras were faintly discernible and began to disappear, which surprised them. Then, they were shocked. Several figures gathered together. "I feel that there's something wrong with this place. I suspect that there's something wrong with the news. Luo Lan should be fine, but he set up a trap here to hunt us. I also think that the possibility is very high. These days, I can feel that some auras disappeared just like that, and they disappeared in an instant. Even I can't sense how they disappeared. That means that someone must have joined forces to kill them instantly, or used an array to restrict them. Could it be that Prince Tu has released fake news? Logically speaking, that's impossible. That guy still has some credibility. No matter what, we can't stay in this ancient land. If we stay any longer, we might even lose our lives. Let's go now. Don't think that these people were stupid. In fact, they were quite smart and knew what was going on. It was very likely that there was a super big trap here. This big trap was so dangerous that even eternal-level powerhouses like them would fall here. Therefore, they chose to leave without saying a word. There was a loud rumbling sound. Lin Fei sent out another palm strike and killed several eternal-level experts. Basically, they could be killed in 3 moves at most. The domineering eternal body met the real nemesis of the celestial demon body, and it couldn't resist at all. Even Luo Lan, who was shocked at the beginning, now accepted it. Indeed, not everyone would be able to withstand it. It's a pity that these people are getting more and more slippery. One by one, they left this place. I originally wanted to kill them all, but now they probably can't wait to run as fast as they can. Lin Fei still underestimated the courage of these guys. He was being really careful. It's normal for them to leave at this time. These auras disappeared in the blink of an eye. They must have suspected that we're working together. That prince too is probably in trouble. Luolan was rather happy. Other things could be put aside, but this matter was different. At the very least, Prince 2 had to be very careful in the near future. Now that some eternal-level powerhouses had died, the others would definitely not let it go. No matter what, they had to find Crown Prince 2 to vent their anger. If it wasn't for Prince 2's information, how could there be casualties here? If the one who died was just an ordinary powerhouse, it wouldn't be a big deal. But the one who died was an eternal-level powerhouse. It was definitely not a small matter, but a big deal. They will regret it. Lin Fei did not continue to chase after them. Anyway, these guys had learned to be smart. It wouldn't be so easy to catch up with them. This place isn't that nice to stay in anymore. We can leave now and go somewhere else. Thus, Lin Fei and Luolan left the primordial land. Here, Lin Fei did get some things. It gave him a huge harvest. However, he was not in the mood to go to the other places. As soon as they came out of this place, they parted ways. Luolan left, and so did Lin Fei. Let me see where Shintianqi is. Lin Fei did not forget about this guy. This guy was still quite useful. After coming out of this place, Lin Fei did not sense this guy's figure anymore. If there was no accident, he must be outside. As for how far away, Lin Fei did not know. Opening the heavenly eye made him happy. This guy was actually hiding in this area. Moreover, this was the outermost place. He still could not let go of this primordial land. Chapter 52-68. Lin Fei had thought that Shintianqi had already left. Who would have thought that he hadn't left? He was still loitering around the area. It seemed like he really wasn't willing to give up. However, it wasn't so easy to go to the land of ice. At the very least, he would have to think twice about letting Lin Fei go. When would that guy explode again? Not everyone would be able to handle him. This time, Lin Fei didn't pay any more attention to Shintianqi. Shintianqi was a tough guy. If he really went, he could only blame it on his bad luck. Lin Fei returned to the Great Void Sect. The Great Void Sect didn't make much of a move. It was exactly the same as before. On the other hand, Chu Qingqing's strength had increased a lot. However, compared to Luolan, there was still a huge gap between him and Luolan. It would take a long time for her to catch up to him. I called you over today because I have something to tell you. Chu Qingqing rushed over at the first moment. Hearing this, her expression changed slightly. Could it be that there's something I haven't done well recently? Is it because I haven't done a good job recently? No. You've done very well. The Great Void Gate is doing much better in your hands than it was before. It's just that its overall strength is still a bit lacking. However, there's no need to worry about that. I just want to tell you that everyone should work harder in the coming days. Perhaps very soon, this part of the universe will become different. Lin Fei didn't say much. He believed that Chu Qingqing would definitely be able to understand what he meant. Chu Qingqing really did understand. He was even more shocked in his heart. He had never encountered such a situation before. Ah, there's such a thing? I really didn't receive such news. For Lin Fei to say such a thing, Chu Qingqing knew that the situation had become extremely serious. It was best to treat it seriously now. Fortunately, the overall strength of the Great Void Sect had greatly increased. Anyway, just cultivate well. With me around, you don't have to worry about anything. Chu Qingqing left. To Lin Fei, 30 or 40 years wasn't a long time. He decided not to leave for the rest of the time. Lin Fei had already cultivated the God-fiend body. He wanted to see how different this universe had become. After all, his mission was still here. Since the people above treated this place as a training ground, it was naturally different for him to make the Great Void Sect the #1 power. The rewards were much more generous than he had imagined. The rewards from the system were definitely good stuff. Therefore, Lin Fei was quite looking forward to it. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. In the past 10 years, Lin Fei really didn't leave much. Other than slowly signing in, there was nothing else. The universe seemed to have become exceptionally peaceful. The strength of the entire Great Void sect had increased by leaps and bounds. As for those who wanted to make a move, there was not a single one of them. They didn't have the guts to do so at all, so the school gradually stood firm. During this time, the sect of the Great Void was slowly expanding. From start to finish, Lin Fei hadn't made a single move. It was Chu Qingqing who took the initiative to lead the team. Chu Qingqing's strength also increased. Very quickly, she had cultivated more than 500 reincarnation primordial spirits. Her potential was truly limitless. This also made Lin Fei happy for once. Finally, he had a facade. Others only had 200 to 300 primordial spirits, but Chu Qingqing had already cultivated more than 500. Coupled with some divine weapons and treasures that Lin Fei had obtained. More than 500 primordial spirits could erupt with great strength. Unfortunately, Chu Qingqing's body had only barely reached the eternal realm. As for those primordial spirits, it was even more impossible, unlike Lin Fei. Lin Fei didn't leave to look for those resources. He also knew that if the people of the Great Void sect wanted to be strong, they had to cultivate their primordial spirits and make them incomparably powerful. This was the most important thing. Therefore, a powerful divine body was also quite important. Right now, Lin Fei didn't sign in for anything related to this. Therefore, he wasn't in a hurry. Old ancestor, I just received a piece of news. It's the news that you've been asking us to pay attention to. Chu Qingqing came in. She seemed very happy. Could it be that there's news regarding the divine body? More or less, it's not the divine body. I just received a piece of news that some resources have appeared in a place. The greatest use of these resources is to increase the strength of one's body. Many forces have taken action upon hearing the news. Chapter 52-69. In the past, Lin Fei told Chu Qingqing to pay attention to the surroundings. For example, things that could strengthen the body, so he was quite concerned about this. However, there was no news in the past few years. Even if he received some news, Lin Fei didn't care much as they weren't of much use. He personally went to take a look. Chu Qingqing came to report again and Lin Fei didn't take it seriously. But this time, it wasn't anything else but something that could strengthen the body. This made Lin Fei's eyes light up. This is the thing I asked someone to bring back. It's very valuable. This thing is called a God-forging stone. It's a very special thing, but it has a very magical effect. It was discovered by chance, so everyone fought for it for a while. Yes, it's a God-forging stone. God-forging stone? Lin Fei had never heard of this thing before, but he could feel that it was a little different. He picked it up and was prepared to test it out. As soon as he held it in his hand, Lin Fei could feel that this God-forging stone was quite extraordinary. It gave off a special feeling. His god and demon body didn't have much of an effect anymore. He could try with his reincarnation body. He shouted it out right away. Then, he refined it instantly. To him, refining this thing wasn't much. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei could feel the difference. After the God-forging stone was refined, it turned into a special energy. In that instant, it strengthened the reincarnation spirit. Lin Fei could feel the strengthening in the blink of an eye. It was quite unbelievable. One of the arms of the reincarnation spirit became really strong. It was indeed very different from before. He couldn't help but laugh. Looks like you've really brought back some great news this time. This thing is very useful to you guys. It's definitely very useful. Just like that, Lin Fei knew that the God-forging stone was indeed useful. If it was given to the people from the Great Void sect to cultivate, it would definitely make them extremely strong. When the time came, he would have a primordial spirit and it would be especially powerful. Naturally, it would be different and his combat power would increase immediately. Lin Fei had a deep understanding of this. Even if his god-fiend body met with an eternal body, he would be blown to smithereens. They simply did not have the ability to withstand it. Therefore, when they encountered someone with a strong body, no matter how many primordial spirits they had, they would not be able to withstand their attacks. Chu Qingxing was also incomparably excited. Does this thing really have such a big effect? If that's the case, then this will be a great help to our Great Void sect. However, I heard that some of the peak powers have already gone there. If we go there again, I'm afraid we'll be able to snatch something good. Thinking about how useful this thing was, Chu Qingxing started to care about it. Soon, he was a little worried. After all, this thing wasn't that easy to snatch. It had already been completely occupied by those fellows. Lin Fei stood up and laughed. You don't have to worry about this. I'm going to see what this place is like and see if I can take it down. He quickly flipped through all the information in his hands. So it turned out that it was found in a special place. It was the most desolate place in this universe. It could be said that there were very few people there, and no powers had set up camp there. This time, they were able to discover it because someone had escaped to the other side and encountered a god-forged stone. After refining it, their body broke through to the so-called eternal body, so they had come back to kill. Originally, it was fine if he killed his way back, but he was unlucky enough to meet a peak expert. He couldn't even withstand a single blow and revealed the news before he died. If not for this, no one would have known that such a magical thing existed. All of a sudden, everyone rushed to this place. You stay at home and watch. I'll go take a look. Lin Fei directly walked out. Chu Qingxing was filled with anticipation. If he could really bring back these god-forged stones this time, the Great Void sect would truly rise. After Lin Fei left the Great Void sect, he first checked the surroundings. There were no spikes. He didn't want anyone to cause trouble this week. With a thought, Lin Fei directly left, traversing through the void. He also came to the deepest part of the void. It was the most convenient place to travel. Chapter 5270. The depths of space was indeed the most convenient place to travel. However, one needed to be really strong to travel there. Normal people wouldn't be able to reach such an achievement. Unless he used a treasure like Lin Fei, he could just take a step forward. There weren't many of them even though they had traveled a very, very long distance. Of course, to outsiders, it looked like Lin Fei just stepped out. He walked really normally. His steps were the same. In fact, it was really far. He just took one step at a time. Lin Fei headed in that direction. Lin Fei didn't see too many people here. Thinking about it, not everyone could travel in the innermost part of the city. Only someone like Lin Fei would be able to do so. Along the way, there were very few people. During this time, he met a few people. They met for a while before leaving. Basically, after exchanging a few glances, the two of them left quickly. Just like that, they left for half a month. Half a month wasn't long, but it wasn't long either. In truth, this place was quite far. If it was someone else, it would probably take more than half a year. That was the distance. What a huge treasure ship. It is actually shining brightly. Isn't it afraid of people robbing it? Lin Fei walked over. When he was about to get close, he saw a treasure ship. This treasure ship was quite big, and its entire body was shining with treasure light. It was like a dazzling golden sun. It was hard not to be noticed. Lin Fei took a look and knew that an important person was heading out. Lin Fei didn't pay much attention to it. After all, he was heading there for that place. That thing should be quite attractive, otherwise, there wouldn't be such a treasure ship coming over. As for whether or not he was heading to that place, Lin Fei wasn't sure. At the same time, some people in the treasure ship also noticed that there was a figure walking in the void, moving forward at a steady pace. This person is an expert. His body is really strong. He actually didn't use any treasures and just crossed the space. He is really amazing. There were two young noblemen sitting inside. They noticed the situation outside and were a little surprised. It was rare to see such a person. Especially not with the help of treasures. You seem to have taken a liking to this person. Why don't you recruit him? With your status as the eldest young master, you should be able to recruit him easily. Such a person is quite useful as a vanguard. This kind of people is not easy to tame. They walk the path of body refining. Forget it. Moreover, these people are basically no different from ascetics. Their bodies can reach such a level of toughness, they should at least be in the middle or late eternal body realm. This was a young man dressed in white, and he looked rather carefree and at ease. He shook his head gently and took a sip of wine. Isn't it just a body cultivator? There's nothing to be arrogant about. Since you don't want it, I'm quite interested. It just so happens that I'm lacking a person by my side. The one who spoke was also a young man, but this young man was more frivolous, and his eyes were more gloomy. Go out and have a chat with that person. See if he's interested in being this young master's follower. That place just happens to need such a powerful thug on this trip. This young man didn't take the people outside seriously at all. One had to know that the people he brought with him were all experts. A body refining cultivator wasn't too conspicuous in this universe. Of course, he was still a lot stronger than the average person. For some of the major forces, he wasn't much of a threat. After all, they already had the most powerful means in their hands. That meant treasures. With some divine weapons, it would be easy to break open the opponent's body. Two figures flew out of the treasure ship in an instant. Lin Fei moved quickly, and in a blink of an eye, he had already left the treasure ship's field of vision. The two figures were quite fast, and they immediately caught up. Looking for trouble with me? Lin Fei also felt the two figures coming over. They were quite strong. Both of them were late-stage eternal experts. Your Excellency, please wait. The two figures spoke up immediately. The two young men on the treasure ship also saw this scene with the help of a treasure. One of them looked quite young, but the two of them were unfamiliar with him. They had never seen anyone who could cross the void like this. My young master is quite interested in you. Congratulations on becoming someone close to my young master. My young master is from Whitebone Mountain. The two immediately brought up their young master's background as soon as they came over. Whitebone Mountain. Chapter 5271. This person is quite mysterious. I don't know him at all. Do you know him? Bone Rakshasa asked. Chin Sha shook his head. I don't know him either. This person is quite unfamiliar. He seems to have appeared out of nowhere and can travel through the void. His body is at least in the late-stage eternal realm. He is quite strong, which is why I'm interested. How could Chen Sha not know what Bone Rakshasa was trying to do? It was obvious that they wanted to get this person up. Who asked this guy to come from the White Bones Mountain, the White Bones Mountain? It had a great reputation, and the experts there were as many as the clouds. This time, Chin Sha felt that Bone Rakshasa's recruitment would not go smoothly. After all, this person was not easy to recruit. I'm afraid that you'll be disappointed this time. I can tell that this person is quite young, but his arrogance is unparalleled. It'll be quite difficult for you to recruit people. The name of White Bone Mountain might not be that useful. Bone Rakshasa smiled. Then how about we make a bet? White Bones Mountain's name is not something anyone can compare to. It is comparable to the Immortal Ascension sect and the God Ordainment sect. However, the two of them have long fallen behind and don't dare to roam the world, unlike our White Bones Mountain. Bone Rakshasa looked quite proud. No one knew that their White Bones Mountain was quite powerful. In the past, the Immortal Ascension sect and the God Ordainment sect could suppress them. But now, not many forces could suppress them. White Bones Mountain was not the same as before. They were just very low-key, but the mention of White Bones Mountain was enough to make people move. I heard that you have recently cultivated a so-called immortal technique. Why don't you hand over that immortal technique? If I lose, I will hand over my immortal technique. That way, we will be fair. Bone Rakshasa smiled. Chin Sha did not think much about it, it seems that you are quite well informed. I have just cultivated this immortal technique, and you already know about it. Alright, no problem. Let's make the bet. He took out a jade slip and placed it on the table. Bone Rakshasa also took out a jade slip. Just like that, the two immortal techniques were placed on the table. If outsiders were to find out that such a casual bet involved such a powerful technique like the immortal art, they would definitely not be able to control themselves. They would probably be dumbfounded. People from big forces were indeed different. Lin Fei was surprised. It was actually the White Bone Mountain. Of course, he knew about the White Bone Mountain. Last time, the people from the White Bone Mountain had tried to bid for a time treasure. In the end, the House of God Ordainment suppressed them. In the end, it was suppressed by the sect of immortals. From then on, Lin Fei knew of the existence of this White Bone Mountain. This White Bones Mountain was a peak faction. However, it was very low-key. Basically, it was not like the other major factions that everyone knew about. When it came to the White Bones Mountain, it was only natural to refer to some top-notch experts. If they knew, they wouldn't do anything. He didn't expect that he would actually run into them. No wonder they were swaggering around with their treasured ship. They were trying to recruit him. That's right, we're from the White Bone Mountain. Our clan's young master thinks that you're pretty good, and wants to recruit you. If you're willing, from today onwards, you'll be a member of the White Bone Mountain. You can even follow our clan's young master. In the future, I guarantee that you'll have a good life, and even have the chance to reach an even higher level. This was quite attractive. After all, if it was someone else, they would definitely believe it. Lin Fei did not have any thoughts about this. It was only a matter of time before he was killed by others. Sorry, Yang Qi said, but I'm not interested. Don't interrupt my journey. Lin Fei shook his head and continued on his way. As for these two people, they were a bit surprised to see them refuse. Didn't they know how powerful the White Bone Mountain was? Following the White Bones Mountain would definitely lead to a good life. They followed the White Bones Mountain like this, and indeed enjoyed the resources. In fact, they even enjoyed the respect of others. But now, someone was refusing to give them face and even refuse. Wouldn't that be a wasted trip? They knew what their young master was thinking, and knew that they had to get this person to agree. Our clan's young master is trying to recruit you, and yet you refuse? In that case, why don't you come with us and meet our young master first? With a whoosh, one of the figures opened an umbrella. The moment the umbrella opened, a loud rumbling sound could be heard and a bolt of lightning came crashing down. Chapter 52-72. Chen Sha was not surprised at all by such a situation. After all, the Bone Rakshasa liked to use such means every time he did something. Especially when it came to recruiting people. If you don't agree, you can just take action. In his words, if you don't agree to let me recruit you, then you will be my enemy in the future. Since you are my enemy, why be polite? Let's eliminate you first. He had to admit that the Bone Rakshasa's words were quite useful. Indeed, it was equivalent to having one less enemy. He couldn't let you continue to grow. Chen Sha was also quite casual about this. For example, it was the same at this time. However, he always felt that there was something wrong with this young man. The Bone Rakshasa might have to take a big tumble this time. This guy is really not giving face to my White Tiger Bone Mountain. He must want to be my enemy. Since he wants to be my enemy, I will just eliminate him. The Bone Rakshasa snorted coldly. Such a situation was not surprising at all. However, it was quite surprising that someone could refuse the White Bone Mountain's recruitment. From the beginning to the end, he did not recruit many people. None of them dared to refuse. Unexpected. The White Bone Mountain's reputation was resounding. Yet, that person refused at this time. Naturally, it was a little interesting. The two experts immediately made their move. I can take this opportunity to see how strong this guy is. The Bone Rakshasa did not care about it at all. He could also see how strong this guy was. It would be best if he could be killed. I hope he doesn't cause any trouble. I always feel that this guy is a bit unfathomable. Chin Sha said. The bone Rakshasa laughed. Don't worry. What can this guy do? It's not like you don't know the strength of my two people. They have late-stage eternal combat prowess, which is already very strong. Even the strongest person in a sect is only at the middle stage eternal realm. They might not even have a late-stage eternal realm expert. Unlike my white bone mountain. When saying this, the bone Rakshasa still felt very smug. A loud rumbling sound could be heard from Lin Fei's side, and the thunderbolts exploded. Each of them was as thick as an arm and carried a particularly strong penetrative and destructive aura. This guy did not intend to let him go. This White Bones Mountain was truly tyrannical. Since they couldn't recruit him, they decided to make a move on him. Furthermore, they talked about a grand occasion right off the bat. What's more, it was even an eternal-level treasure. If an ordinary eternal-level powerhouse met such a person, they would definitely suffer a loss. Just like that. Lin Fei stood quietly under the lightning. It seems that even though I'm an honest person, I'm still being bullied by others. You guys really think that you can go around bullying people just because you're from White Bone Mountain? With a snort, Zhang Xian threw out a punch. This punch didn't have any fluctuations, but for the two of them, they instantly felt the aura of death envelop them. With a boom, the small space collapsed in an instant, and the two of them disappeared without a trace in an instant. Those with good eyesight could tell in an instant that the two of them were instantly annihilated after Lin Fei's punch was unleashed. In addition, the power of the void collapse had long since disappeared without a trace. Lin Fei's gaze fell on the treasure ship. He knew that someone must be observing him. It must be someone from White Bones Mountain. I'm just rushing along, yet I'm being attacked. It seems that I'm too easy to bully. Lin Fei snorted. Another punch. This punch directly smashed onto the treasured ship. Clatter. Clatter. Countless treasure lights kept collapsing and collapsing. Even Chin Sha and Bone Rakshasa, who were inside, instantly vomited a mouthful of blood. Then, the treasure ship was sent flying by a force. It seems that the treasure ship is quite good. You can actually block my punch. Forget it. Since you can block my punch, I won't attack again. I hope that you can remember it next time. If you can't, I'll cripple you with one punch next time. A voice came from afar. However, Chin Sha and Bone Rakshasa, who were inside the treasure ship, were shocked. A late-stage eternal expert was instantly annihilated. Even this incomparably powerful treasure ship was smashed down by a single punch. Countless array formations were broken, and in a short period of time, the treasured ship was severely damaged. Too terrifying. Chapter 5273. Just like that. Lin Fei left. He didn't care about what the people on the treasure ship would do. Anyway, he didn't use his full strength in that punch. He just wanted to test how strong the treasure ship was. He didn't expect it to be weaker than he had imagined. Of course, it could withstand his punch without collapsing. This treasure ship indeed had the capital to be proud of. It was definitely an eternal rank treasure. When it disappeared completely, there was no trace of it. Chin Sha and Bone Rakshasa came out. Both of them were injured. Even the treasured armors they were wearing were the same. There were actually many cracks on them. In other words, the opponent's punch was very powerful. It was so powerful that it had penetrated their armor and bombarded their bodies. Just now, some of their followers had been killed by the punch. They couldn't believe it. I didn't expect that we would really encounter trouble this time. This guy is so strong. The strength of his punch is unfathomable. It can even shake the treasure ship. Chin Sha knew it the best. In the past, the treasure ship had withstood the attacks of several eternal experts. However, it couldn't reach such a level of damage in such a short time. This was the first time that a single punch had caused such a thing to happen. They didn't doubt that if the treasure ship's grade was slightly lower, it would have been smashed by the punch. The most important thing was whether this guy had used his full strength. That was the key. If he had used his full strength, it would be a little scary but within a controllable range. However, if he hadn't used his full strength, that would be the scariest part. Bone Rakshasa's face was covered in blood and she looked much paler. I lost this time. I didn't expect to misjudge and encounter such big trouble. Bone Rakshasa had been using this trick all the time. However, this time, she had suffered a huge setback. This young man was so fierce. If I'm not mistaken, I guess this young man went for the God-forging stone. If that's the case, it won't be so easy for everyone to get it this time. Chen Shah looked into the distance. This direction could only mean that he had gone there. Bone Rakshasa's face turned even uglier. This won't do. I have to report this to the higher-ups. Otherwise, there will be big trouble. I have to report this too. After Lin Fei left, he no longer paid attention to them. It was just that he did not expect that even the White Bone Mountain had begun to arrange for their disciples to travel. Perhaps there would be traces of the White Bone Mountain over there this time. With that mountain of bones, the House of God ordainment would be able to ascend to the sect of immortals. Of course, it was unlikely that the immortal sect would appear again. In any case, Lin Fei had to get his hands on this place. It would be a pity if he didn't. If he could strengthen the body of the Great Void Gate, then even his reincarnation primordial spirit could be strengthened. He still hadn't found a good way to refresh himself. If this God-forging stone was useful to him, then he wouldn't hold back. He hurried for a few more days. Lin Fei walked out from the depths of the void. As soon as he walked out, he found himself in a barren land. The deathly stillness was the main style of this place, and it gave off a sense of oppression. Even Lin Fei, with his powerful body, could feel the oppressive aura. One could tell that this place was indeed quite unusual. This should be the place. It is indeed barren. There is a natural pressure covering this place. It really isn't comfortable here, and not everyone can withstand it. Lin Fei observed for a while. Now that he knew what to do, he walked forward. He didn't have much information, but he knew that many people would definitely gather here. He didn't feel it yet. At the same time, he opened his heaven eye. Once he opened his heaven eye, it would be even more obvious if there was anyone hiding here. Even if he used it, it would be the same. He couldn't stop it at all. The deeper he went, the more the aura of the barren land became. It had a terrifying impact on his heart. This was a terrifying power that he didn't have before. In an instant, he seemed to have entered a terrifying environment. It had a huge impact on one's mind. An important person must have died here. After he died, his consciousness covered this area, which is why there is no life here at all. There are even terrifying negative emotions. Under the negative emotions, when he fought, he didn't have much fighting strength. Chapter 52-74. This place was the famous heavenly terminus. After Lin Fei arrived here, he felt that this place was quite oppressive. It was completely different from what he had imagined. This was a rather unpleasant place. He felt that a great expert had died here. After the death of this expert, his resentment lingered for a long time, thus forming this kind of negative emotion. These negative emotions were also increasing, covering the entire area. Without a certain level of strength, it was impossible to resist them. In fact, one would be controlled by his negative emotions and become a walking corpse. On the way here, Lin Fei saw some walking corpses. These walking corpses were exceptionally strong. They were instantly controlled and lost their rationality. Even if they did, they were completely suppressed. At this time, they instantly attacked. As soon as they saw a living person here, they immediately attacked. Lin Fei was also attacked several times. However, these people's strength was average. They weren't worth mentioning at all. They were directly crushed. All the way to the deepest part, Lin Fei finally felt a few auras here. There were still many auras here. However, these people had all used their treasures to form a vacuum zone. In other words, the pressure here was still very heavy. Otherwise, they wouldn't have left such a method here. When Lin Fei arrived here, he did indeed find several forces entrenched together. In the distance, there was a huge mountain. This mountain was different from what he had imagined. It was a black mountain. This black mountain was completely different from the black mountains he had seen before. At the very least, after Lin Fei saw it, he knew that this mountain was not ordinary. This mountain was completely sealed by seals. In other words, the God-forging stone that he wanted should have come from here. He didn't know how that person did it. Anyway, it might be a kind of coincidence. Now, there were many forces stationed in this area. They were divided into regions. At the very least, there were 6 regions that Lin Fei could see. These 6 regions seemed to have surrounded this mountain. Who are you? Get down here. No one is allowed to appear here. Anyone who violates will be killed. A cold voice instantly appeared in Lin Fei's ears. Follow. A black cold light shone in this area. It turned out that someone had made a move against him in that instant. It wasn't just one force that made a move against him. Instead, there were 6 forces that made a move against him. Furthermore, it was a long-range attack. In other words, they had listed the sky above this area as a no-fly zone. In that case, there was one thing that could be confirmed. The 6 forces should have reached an agreement on how to cooperate. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made a move so easily. Lin Fei was not surprised by this. They had actually set their eyes on this piece of land. Naturally, he would not allow anyone else to participate. In the blink of an eye, those attacks had engulfed Lin Fei. The 6 forces below weren't surprised by this scene. They were all too familiar with this. Whenever someone came over, they would be directly beaten down by them. No one could come to this area without their permission. Not a single one of them. Lin Fei knew this better than anyone else. The others naturally had their reasons for being here. As for the others, they couldn't do it at all. They couldn't come here at all. He was one of those superfluous people. Superfluous people would naturally be killed if they came here. These attacks were really nothing to Lin Fei. Even if they wanted to, they couldn't do anything to him. He easily withstood it. After withstanding it, Lin Fei directly landed in a place far away. This place was covered with a large number of stones. These stones were also very mysterious. They actually had a certain devouring ability. He just stood there. The others also noticed it. What surprised them was that there was someone who could withstand their attacks. Moreover, the 6 forces attacked together. In an instant, their thoughts were more or less the same. This was definitely an expert. An expert that couldn't be offended. They decisively didn't make another move. They knew better than anyone else that if they made a move at this time, it was very likely that they would be attacked by the other party. It would be fine if they didn't make a move now. There definitely wouldn't be too much of a problem. Chapter 5275. The attack just now wasn't very strong. It wasn't something that an ordinary Eternal Realm expert could withstand. Especially under the joint attack of the 6 forces, who could withstand it? Only some top-notch powerful existences would be able to withstand it. They knew something better than anyone else. This meant that this person was very likely to be a powerhouse. The most important thing was that they still couldn't see through the other party's strength. What kind of realm was that? Such people were the most difficult to deal with. Fortunately, the other party didn't attack again, which made them feel a little relieved. If it was any other time, it wouldn't be a big deal. But at this time, they would naturally know. This person couldn't be offended. Of course, there was another way, which was to try to rope him in. It would be best if they could rope him in. After Lin Fei landed, he didn't think too much about these people. How could he not know what they were thinking? Wasn't it because they couldn't see through him? This was the result that Lin Fei wanted. The more they couldn't see through him, the better. Of course, what he had to do now was quite simple. That was to carefully observe this black mountain. What was it like? At the very least, he didn't see any danger on this mountain. If there wasn't any danger, these people would never stay here. One could imagine what the situation was like. Lin Fei didn't make any move. They didn't make any moves on their side either. Everyone maintained a peaceful and indifferent scene. Unlike the others. Lin Fei directly opened his heavenly eye. His heavenly eye directly fell on the mountain. He could see it clearly. It was very specific. He saw the runes on the mountain. These runes were very inconspicuous, as if they were hidden. If anyone approached this mountain, they would be instantly attacked by this mountain. At this moment, he finally understood why these guys didn't go. Instead, they were moving around. There were many people digging some stones here. These stones were exactly the same as the stones that Lin Fei saw before. In other words, these stones were the so-called God-forged stones. If there were enough of these stones, they could improve one's body. In fact, Lin Fei could even tell that these 6 forces should be relatively strong. Otherwise, they wouldn't be here. It seems like my luck is pretty good. They must have just occupied this area and reached an agreement. Ordinary forces will be killed as soon as they meet an expert like me. They will probably send experts over soon. Why didn't they enter this mountain? It must be because this mountain is full of dangers. They can only pick up these God-forging stones from the outside. The person being chased must be like this. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to get so many God-forging stones. Lin Fei felt that this explanation was perfect. If it was anything else, they could rely on each other. They weren't on the same level. He observed for half a day. After observing for a while, Lin Fei knew that this mountain was indeed quite dangerous. It possessed a certain degree of attack power, and these people were unable to excavate this stone. That's how it is. In fact, Lin Fei even saw several gaps in the mountain surroundings. These gaps seemed to have been mined. He could see God-forging stones falling down, but no one dared to take them. They were probably worried that they would be in danger. If it wasn't for the fact that they were in danger, they would have gone to take these things a long time ago. They wouldn't say that they waited until now. Voila! Lin Fei's figure directly entered the vicinity of this mountain. As soon as he got close to the Black Mountain, he instantly felt a gravitational force crushing down. There was a loud rumbling sound. It was as if thousands of mountains were falling on his body. Before, Lin Fei didn't feel it, but now he completely felt it. He finally knew how dangerous this mountain was. He really couldn't look at it with ordinary eyes. If he looked at it with ordinary eyes, then congratulations. It's over. It wouldn't matter if it was anywhere else, but not here. The moment Lin Fei went out, they all noticed it. All of them were shocked. This situation was a little different from what they had imagined. Is this person crazy? He's still approaching the mountain at this time. He's courting death. God-forging stones aren't that easy to dig. Chapter 52-76. Indeed, many people felt that the guy who rushed out was definitely courting death. He didn't go anywhere else, but he actually ran to the mountain. One must know that even they suffered a big loss from this mountain. This caused them to lose many experts. Even now, they didn't dare to get close. It could only circulate endlessly in the outside world. That was the only way to avoid danger. But now, someone actually came directly. It really made them quite speechless. If this guy wasn't crazy, what else could it be? Lin Fei arrived in front of the mountain just like that. As soon as he came over, there was an endless pressure crushing down. It was indeed quite overbearing and quite fierce. Not everyone could withstand it. However, Lin Fei easily withstood it. So what if this thing was powerful? Didn't he still take it head on? This time, he could feel the difference even more clearly. He got closer and closer to the mountain, and there were more and more God-forging stones here. At the same time, he also saw that the people in the dark had a strange look in their eyes. They were a little bit in disbelief. No way, this guy actually went over just like that. Oh my God, this is too impossible. This guy should be on the path of refining his body. His body is unbelievably strong. I can't believe it. It turns out that he really is an expert. Fortunately, we didn't make a move just now. If we did, we would have suffered a big loss. Previously, they couldn't see through this guy. Now, they couldn't see through him. They could only say that his body was very strong. It was definitely a top eternal body. With every step he took, the pressure increased. But it also allowed Lin Fei to pick up a lot of God-forging stones. There were big and small God-forging stones. They were very special. Every time he picked up a piece, he was completely surprised. At the same time, he refined and absorbed it in an instant. It was indeed a real God-forging stone. There wouldn't be any problem. In other words, as long as he had enough time, he could get a lot of God-forging stones. However, the God-forging stones outside seemed to contain a certain amount of impurities. In the past, Lin Fei didn't experience it, but now, he could. There was indeed a strange feeling. In other words, these God-forged stones were not the most authentic. Only the things inside were the most authentic. Therefore, Lin Fei gave up on the God-forging stones and went straight to one of the caves. The closer they got to the cave entrance, the stronger the force became. It even left a faint white mark on Lin Fei's body. One had to know that Lin Fei cultivated the God-fiend body. The strength of the God-fiend body was naturally not something that could be shaken by anything. However, it was now in front of this huge mountain. The celestial demon body was shaken. If this was a true eternal body, he would definitely suffer a huge loss. Moreover, the loss would not be small. It was very likely that he would be crushed in an instant. There was a loud rumbling sound. Just as he was about to step into the cave, he saw that the mountain had already contained countless lightning bolts, and they came crashing down like dragons. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei was engulfed. It was so fast that the people hiding in the dark sucked in a breath of cold air. This was something they didn't expect. There was actually another method. Fortunately, they didn't go just now. Otherwise, they would have suffered a huge loss. I didn't expect there to be lightning here. This is definitely not an ordinary lightning. If I'm not wrong, it should be the legendary divine thunder of destruction. A real divine thunder can destroy an expert. These people had never seen such a scene before. It was really incomparably fierce. Just these things alone were enough to make people understand what despair was. After the lightning bolts came crashing down, they didn't think that the black-robed young man could withstand it. This was the famous divine thunder of destruction. Even if it was them, if they didn't have a powerful treasure, they wouldn't dare to look at it at all. It was very likely that they would be killed. They were quite happy that this guy had taught them a good lesson. Otherwise, who would have known that there was such a great danger there? As long as this guy died inside, they would feel more at ease. As soon as the divine thunder of destruction fell, Lin Fei blasted out with a punch, opening a passage, and his entire body instantly entered the cave. It perfectly concealed his figure. No one knew where Lin Fei was because their divine senses couldn't see through it at all. As soon as they went over, they were directly blasted into pieces by the lightning. Therefore, it was difficult for them to know where he was. Chapter 52-77. After coming here, he knew that this place definitely wouldn't be that simple. He just didn't expect that there would be such a terrifying thing here. This terrifying thing made him feel very shocked. He was also really surprised. If it was something else, it would be fine. However, it's fortunate that I came prepared for this. It's also fortunate that I have the god-demon body. Otherwise, I would have suffered a great loss this time. Lin Fei came in. He stopped for a moment. The divine thunder of destruction just now was indeed very powerful. It was so powerful that even he felt extremely shocked. There was actually such a top-notch technique. Fortunately, he finally came in. His god-demon body helped a lot. From the start, Lin Fei knew that this place shouldn't be as simple as he thought. There was definitely a killer move. The divine thunder of destruction should be a killer move, as it came down with a mighty power of destruction. Not everyone could take it. Maybe they would be killed in a single move. Fortunately, he finally came in and even hid it from many people. This made Lin Fei heave a sigh of relief. They probably didn't expect him to actually come here. They were probably going to be completely dumbfounded. The moment he entered, the oppressive feeling disappeared. Lin Fei could feel a wind-like attack pass by his body instantly. Just this attack left a white mark on his body. My goodness, this place is also very dangerous. If he really thought that there was anything good here, then he was really wrong. Fortunately, Lin Fei's god-demon body naturally didn't think much of it. Along the way, he easily resisted the attacks. However, he didn't see the so-called god-forging stones. These god-forging stones seemed to have disappeared. If it was something else, Lin Fei naturally wouldn't care much. However, this god-forging stone was extremely important to him. After observing the surroundings, he came to a conclusion, which was that the god-forging stones on the walls should have been dug out by someone. He didn't think much of it. Furthermore, Lin Fei's claw landed on the rock wall, wanting to dig it out to see what was inside. However, he didn't feel anything different when he dug, because the rock wall was very strong. It was as sturdy as copper skin and iron bones. This made Lin Fei even more certain of one thing. This thing should be a rare special stone. It was very sturdy, and this god-forging stone was just a bonus. It wouldn't be easy to get them out of here. As for other things, Lin Fei did not care much about them. However, he had to get his hands on the god-forging stone. Since he couldn't find it outside, he would go inside. He believed that he would definitely be able to find these god-forging stones. Lin Fei's body moved quickly, but these wind-like forces came one after another. Gradually, it started to increase, forming a kind of absolute might, more like a kind of terrifying attack. You wouldn't even be able to sense this wind-like power as it directly bombarded your body. Sometimes, he would launch an attack every few dozen breaths of time, and sometimes, he would launch an attack every half an incense stick's time. You would never know when these attacks would come from. By the time you reacted, these attacks would have already landed on your body. It was really hard to defend against. Lin Fei was more and more glad that he had learned the God-Fiend body, if not for the God-Fiend body. This time, he was really going to suffer a great calamity. Not to mention carrying it, he wouldn't even know how to look at it. He wouldn't be able to take it at all. If he wasn't careful, he would be turned to ashes. They had been moving forward for a long time. Along the way, he didn't see any god-forging stones at all. He saw many corpses, and who knew how long they had been dead for. He didn't need to guess to know that they were definitely killed by this silent attack. This god-forging stone wasn't that easy to get. After half a day, Lin Fei knew that he was going deeper and deeper. The deeper he went, the more he could feel that the things here were very different. Finally, he saw some scattered god-forging stones. The god-forging stones seemed to be embellished on the rock wall. After arriving here, Lin Fei knew that he didn't walk for nothing. He finally came to the right place. He saw these god-forging stones. Hee, it seems like my luck is quite good. I finally found these god-forging stones. Let me see if they are sturdy and if they are easy to remove. He finally heaved a sigh of relief. He didn't have to worry about not being able to find these god-forging stones anymore. Chapter 5278. They didn't think too much about the black-robed young man. They thought that he had been killed by the lightning. They didn't think too much about it. They didn't expect him to be so strong. They just went in. It wasn't until a treasured ship came over that they stopped thinking about it. At this time, they actually saw that it was the famous White Bones Mountain that had come over. It was White Bone Mountain. They were quite domineering. They didn't expect them to come at this time. If it was someone else, it would be fine. However, White Bone Mountain was different. They were quite domineering. This person wouldn't talk to you nicely. As soon as they came, another force came. As soon as he came up, he brought them in. Following that, the group of people felt that something was different. Before I came, there shouldn't have been a problem, right? When they saw them, the first thing he did was to ask. It was Bone Rakshasa. Bone Rakshasa was different from the others. The others were stunned when they heard the question. Nothing much has happened recently. By the way, there seems to be one thing. Recently, a black-robed young man came. This black-robed young man is a bit silly. He actually went in like this. You also know that this place is very dangerous. No one has ever been able to go in. That guy just went in like this. I don't know what he was thinking. Only then did they come back to their senses. There was indeed such a thing. The black-robed young man was the most special thing in the past few days. No one took it seriously. Instead, they treated it as a joke. Hearing this, Bone Rakshasa started to get anxious. It can't be. Don't tell me the black-robed young man is here for that. Even Chin Shah, who was at the side, was shocked. The two of them came for the so-called Bone Rakshasa. For the god's forging stone. They came from afar and naturally didn't want any accidents to happen. It would be best if they could find it and take it down. They had arranged for some experts to come. However, when they heard that the black-robed young man had beaten them to it, it wasn't a good thing. It was a bad thing. They didn't care about anything else. However, they couldn't let it happen. Who knew if this guy would come up with something else? Are you sure that the black-robed young man was killed by the lightning? The Bone Rakshasa continued to ask. His memory was still fresh in his mind. He and his companions had been annihilated in an instant, and even their treasured ship had suffered a great loss. At this time, if it was really this guy, it would be hard to say. Chin Shah waved his hand. A silhouette emerged from the void. If Lin Fei was here, he would definitely be able to recognize him. This was his appearance. When they saw the black-robed young man, they immediately nodded. It's this guy. It can't be. Could it be that the two of them encountered this young man? Chin Shah and Bone Rakshasa looked at each other and smiled bitterly. That's right. It was really too bad. Previously, they were still guessing whether or not the other party would come here, but in the end, he really did come. As a result, he even personally went to that mountain. If it was somewhere else, it naturally wouldn't matter. However, it was a completely different story for this mountain. It was highly likely that the black-robed young man would be one step ahead of him. The rest of them were quite surprised at this time. They didn't know why there was such a huge change. If it was something else, it would be easy to explain. However, if it was this mountain, it was really hard to say. Anyway, we didn't see him being killed. However, that was the divine lightning of destruction. Lord, you will know what's going on when you see it. That's an extremely terrifying existence. No matter how powerful that black-robed young man is, how can he withstand it? The Bone Rakshasa waved her hand. He chased all of them out, leaving Chin Shah alone. At first, I thought that we would be able to obtain something good by joining forces. However, it seems that the situation has changed. That black-robed young man must have entered that place before us. If we want to obtain the divine forging stone, we have to go in immediately. Chin Shah smiled bitterly. This is indeed not good news. Who would have thought that that person would actually come here? What a waste of time. If it was someone else, they naturally wouldn't care so much. However, if it was this black-robed young man, it would be completely different. They definitely wouldn't be able to resist this person. If he went, it meant that he would be one step ahead of them. The Bone Rakshasa's eyes flashed coldly. The only way now is to tell the others that if they continue to guard this place, none of them will be able to obtain the Bone Rakshasa. Chapter 52-79. The Bone Rakshasa had indeed made up her mind. One must know that this matter was not easy to deal with. The only thing he could do at the moment was to let everyone know that this was happening. Only then would everyone be able to make up their minds. Otherwise, when everyone really found a way to enter, they wouldn't be able to get it even if they wanted to. Both of them believed it. After all, they had all seen how powerful that young man was. If he hadn't seen it before, it would be fine. He could just attack directly. Now that he had seen it, it was completely different. This was a rather powerful fellow. That's not going to be easy to deal with. Therefore, the bone Rakshasa immediately gathered everyone. The others were slightly taken aback when they heard this. He couldn't figure out what was going on. This was a little different from what they had imagined. What the hell happened? As he spoke. Only then did he know what was going on. All of them were surprised. Young Master Bone, your words are quite interesting. We have never seen anyone before, let alone the world-extinguishing godly thunder. That thing is not something that anyone can withstand. Even the eternal constitution may not be able to withstand it. How could that person withstand it? All of them had experienced the power of that thing. It was even less likely that the black-robed young man had gone over. If Chin Sha and the bone Rakshasa were here, things would be different. This time, there were also some experts heading over. With so many experts, it was natural for them to believe it. He wouldn't say something like that for no reason. That black-robed young man was indeed a little different. No one went to the mountain in such a short time. Then, he encountered the world-extinguishing thunder. Even their spiritual wills were affected. Therefore, he couldn't see very clearly, but he knew that the person was definitely dead inside. Originally, this matter would have been settled. However, now that the bone Rakshasa had spoken up, things were naturally different. Perhaps he had some suspicions. At this time, he was more or less doubtful. Anyway, there was no harm in listening. If I say that he killed 2 of my eternal experts, what would you think? Even my treasure ship was attacked by him. What would you think? The bone Rakshasa said, I have nothing better to do, so I'm making fun of you. If it wasn't for the fact that this mountain is useful to us, I wouldn't even bother with you. The bone Rakshasa snorted. He directly threw out a piece of heavy news. When this piece of heavy news came out, the expressions of the others instantly changed. Now, they finally understood why the bone Rakshasa had changed so much. That black-robed young man was actually so powerful? It was simply unimaginable. They weren't even on the same level as what they had imagined. The difference was too great. Young Master Bone, is what you said true? Your Eternal Realm expert has been killed. If that's the case, then we really have to inform the people behind us. All of them felt solemn, and they could tell that the bone Rakshasa was not lying. That was really the case. In that case, this black-robed young man was extremely terrifying. It was very likely that he had taken away all the 31 people inside. They didn't care much about other things, but this thing was completely different. If they really encountered such trouble, it would really be a wasted trip. They didn't want this trip to be in vain. No matter what, he had to take it seriously first. If he didn't take it seriously, he really didn't know what would happen. They could all feel the importance the bone Rakshasa brought. This was definitely not an act. It was true. They just wanted to get a confirmation. Anyway, it's up to you whether you believe it or not. Our White Bone Mountain will soon send experts here. When that time comes, they will enter. It's fine if you don't go. Anyway, it won't be easy for you to take advantage of this place. The bone Rakshasa also said bluntly. Chen Sha also sat by the side and didn't say anything. This news was very surprising to them. It was already good to get such news. We will go back and report this matter now. We believe that young master should be telling the truth. They immediately went back to report the news. As for whether the other side believed it or not, it was another matter. However, Chen Sha and the bone Rakshasa got ready. They were ready to go to this place. Chapter 5280. Lin Fei didn't know that so many things were happening outside. He didn't expect Chen Sha and bone Rakshasa to come here. He had even gathered everyone to come up with a plan. It seemed that they were unwilling to give up and gave up all the divine forging stones. Lin Fei was very busy. He released his primordial spirits one by one. His primordial spirits could finally be put to use this time. They started to dig up these divine forging stones. These divine forging stones were embedded in the rock wall. It wasn't easy to take them down. However, as long as one had absolute power, they could easily take them down. This was not a big deal to Lin Fei. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Pieces of divine forging stones were taken down just like that. Lin Fei's mood was getting better and better. He walked all the way forward. He didn't encounter any danger during this period, except for the sudden attack. It didn't make Lin Fei feel any pressure. It seems that my luck is pretty good this time. I can at least get hundreds of thousands of divine forging stones. It's possible to get 400,000 to 500,000. It's a pity that I can't get 1,000,000. Lin Fei did have a lot of primordial spirits, but some of them might not have such an ability. Some divine forging stones weren't that easy to get. Therefore, it wasn't that easy to get them all. These primordial spirits were collected here. These divine forging stones. Lin Fei didn't stay idle. He walked all the way forward. He felt that the quality of the divine forging stones inside should be higher. Along the way, he found some divine forging stones of high quality and low quality. The good ones were very pure, while the bad ones had a lot of impurities. This was something that Lin Fei could clearly sense. Since he could feel it, he definitely wouldn't miss it easily. He had to get his hands on all of these guys. That way, he would be satisfied. Along the way, he saw some good divine forging stones. Most of them were ordinary. It wasn't easy to see good ones. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, there was a series of sounds in front of him. Black beetles appeared in front of them. These black beetles were not very big. All of them were the size of a fist. In an instant, it charged towards Lin Fei. Lin Fei didn't care about a beetle like this at all. With a wave of his hand, a wave of energy bombarded his body. However, after this bombardment, Lin Fei felt that something was amiss. These beetles were incredibly sturdy. Even with this level of strength, they were still unable to be killed in a single exchange. This was definitely a rather inconceivable thing. Ever since Lin Fei's god-fiend body was formed. That was an earth-shattering blow. It was no exaggeration to say that he could kill an eternal powerhouse, yet he couldn't kill these beetles at this moment. Lin Fei was quite surprised. He had never encountered such a situation before. Could it be that these guys are guarding this place? In the blink of an eye, the beetles came again. At the same time, they released electric arcs one by one. The lake light flickered as they charged towards Lin Fei. These guys actually knew how to use such a method. The lightning fell on Lin Fei's body in an instant. It felt exactly the same as the god of annihilation thunder outside. The power seemed to be a little stronger, which made Lin Fei feel very surprised. This was definitely a very inconceivable thing. Previously, Lin Fei was still wondering how such a thing could exist. Now, he seemed to understand what was going on. Perhaps these fellows were born in this unique place. If an eternal powerhouse came here, they would have been turned into ashes just now. Not to mention that they could withstand it. Lin Fei immediately used his full strength. In an instant, the power washed over like flowing water. Bang, 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 bang. These beetles couldn't withstand it and exploded one after another. After the explosion, crystals fell down. As soon as these crystals fell, Lin Fei felt as if he had been blessed by good luck. With a wave of his hand, he put these things away. As soon as he put them away, he knew that these things were really pure God-forging stones. These God-forging stones were different from the God-forging stones from before. Anyway, they were of a higher grade. Lin Fei seemed to have thought of a possibility. Perhaps these beetles swallowed the God-forging stones and then digested them in their bodies. In the end, these were the purest God-forging stones. Refine. Lin Fei could feel the difference it brought. Sure enough, it was the same as what he imagined. Chapter 5281. Just in time, just in time. This is definitely a great gift. It's even better than what I've imagined. Of course, Lin Fei was happy. He actually ran into something like this. If it was someone else, they would probably just stare at it. However, it was completely different for Lin Fei. These guys had really done a good deed. They gave him such a huge gift. What was the difference between this and a trap that fell from the sky? I don't know if there are many black beetles here. Maybe there are even nests ahead. I have to be careful. Lin Fei knew that his god-demon body was really strong, but he could clearly feel it just now. These guys brought something different. Of course, they were really strong. If he underestimated them, he would probably suffer a loss. It definitely wouldn't be a small loss. If they were to encounter a horde of beetles, it would be even more difficult to deal with them. Lin Fei became careful. He would meet these beetles after walking for a while. As expected. These fellows were really enjoying the god-forged stones there. The deeper he went, the bigger the god-forging stones were. It was like a huge stone was embedded there. Most of them were eaten clean and there weren't even any bits left. Lin Fei thought of a term. Maybe these were half-living creatures. These half-living creatures relied on these god-forging stones to live. They even condensed these crystals in their bodies. But along the way, Lin Fei didn't see many crystals. A question popped up in his heart. Did these crystals not exist, or were they placed in a special place? They couldn't be kept in his body. Thinking about this, he was filled with motivation. Maybe he would get something good soon. Lin Fei was glad that he came in early. If he didn't come in early, then it would be impossible for him to get these things. As for the rest, there was no need to say anything. Along the way, Lin Fei went all out. He knew that if he didn't go all out, he wouldn't be able to stop these guys. If he used his full strength, it would be a completely different story. Although these fellows were powerful, they might not be able to withstand the attacks of his god-fiend body. As long as it was an attack from a god-fiend body, there was nothing to worry about. Along the way, he had found a lot of these crystals. There were about 300 to 400 of them. Every head was quite well proportioned, which made Lin Fei even more certain of one thing. That is, not all of these beetles carried these things, but as long as they carried them, they would basically have them. He would definitely collect all of these things. He had a pretty good idea of this. The further they went, more and more god-forging stones appeared, but most of them had already been eaten. This appetite was really extraordinary. No wonder there was a layer of tricks outside. Who raised these black beetles here? Lin Fei's mind became more and more chaotic. He walked straight ahead. The passageway became wider and wider. They didn't see many god-forged stones, but they heard cracking sounds. These sounds weren't very loud, but it was obvious that something was gathering together. Without a doubt, it should be those black beetles. If that was the case, it would definitely be a big surprise. Lin Fei walked over carefully and finally saw the front. A huge cave appeared. There were a large number of black beetles in the cave, and they were all over the place. The black mass instantly gave off a creepy feeling. Even though Lin Fei cultivated the god-fiend body, he actually felt the same way. This was definitely an unbelievable thing. This meant that these fellows should have been here for a long time. Lin Fei's pupils even constricted slightly. At the bottom of these black beetles, there were a large number of crystals. It was densely packed. He didn't know how many there were, but there were at least millions or even tens of millions of them. Lin Fei's eyes instantly lit up. He felt that he should be able to obtain these things. I haven't had a guest in a long time. I didn't expect to have a guest today. It's not easy. Since you're here, don't hide. Come out and meet me. Otherwise, my treasures will take good care of you. Chapter 5282. Hearing this sound, Lin Fei knew that this place was a bit similar to what he had imagined. Just now, he felt that it was definitely not normal for so many beetles to be here. Now that he looked at it again, he was sure that someone had placed them here. Now that the other party had spoken, he knew that it was indeed the case. This guy really walked a different path. He actually had so many beetles, and he was even in the mountains. He could even come up with a certain idea. Perhaps the news about the God-forging stone was deliberately released by this guy. Otherwise, it would not be so easy for people to see these God-forging stones. However, he had come in early, so this guy was probably a little surprised. Therefore, Lin Fei didn't hide anymore. He strode in with big strides. His gaze fell on the innermost part of the beetles. There was a faintly discernible figure there. Those beetles retreated with a clatter. Then, a figure walked out. It's been a very long time since anyone came here. You're the first person to come here after 100 years. Don't you find it hard to believe that these precious God-forged stones are just casually placed here? They're actually food for my babies. The face of this black-robed man could not be seen clearly, but Lin Fei could feel that this guy seemed to be exuding an evil aura. This guy was definitely not a good person. He might even be a so-called demon sect expert. However, if he was hiding here, then it was unknown. So this is your place. Then, I have come to the wrong place. Do you think it is too late for me to leave now? Lin Fei said seriously. The black-robed man laughed heartily. That's a bit embarrassing. Since you've come, you can't leave. At the very least, you're much stronger than those people outside. Those people outside still don't dare to come in, so only you can come in. So, you are qualified to be food for my babies. You should know that strong flesh and blood can improve the strength of my babies. Only then can I get the good things in the depths of the mountains. So this time, not only you, but also the people outside cannot escape. As long as they come in, they will all be food for my babies. The black-robed man let out an evil sound. Following that, a large swarm of black beetles rushed over like a dark cloud. It was really fast. At the same time, Lin Fei's position was instantly enveloped by a power of stillness. This was the power of time. However, this stagnation did not seem to last for long. In the blink of an eye, it was enough for the black-robed man. A black swarm of beetles swarmed over. In an instant, they surrounded Lin Fei. Just for a moment. Countless arcs of light penetrated Lin Fei's body in an instant. It was truly terrifying. Moreover, the arcs of light from these beetles could even link together to form a terrifying killing move. It really made everyone feel incomparably shocked. Even Lin Fei himself was quite surprised. The black beetles here were indeed of a higher level. The power that they could bring was indeed much stronger. It was completely different from what he had imagined. To be able to die in front of my babies, you should be proud. You should be content, unlike others who don't even have the right to die in the hands of my babies. The black-robed man laughed out loud once again. He was extremely confident in these beetles that he had raised. No matter how strong a person came here, they wouldn't be able to leave at all. Not to mention, he had a powerful treasure in his hands. With this treasure, basically any strong person who came here would become fertilizer and snacks for his babies. It was as simple as that. There was a loud bang. In an instant, Lin Fei used the power of the god-demon body and exploded. The power of stillness was instantly shaken off. The surrounding black beetles were also shaken off. No one would be able to withstand it. Chapter 5283. Lin Fei wanted to see what this guy was up to. He just didn't expect that this guy would actually use him to feed these beetles. From the looks of it, these beetles were quite high level. Moreover, the power that the beetles unleashed just now was quite strong. If he had an eternal body, he would have suffered a huge loss just now. Fortunately, his god-fiend body was able to withstand it. But it also made Lin Fei feel a little pressured. Hence, he used all his strength. He blasted these beetles away. At the same time, he killed a large number of them in an instant. The black-robed man didn't expect this at all. He coughed out a mouthful of blood. He had suffered too many losses. From start to finish, Lin Fei had not unleashed much of his power. Only now did he finally unleash it. With this explosion, he killed a large number of beetles. Then, he punched out. The space where the black-robed man was in collapsed in an instant. Two forces smashed onto his body. In just an instant, Lin Fei had also arrived in front of him. The black-robed man instantly turned into a black fog and retreated rapidly. Lin Fei didn't stop. In the blink of an eye, he had unleashed over 100 attacks, and every attack blasted the black fog away. The black fog was indeed quite difficult to deal with. It was extremely strong, but it couldn't withstand the attacks of Lin Fei's god-fiend body. Lin Fei punched the black-robed man's body, causing cracks to appear all over his body. With a bang, the black-robed man's body exploded. His entire body was severely injured. He fell to the ground in the corner. Before Lin Fei could make a move, the beetles surrounded him. The densely packed bid surrounded the black-robed man. It was like a shark smelling blood. Lin Fei heard the miserable cries of the black-robed man. He also knew that this guy seemed to be controlling these beetles, but it wasn't complete control. Just now, when he used all his strength to force him to retreat, it also greatly injured him. His strength was greatly affected and he probably couldn't control these beetles. He suffered a direct backlash. In such a short period of time, the beetle had completely devoured Black Robe, leaving nothing behind. It was the same for skeletons. They didn't exist at all. In the blink of an eye, the guy who was quite awe-inspiring disappeared without a trace. After the beetles devoured the other party, they headed straight for Lin Fei. It seemed that he also planned to treat Lin Fei as a delicacy. Completely devoured. How could Lin Fei let them get what they wanted? He snorted coldly. He punched out again and again, blowing up the beetles. Follow him. He really did see some traces and relics at the place where the black-robed man died. There were actually quite a few things. One of them looked like a jade talisman, and he picked it up without hesitation. As soon as he picked it up, Lin Fei smiled in surprise. It was actually the method of controlling these beetles. Without thinking too much about it, Zhang Xian immediately assimilated it. With this refinement, a stream of thoughts instantly fell on these beetles. It was a really mysterious feeling. To Lin Fei, he didn't feel too much pressure. With just a thought, he quickly grasped these beetles. These beetles didn't attack anymore. Lin Fei knew where these beetles came from. They weren't small at all. So these beetles had a famous name. They were called devouring beetles. They loved to devour high-grade special ores. After swallowing them, they would form special crystals in their bodies. Sometimes, they would even evolve into crystals. They seemed really important. Not far away, Lin Fei finally saw many crystals. These crystals were the famous god-forging stones. They were all piled up together, and there were quite a few of them. Lin Fei smiled too. This trip was so worth it. I can finally give up on the god-forged stones outside. These are the real god-forged stones. With them, my 99 reincarnation nascent divinity can be upgraded. Even the people from the Great Void sect can do the same. He immediately gave the beetles an order. He told them to keep devouring the god-forging stones. Swallow as much as they could. Chapter 5284. The devouring bugs quickly rushed towards the god-forging stones. Lin Fei's thoughts were very simple. He would eat as many god-forging stones as he could. After all, what was left after eating was the essence of the god-forging stones. There was nothing better than this for cultivation. In this short period of time, Lin Fei refined and absorbed a lot of god-forging stones. In the blink of an eye, the samsara soul's strength increased by a lot. Of course, it didn't have much effect on his god-fiend body. It seemed to only target the lower parts of the god-fiend body. After all, the God-fiend body was an ancient body. Of course, it was very strong. There weren't many effects. Of course, it wasn't much. As long as there was a large amount, it could still improve the God-fiend body. At the very least, Lin Fei could feel that it had improved. The most obvious was the samsara soul. Lin Fei took out 10 reincarnation primordial spirits to cultivate. These were 10 reincarnated primordial spirits, and they were summoned at the first possible moment. Once they refined them, their bodies would experience a great improvement. Their physiques were only average to begin with. In the blink of an eye, all of them reached the eternal level. This was very efficient. It was so fast that even Lin Fei was surprised. It was indeed amazing. However, it was difficult to reach the God-fiend body from the eternal body. After all, the two weren't on the same level. It could only be said that these eternal bodies were the end. Even so, this made Lin Fei feel satisfied. Then, he headed towards the depths. Previously, he heard the black-robed man's words. It seemed that there was something in the depths that made him very excited. However, he couldn't enter due to his strength. Lin Fei had such an idea. Should I go in and take a look? After all, if he couldn't enter, that was his problem. It was different for me. I cultivated the God-fiend body, so I should have some confidence in it. I can go in and take a look. Moreover, the strength of my God-fiend body had improved a lot. I should be able to see something once I enter. The deeper he went in, Lin Fei sensed the danger. Arcs of light kept flashing and scouring his body. It was still quite destructive. Lin Fei could clearly feel it. No wonder the black-robed man was unwilling to come in. It should be because of this problem. As for the other problems, they shouldn't be a problem. Without a strong body, it was impossible to enter. Lin Fei finally understood what was going on. The further in one went, the more terrifying the attacks of these arcs of light would be. Even the eternal body would be useless. Even the most powerful treasures would be damaged after a short period of time. The deeper they went, the probability of it being damaged was also getting higher and higher. Once the treasure was damaged, it would basically be left inside. This was also the reason why the black-robed man did not dare to enter. This made Lin Fei very excited to find out what was inside. He hoped that it would be something good that would make his eyes light up. He walked for another hour. Although it was only an hour, Lin Fei felt that this path was a little difficult to walk. These thunderbolts actually had a trace of an attack move, which was quite extraordinary. Every thunderbolt attack made Lin Fei focus to deal with it. This way, he could walk in calmly. Maybe these God-forging stones are used to trap these thunderbolts. I can feel that these thunderbolts are becoming more and more violent, stronger and stronger. Lin Fei's mind became more active. He knew that he might have come to the right place this time. There was definitely something unimaginably good inside. This was definitely the most incredible thing in history. Lin Fei was very eager. Under the strong defense of the God-fiend body, Lin Fei finally walked in. When he reached the depths of this place, Lin Fei saw the flickering lake light. It could even be said that it was a higher-level thunderbolt. These thunderbolts were swimming like dragons. In the center of this swimming thunderbolt, there was a ball of thunderbolt. Seeing this ball of thunderbolt, Lin Fei's heart instantly jolted. Could this be the legendary Thunderbolt core? Mastering this means mastering the thunderbolts of heaven and earth for my use. At this moment, Lin Fei finally understood what was going on. Chapter 5285. Lin Fei completely understood. This was the Thunderbolt core, a famous existence, and also very rare. It could be said that it was a unique existence in the world. He had heard of it in the past, but he never thought that he would be able to see it one day. Moreover, it was in a place like this. It was no wonder there was such a thing in a place like this. Lin Fei could completely disregard other things, but this thing was completely out of the question. To master the Thunderbolt core, he would be able to master the true Thunderbolt. It was even more terrifying than the 3,000 Great Tao that Lin Fei had mastered in the past. The 3,000 Great Tao was only a part of it. Even if he had mastered the Great Tao of Thunderbolt previously, it was only a part of the Thunderbolt core. Mastering the Thunderbolt core was equivalent to having a cheat. It was no wonder that the black-robed man paid so much attention to it. Moreover, this mountain was most likely born to block the Thunderbolt core. It could also be said that the Thunderbolt core had not been completely cultivated in the past. Only such a special existence was added. These devouring Zergs lived nearby and encountered the black-robed man. Hence, he came in. Otherwise, Lin Fei felt that he wouldn't be able to enter at all. Whoosh! Countless thunderbolts instantly rushed towards Lin Fei. They were like an overwhelming tide. In an instant, cracks appeared on Lin Fei's god-fiend body. These cracks weren't considered big, but it allowed Lin Fei to finally experience the power of these thunderbolts. This was the true Super Thunderbolt. It was truly destructive. Lin Fei's attack was already very strong. Relying on the god-fiend body, he could naturally ignore everything. He had even mastered the power of laws. Compared to the true Thunderbolt core, the power of the nomological laws was much weaker. After I refine the Thunderbolt core, I will be able to truly master the power of Thunderbolt. This way, my god-fiend body will be even more powerful with the power of Thunderbolt. I can at least increase my combat power by 100 times. Even though he hadn't completely refined it, Lin Fei was already very clear in his heart. This Thunderbolt core was of great help to him. Fortunately, he had come in early. Otherwise, if the news were to spread, those ancient existences would not be able to sit still. They would definitely rush over. For example, the White Bones Mountain and even the House of God Ordainment would come. Most likely, it was Mount White Bones and the House of God Ordainment. After all, the Saintess of the Immortals sect did not have the mood to come here anymore, because in a few decades, this place would be in chaos. After withstanding the god-fiend body, Lin Fei knew that he still had a chance of obtaining the Thunderbolt core. Just like that, he walked in. He took a step forward. He knew that it wouldn't be easy for him to complete these steps. Now, he had to fight with his body. Ding! Sign-in successful at the place where lightning is born. Obtained the lightning's favorability. Lasts for 2 hours. In that instant, Lin Fei felt that his god-fiend body was unable to take it. That was why he had to use the most important thing, the sign-in. Fortunately, he hadn't signed in today. He had planned to sign in this mountain to see if he could get a large amount of god-forged stones. Fortunately, he didn't use it at the crucial moment. At this moment, it was put to good use. In an instant, Lin Fan had gained Thunderclap's goodwill. In an instant, Thunderclap's attack seemed to have weakened significantly. Lin Fei knew that he had really hit the jackpot. If not for the lightning's favorability, it would have been impossible for him to withstand it. The deeper he went, the stronger the lightning's penetrative power became. It was truly ferocious and invincible. In the time it took for him to face it, it made him feel despair. Too fierce, too fierce. However, with the Thunderbolt favorability, things were completely different. He could indeed endure it. Lin Fei already had absolute confidence in himself. He could walk in front of the Thunderbolt core and completely absorb and refine it. Sign-in was indeed a good thing. It could still give him a pleasant surprise at a crucial moment. Otherwise, Lin Fei could only watch helplessly. Even if he wanted to break through the lightning, it would not be easy. Just look at the god-fiend body. Now it has become ragged. Who knew when it would completely collapse? Chapter 5286. Just as Lin Fei was busy refining the Thunderbolt core, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. The situation on the outside had changed drastically. Bone Rakshasa and Chen Sha's people came over immediately. They felt a different kind of pressure as soon as they arrived. They also heard about the black-robed young man. They knew that the two princes wouldn't lie, so the black-robed young man must be very strong. It wouldn't matter if someone else entered the mountain. But if the black-robed man entered, it would be completely different. Perhaps they would take everything away. If that was the case, they would be in a bit of trouble. At the very least, they might not be able to get anything. They all had their eyes on these god-forging stones, and these god-forging stones were quite powerful. If they had enough god-forged stones, their strength would increase by a notch. Especially the strength of their bodies, which was the most important thing. With a strong body, they could naturally withstand all kinds of attacks, which greatly improved their defense. The cultivation of the body had always been a difficult thing to do. The appearance of the god-forging stones gave them hope. A large number of god-forged stones could help them improve their bodies. Their strength could be improved by at least 4 or 5 times, or even 7 or 8 times. Otherwise, why would they say that their bodies were strong? It was because their bodies were strong and could take a beating. Even if their attack power was much stronger, they could take a beating. They could take a beating for a long time. On the other hand, it was different. If they got close to you, you would suffer a lot. They had experienced this lesson, so they cared about the god-forging stones more than anyone else. On Chin Shah's side, there were 3 eternal experts. Bone Rakshasa also brought 3 eternal-level powerhouses. They were all in the late stage. They had lost some experts previously, so they naturally didn't care. With the addition of these 6 Eternal Realm experts and other experts, things would be completely different. They finally believed the words of the 2 young masters. The black-robed young man was quite terrifying. Otherwise, he wouldn't have called 6 Eternal experts in one go. Late-stage experts. Such a huge lineup was no joke. It was definitely a very shocking thing. Swoosh. They pushed the treasures together towards the mountain. At this moment, he could not wait to go in. For the black-robed young man, every day that they were delayed outside was an extra day of advantage. Chin Shah and Bone Rakshasa were very concerned. Relying on this treasure, he was able to survive the divine lightning's attack, and he also felt a great deal of pressure. As soon as he entered the passageway, he sensed that it was filled with god-forged stones. However, these god-forging stones didn't catch their attention. The quality of these god-forging stones was average and hadn't reached their peak state. I can sense a thick aura of lightning here. Looks like there must be a lightning-type treasure in the depths. Don't tell me that the black-robed young man is here for this thing. If that's the case, then we have to hurry up and move forward. As soon as these late-stage eternal powerhouses came in, they immediately felt that something had changed. In particular, the thick aura of thunder seemed to be showing signs of coming out, so they were all delighted. However, when they thought of the black-robed young man who had entered before them, they felt a certain amount of pressure. Just don't let that brat get it first. Therefore, they quickly moved forward. But as soon as they moved forward, they were quickly attacked. One by one, the black beetles attacked them. These beetles could even release lightning attacks. It made them feel a lot of pressure. As soon as the beetle made its move, they realized what it was. It was most likely a companion creature of the mountain. The companion creatures were quite powerful and powerful. Just a few dozen scattered around made them feel a certain amount of pressure. If there were more than 100 of them, it would be like taking their lives. Seeing this, they felt relieved. At the very least, the black-robed young man wouldn't be so agile. They already had a hard time resisting. They didn't believe that the black-robed young man could be more durable than them. Chapter 5287. All of them had indeed come in. After entering, they saw a lot of beetles. These beetles looked quite terrifying, so they were extra careful. Of course, they knew that there were many dangers here. Perhaps they could target the black-robed young man. The black-robed young man was indeed a bit terrifying. If this guy got here first, it would be a bit troublesome. With these black beetles, they instantly realized what it meant to be lucky. That kid must have been attacked by these black beetles. Naturally, they felt a little lucky that the black beetle had appeared here. At least they didn't have to worry so much about who would be in trouble. Along the way, they saw a lot of god-forging stones, but they didn't collect them because they found that a lot of them had been eaten. Looking at these black beetles again, they seemed to have a certain connection. Perhaps these black beetles were born to eat these god-forging stones. In other words, after eating the god-forging stones, the black beetles would definitely purify them. Then, they would be able to find some relatively pure god-forging stones. Their reaction was still very fast. Bone Rakshasa and Chen Sha were quite concerned about what was inside. Especially after seeing these black beetles, they felt even more lucky that they had come here. If it weren't for the black-robed young man, they might have been quite happy at this time. But with the black-robed young man, they could naturally put their happiness aside. Because there was nothing to be happy about. As long as that guy didn't meet them, they would never feel at ease. This time, there were so many eternal-level powerhouses, which naturally made things different. They went all the way inside. Soon, they arrived at one of the lair. The densely packed black beetles kept attacking them. Seeing this, their scalps went numb. This should be the so-called depths. If they continued to go forward, they might have a big harvest. Here, they could feel the power of the flashing lightning even more clearly. It was constantly swimming around. It was rare for the two forces to come together and fight against these black beetles. They also knew that these black beetles were very difficult to kill. They could block them. In this way, they would be qualified to enter the front. One by one, the treasures formed a series of obstacles that kept the black beetles at bay. Even so, they still felt the pressure. Even an eternal-level powerhouse is the same. I really admire that black-robed young man. Even now, there was no sign of it. Could it be that it was eaten by these black beetles? All of them had brought along some powerful treasures. Even if they were just some powerful treasures, they would still feel immense pressure. For a while, he seemed to be unable to bear it. At this moment, they were even more convinced that the black-robed young man might have died inside. Perhaps they were worried for nothing. As long as this guy died inside, everything would be gone. After all, to the two young masters, their words were still very credible. If he said that he was powerful, then he was definitely powerful. I can feel the powerful lightning inside. There should be a thunder treasure inside. Perhaps it's a half-thunder creature. That's something to be happy about. How could these powerhouses not sense what was happening inside? The lightning became incomparably ferocious and violent. Compared to the previous lightning, it was indeed different. Even their pupils contracted slightly. This was definitely a very terrifying lightning. Treasures opened up one after another, forming a powerful defense. Before they even got close, they could see the thunderbolts crashing down on them. Before they could even reach, they were blocked by the lightning. Even if they blocked it, it still made them feel a lot of pressure. These things were really not a joke, especially the lightning. Therefore, they didn't dare to go inside at all. But they could see a large area of lightning constantly flashing inside. It was quite terrifying. Let's wait here. When the power of the violent lightning subsides, we will go in. Otherwise, if we go in now, we will die. Chapter 52-88. These people were indeed very happy. They didn't expect to find something good here. They could feel it just by looking at the lightning. These thunderbolts were definitely different. Perhaps there was an unfathomable thunderbolt treasure contained within. This made them feel even more fortunate to be here. At the very least, they wouldn't have come for nothing. These god-forging stones and even the lightning treasures might be even more precious than these god-forging stones. They were even more valuable. At this time, they would rather wait outside than rush in. From time to time, some beetles would come, but there were fewer of them here. They seemed to know that this place wasn't easy to come in. This made them heave a sigh of relief. Apart from the fact that the lightning was powerful, they could consider everything else. After waiting for several days, the thunderbolts seemed to gradually weaken. Once again, they breathed a sigh of relief. If the lightning hadn't weakened, they wouldn't have known what it would be like. But now that the power of the thunderbolts had weakened, they could naturally enter it. Perhaps they would be able to get something inside. Time passed faster and faster. Ha 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 ha, I didn't expect to find a companion of lightning here. Looks like I didn't come to the wrong place. A voice rang out. A figure rushed in. As soon as the figure rushed in, the bone Rakshasa and the god-forged stone's faces fell. This voice was incomparably powerful. Following which, they saw a figure walking over. The figure shone with dazzling light. As soon as the lightning touched it, it collapsed. The eternal expert on this side also looked at the other party. They recognized him. He was Shintianchi from the legendary House of God Ordainment. They felt a great deal of pressure. If it was someone else, they wouldn't have felt anything. But these guys couldn't. I didn't expect you guys to know that there are treasures here. Fortunately, I came here. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to find these things. Shintianchi looked at them disapprovingly. His strength wasn't something they could fathom. The eternal experts on this side truly felt a great deal of pressure. If I were you, I'd leave now. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave at all. The lightning half-creature inside is mine. No one can take it away. Shintianchi laughed loudly. As he walked, he shook off the lightning bolts. His gaze fell on the eternal level powerhouses. Even though it was just a brief exchange of glances, they instantly felt a great deal of pressure. I know that your excellency is very strong, but not just anyone can take this half-lightning type creature. If you want to take it, you'll have to deal with us 6 eternal experts first. Of course, they wouldn't give these things away. He attacked directly. There was a loud crashing sound. The 6 eternal level powerhouses released their treasures and directly attacked. Bone Rakshasa and Shen Shah stood aside. At this time, there was no chance for them to make a move. They could only watch helplessly. Shintianchi's attack was extremely powerful, and he even had a powerful treasure in his hand. Just like that, he blocked all of their attacks. Back when the House of God Ordainment was domineering, you people were nothing more than a nobody. What qualifications do you have to snatch this half-thunder creature from me? You don't even have the qualifications. Shintianchi had already been suppressing his anger. He had failed to find the items several times and ended up getting injured. Nothing at all. He could only give up for the time being and come outside. He didn't expect to encounter such a good thing again. The lightning half-creature was excited just thinking about it. Even if the 6 eternal experts joined forces, they wouldn't be able to do anything to it for a while. Shintianchi's strength was truly boundless. He single-handedly fought against 6 eternal level powerhouses. They finally knew how strong Shintianchi was. Such a person had been seriously injured like a stray dog. But in the blink of an eye, he had recovered. At first, they thought they could pick up a bargain. But now, it seemed they couldn't. Even though Shintianchi was injured, he was still much stronger than they had imagined. With a boom, they were thrown back. They were in an extremely sorry state. Chapter 5289. Shintianchi's strength was indeed very powerful. With just one move, he had crushed them all. 6 Eternal Realm experts. They had really overestimated themselves, thinking that they could suppress the other party. Now it seemed that they were not as good as him. The other party's strength was indeed incomparably stronger than theirs. The moment they took action, they were completely suppressed. Now you see. You're no match for me, so you're no match for me. Since you don't know what's good for you, I have no choice but to send all of you down. I'll let you know that not just anyone can handle a lightning half-creature. Shintianchi was looking forward to this thunder creature. Perhaps it was an extremely precious companion creature. As long as he could get it, his strength would improve by at least 5 or 6 times, 7 or 8 times. It should not be a problem for him to increase his strength by more than 10 times. If he could master a purer thunder attack and add it to his own attack, it would become more powerful. Not everyone would be able to resist it. Such an opportunity was not something that could be encountered all the time. Shintianchi knew better than anyone that these god-forging stones were secondary. The most important thing was this thunder creature. That was the most important thing. Clatter, clatter. The thunder arc seemed to have weakened a lot. Gradually, there seemed to be a figure there. Shen Tianqi's eyes were immediately attracted by it. He did not even have the mood to deal with these Eternal Realm experts. The Bone Rakshasa and the others immediately fled outside. At this time, they did not intend to attack at all. It was useless to attack them. They should leave if they could. Shen Tianqi was in a good mood, but he did not chase after these guys. As long as he got this thunder creature, he could deal with these guys later. Even if he released the news, there was nothing to be afraid of. After mastering the thunder creature, his strength would improve greatly. It would be a good time to settle old and new grudges. Even now, Shen Tianqi hated himself to the core. After going to the Frozen Lands, which was also known as the Primordial Lands, he encountered such a troublesome matter. It really made him feel like he was going to collapse. Fortunately, God was looking after him. Finally, he encountered another opportunity. It was a half-thunder creature. With this half-thunder creature, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. He would no longer be chased by others. The feeling of being chased was really, really bad. Shen Tianqi could indeed sense that the thunderbolts were dissipating. In other words, the thunderbolts seemed to have been absorbed by the thunder half-creature. All the flowing lightning had the same result. Shen Tianqi wasn't in a hurry. Perhaps it wouldn't take long for this half-thunder creature to completely mature. It would be much easier for him to collect them. Right now, 36 was just a little scared. After all, his luck had been really bad recently. Hopefully, there wouldn't be any mistakes this time. He turned around and unleashed countless attacks in the void. Even if someone else came at this time, could they withstand his attack? Anyway, it was enough for him to have enough time to collect these thunder creatures. Time passed quickly. The half-thunder creature seemed to have completely taken shape. Shen Tianqi finally ran in. Ha ha ha. You can wear out iron shoes in fruitless searching only to find it by chance. The thunder half-creature is mine. Just like that, a huge hand grabbed down and enveloped this part of the world. Even if the lightning half-creature was strong enough, it could still resist. Could it be that you can withstand his attacks? As soon as it made its move, the sky full of thunderbolts turned into a bolt of lightning and hit his palm. In an instant, half of his palm was smashed. He hurriedly retracted his hand and took countless steps back. His face was full of fear and uneasiness. His hand had actually been blown to pieces. With a single thought, he regained his composure. But it also made him feel extremely scared. It was such a terrifying thunderbolt. His body couldn't be shaken by any treasure. Although it couldn't reach the peak, it was still very powerful. But now, he couldn't see through it. Shen Tianqi, long time no see. I didn't expect you to come here again. Should I say that you're lucky or unlucky? A figure walked out of the thunderbolts. An acquaintance. No, it wasn't an acquaintance. Chapter 5290. Shen Tianqi was really scared out of his wits. He saw a figure walking out of the thunderbolts. When the figure walked out, he finally knew who it was. It was the mysterious black-robed young man. He was actually here, and it seemed like he had obtained a lightning treasure. He was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. He had suffered a big loss at the hands of this guy last time. Later on, he had suffered several losses at his hands. But this time, he ran into him again. Shen Tianqi felt that meeting this guy was the luckiest thing he had ever done in his life. How can you be here? That's impossible. The thunderbolts are so terrifying. How can you control them? Did you get a thunderbolt treasure? Shen Tianqi was about to lose his mind completely. He didn't care about anything else. He was a half-thunderbolt creature. He had spent a lot of effort to drive those people out just now. But he didn't expect it to be an old acquaintance. He raised his hand. Whoosh. Whoosh. The thunderbolts rushed toward him in an instant. I'm sorry, but I did get a thunderbolt treasure here. I think you must be surprised. But unfortunately, you're a step too late. The thunderbolts rushed toward Shintianchi in an instant. Shintianchi had suffered a loss before. He kept retreating, not daring to face the thunderbolts head-on. Even Lin Fei was a little surprised. He didn't expect so many people to come when he was refining a thunderbolt treasure. Even Shintianchi was here. This guy was really good at running. He ran here and there, and his luck was pretty good. But he seemed to be at a disadvantage after running into Yi Shiwen a few times. In the blink of an eye, Shintianchi retreated from the place. He didn't dare to fight at all. He was so timid that he was pitifully timid. As soon as he opened his third eye, Lin Fei saw many experts outside. These experts didn't seem to come in at this time. The eternal experts were all outside, and each of them had a very serious look on their faces. Anyone could tell that they had serious expressions on their faces. They had all encountered quite a bit of trouble. If it was them, they really wouldn't dare to have any thoughts at this time. There are so many people here. When the time comes, we can go out and announce the ownership of this mountain. How about we forget about it and take away all the god-forging stones inside? When the time comes, they can guess whatever they want. In any case, they won't dare to come in. Lin Fei wanted to go out and announce the ownership of this mountain. Later on, he pondered over this idea. Although it was a good idea, it wasn't very friendly to do it. He decided to change his line of thought. That was because he had taken away all these things in here. This way, no one would suspect him. Moreover, Shintianchi had already left. When this guy went outside, the people outside would be even more shocked. As for whether Shintianchi would instigate the people outside, no one knew. In any case, it didn't matter much to Lin Fei. Lin Fei controlled the devouring insects again. He started to devour these god-forging stones while controlling some higher-grade god-forging stones. There were many god-forged stones in these places. These god-forging stones were all blessed by nature. They could naturally preserve the thunderbolt. This was also why a thunderbolt treasure was born here. This was also some clues that Lin Fei found after refining his thunderbolt half-creature. This thunderbolt treasure was called the Thunderbolt Heart. It was definitely a good thing. Fortunately, he got it. Otherwise, it would have been taken away by Shintianchi. This guy's luck was really heaven-defying. However, he was destined to suffer this time. Lin Fei didn't attack him again. This guy was really pitiful. What a meaningful thing it was to keep him around. Shintianchi also retreated. In an instant, he was attacked all over the sky. Chapter 5291. As soon as Shintianchi came out, he was attacked by many people. They assumed that the experts inside had come out. But when the eternal experts came out, they all felt that something was amiss. Only after hearing the explanation did they realize that a very powerful person had entered. It was none other than God Tianchi from the House of God Ordainment. Everyone was surprised to hear that he was an expert from the House of God Ordainment. It wasn't that they hadn't heard of him, but they had never imagined that he would be here. Hadn't he been ambushed not long ago? And he had been running away like a stray dog. When had he recovered his strength? This matter was something that everyone in the universe knew about. God Tianchi from the House of God Ordainment had been tricked by someone, and then his whereabouts had been revealed. Therefore, a lot of people had set their eyes on him. They wanted to kill him and rob him of his resources. But it turned out that he was quite quick-witted. He kept running away and disappeared. In the end, he disappeared without a trace. Unexpectedly, he would appear here. Moreover, his strength seemed to have recovered. They felt a great deal of pressure. As soon as Shintianchi came out, they attacked him without even thinking about it. As soon as they saw him, they realized that he was the so-called God Tianchi. However, Shintianchi was very angry, and he used a few powerful moves to seriously injure a lot of people. He killed some ants. You people have eyes, but you can't see. Why are you attacking me? The lightning half-creature has been taken by someone inside, and you're still dawdling here? Shen Tianqi snorted and disappeared into the void. He directly escaped into the void, but the words he left behind stunned all the eternal experts present. The lightning treasure had been taken by someone else. Not even Shen Tianqi could do anything about it. The Bone Rakshasa and Chen Sha immediately realized what was going on. Could it be that the black-robed young man had taken it? If that was the case, they didn't need to think about it anymore. Even Shen Tianqi wasn't a match for him, let alone them. After all, Shen Tianqi's strength was obvious to all. If he wasn't a match for him, then they were even less likely to be a match. At this point, they might as well just leave. Unfortunately for them, the gods' melted stones were all gone. All that was left were the gods' melted stones. There were only some god-forging stones inside. The god-forging stone was very difficult to mine and required time. There were quite a few black beetles there. These attacks were extremely ferocious. That black-robed young man could actually obtain a thunder treasure. In other words, his strength would become even stronger. No one knew what to do. It wasn't easy for them to find such a powerful treasure, but they couldn't even enter it. It was occupied by a black-robed young man. There were even some powerful bugs inside. These insects could also make them suffer a great loss. At this time, they were extremely helpless. Should he leave or not? If he left, he would be at ease, but if he didn't leave, he wouldn't be able to obtain these god-forging stones. It really made them feel a sense of helplessness. It was the same even for eternal-level powerhouses. Since when did an eternal-level powerhouse suffer such a loss? Was this black-robed young man going to stand on top of their heads? They finally released the news. It was the only thing they could do. That was because he had discovered a powerful god-forged stone that could greatly benefit his body. There was even a half-lightning-type life form that had been taken by a black-robed young man. Even Shen Tianqi, an expert from the House of God Ordainment, had suffered a loss. As for whether or not anyone was interested, they didn't know. In any case, they had already released the news. As long as they released the news, they would have nothing to worry about. All they had to do was come. Everyone's minds suddenly became a lot more active. They couldn't deal with it. Couldn't the others deal with it? After all, there were still top-level experts. Although White Bone Mountain was very strong, there were also some other factions that were quite strong. There were some powerful old monsters among them who might also make a move. That was what they were looking forward to. Chapter 5292. After the news was released, things seemed to be very different. In particular, Shen Tianqi had been chased by everyone previously. Now, his strength had recovered. It seemed that he was suffering here again. Many people felt that this was inconceivable. This fellow suffered inside. Could it be that there was an even more powerful existence inside? Although there were some half-living beings, even Shen Tianqi couldn't do anything about it. They didn't think much about it. Even White Bone Mountain couldn't do anything about it. Even if they went, what else could they do? This news was rather useless to many people. They thought it was better not to come. Even Shen Tianqi couldn't do anything about it. If the few of them came, they would probably have made a wasted trip. However, there were a few old monsters who seemed to be quite interested. After all, even Shen Tianqi had suffered a loss. Moreover, he was a half-living being. This was worth their interest. Whoosh! A bolt of lightning descended in the area. When the lightning descended, everyone felt the destructive aura of the lightning. Seeing this person, everyone realized who he was. This was the famous Thunderbolt Supreme. He was a great expert in a family. He was the only one who dared to call him that. No one dared to use the name Thunderbolt Supreme, because those who did were killed by him. Therefore, he was the only Thunderbolt Supreme left. He cultivated the great path of thunder and was very strong in this aspect. His strength was also exceptionally strong. It was said that he could even become the son of thunder. As for whether it was true or not, no one knew. Everyone knew that this Thunderbolt Supreme's combat power was very strong. Especially when he had mastered lightning. As long as he had some lightning treasures, other lightning experts wouldn't dare to come. It was very likely that this Thunderbolt Supreme would appear. For example, now. As soon as this person appeared, everyone felt what was called shock. Bolts of lightning swam continuously, turning this area into a lightning zone. The experts from Whitebone Mountain didn't leave. They just stood guard outside. No one came in from the beginning to the end. Now that this Thunderbolt Supreme had come, they had some hope. This person possessed formidable combat strength. Perhaps he might be able to put up a fight against that person. With a loud rumble, the lightning in the sky came directly toward this mountain. He intended to destroy the mountain. However, although his lightning was very overbearing, active, and destructive, he felt that it couldn't do anything to the mountain. That Thunderbolt True Monarch laughed out loud. It is indeed a good thing. It seems like the half-thunder creature inside should be pretty good. Whoosh. He turned into a bolt of lightning and charged in. Once they charged in, Whitebone Mountain and the others were filled with anticipation. Previously, there hadn't been any experts. But now that there was a Thunderbolt Supreme, it was completely different. Maybe he could give them a big surprise. They believed that the person must still be inside. He had never come out, because there seemed to be only one entrance to the mountain. He could only come out from these caves. Otherwise, the mountain seemed to be a sealed existence, and he couldn't come out at all. It isolated the space. Some of the magic scrolls couldn't be used at all, so they could only come out obediently. I wonder who will be stronger after True Monarch Thunder enters. Perhaps, True Monarch Thunder will win. They were also looking forward to it. After Thunderbolt True Monarch entered, he did not have much interest in these so-called God-forged stones. He felt the aura of the lightning in the world. The aura of the lightning was even purer than the lightning on his body. This caused him to have a lot of thoughts. If he could control this half-thunder creature, his strength would increase by at least 10 times. He would be able to become the Thunderbolt Supreme completely. He could even become the Son of Lightning from this position. The Son of Lightning. Thunderbolt True Monarch was looking forward to this day. Invincible King of Leveling's faultless chapters will continue to be updated in the popular bar. Please bookmark and recommend the popular bar. Those who like Invincible King of Leveling, please bookmark. Invincible King of Leveling's popular bar updates the fastest. Chapter 5293. Someone else came in. After Shintianchi left, no one else came in. In other words, they all knew what Shintianchi was capable of. Since even Shintianchi was no match for him, no one else would come in for a while. Lin Fei had been happy for nothing. He did not expect that someone else would come in, which surprised him. Moreover, the person who came in was quite strong. He seemed to be a Thunder Dao cultivator. Moreover, he was quite experienced. Even the lightning around him had changed a lot, which made Lin Fei quite happy. He was indeed an expert. He was definitely a top expert in the Thunder Dao. He had only dared to come in because he was very confident in his strength. After all, the Thunder half-creature was not very useful to others. However, it was different for Thunder cultivators. It would be very useful. This time, the Thunder half-creature was the Thunderbolt Heart. If one could get the Thunderbolt Heart, it would be equivalent to becoming a Son of Thunder in one step. His strength would increase greatly. At least, that was the case for Lin Fei. Combat power that contained the power of thunder was even more terrifying. No matter who it was, the body was the weakest. Therefore, with the support of thunder, it would be more destructive. Now that a thunder expert had come, he could try and see who was stronger. Whoosh! The other party came to the depths. The place was full of thunder and lightning. That person was very excited. There is really thunder. There are definitely thunder half-creatures here. I heard that Shintianchi suffered a loss here. That guy can't take the attack of the thunder. How can it be that easy to take down a thunder half-creature? The moment the Thunderbolt True Monarch arrived, he burst into laughter. No one knew better than him that only those who cultivated the thunder attribute could take down the thunder easily. As for the others, they could not do it at all. The thunder was offensive. Moreover, it was indiscriminate. This wasn't something that just anyone could compare to. All the thunder, come over here. The Thunder Lord shot out a thunderbolt seal. Once the thunderbolt seal was shot out, it could mobilize the surrounding thunder. Then, it could be quickly mastered and refined into a part of the body. This was the power of the thunderbolt seal. His strength was getting stronger and stronger because of this special technique, the so-called thunderbolt seal. This thunderbolt seal was a method found in an ancient place. It allowed his strength to increase by leaps and bounds. Therefore, any lightning could basically be controlled by this thunderbolt seal. After the thunderbolt seal was unleashed, it did indeed cause the lightning around Lin Fei to change. It was as though he wanted to pass through. Even Lin Fei himself was surprised. This fellow has quite a few tricks up his sleeves. He must have grasped a special technique to be able to use the lightning for himself. Fortunately, Lin Fan had cultivated the thunderbolt core. Otherwise, he would not be able to control the lightning at all. If that were the case, he would probably become a laughing stock. Before seeing it, one might not think much of it, but after seeing it, one would know that it was indeed unusual. It was no wonder that such a person dared to come here. Lin Fei's horizons were broadened. With just a thought, the lightning suppressed this thought. However, it was unable to cause any changes to the lightning. Everything was still in Lin Fei's control. The thunderbolt seal thought that the lightning would come over. If that was the case, its strength would gradually increase. In the end, he realized that he had thought too much. The lightning did not listen to him. Even the thunderbolt seal could not attract these thunderbolts, which surprised him even more. How could this be? My thunderbolt seal is useless against the lightning here. Could there be a treasure here that is even more powerful than the thunderbolt guidance? Could it be the legendary thunderbolt core? The Thunder Lord immediately came over with a clear goal. Other than this item, there might not be anything else that could affect his thunderbolt seal. Chapter 5294. At this moment, Thunder Lord truly knew what was going on. There was a high possibility that the so-called thunderbolt core was born here. Moreover, this thunderbolt core might even be controlled by someone else. That was why there was such a powerful move. This really made Thunder Lord feel that his trip here was in vain. He was just short of a little bit of time. If he was given a little more time, he would definitely be able to obtain this thunderbolt core. Now, the thunderbolt core was actually absorbed and refined by someone just like that. It seemed that it had been a while. The other party's combat power seemed to be incomparably strong. However, Thunder Lord felt that he still had to give it a try. If he could obtain this thing, who knew how much this guy had refined? If he hadn't completely refined it, then as long as he completely refined his bloodline, he would be able to obtain this thunderbolt core. Thunder Lord mobilized all the power of thunder in his body in an instant. This power of thunder was different from other types of flesh. It was more overbearing and ferocious. He attacked with all his might. There was a loud rumbling sound. Streaks of resplendent divine light shot out, and these divine lights all contained lightning attacks. After these thunderbolts attacked, they were blocked by one side of the thunderbolts. Just like that. A pair of eyes fell on Thunder Lord. I didn't expect there to be someone who cultivates such a pure power of thunder. It's quite rare. Are you interested in following me and helping me do something? Lin Fei indeed felt that this guy was quite capable. At the very least, his strength wasn't something that anyone could match up to. Especially since this guy cultivated the power of thunder, it was obviously not easy. With such strength, he could totally do other things. Lin Fei didn't use any tricks. Otherwise, this guy wouldn't be able to withstand his attacks. Not to mention, he was a talent that could be used. In Lin Fei's eyes, this guy was a talent. Moreover, he was an extremely useful talent. It would indeed be a pity if such a talent were to be destroyed. However, if he were to be kept alive, he would still be of great use. At this moment, Lin Fei's thoughts were extremely simple. If this guy really wasn't willing to rely on him, then he would take action and suppress him first. As for whether this guy would submit or not, wouldn't he know after a few hits? If he wasn't convinced once, he would do it twice. If you can't accept it twice, then do it thrice. If you can't accept it thrice, then do it thrice. It's very simple anyway. When true Lord Thunder heard this, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. To think that someone would ask him to follow them. Such a situation had never happened before. His voice fell. Tens of thousands of lightning bolts crashed into him like a flood. In an instant, he was severely injured. Even if he used all his means, he might not be able to withstand it. There was a loud rumbling sound. Bolts of lightning bombarded his body like a barrage of attacks. This was a scene that he had never dared to imagine. It was like a nightmare. This was definitely the most terrifying attack he had ever seen in his life. Even a top-notch expert could only stand aside at this moment. His opponent's methods were too domineering and fierce. The other party had truly grasped the Thunderbolt core. Thus, the power that he could unleash was exceptionally strong. Furthermore, he had used the power of lightning. If he were to face him personally, he did not dare to imagine how strong the other party would be. Amidst the thunderbolts, a palm appeared and landed heavily on Thunderbolt True Monarch's body. The thunderbolts around Thunderbolt True Monarch's body split into pieces and he was sent flying. This attack was absolutely terrifying. It was so terrifying that he couldn't even take it. He also knew that his little idea was a big mistake at this time. No wonder Shen Tianqi from the House of God Ordainment had left. This guy was truly terrifying. If you don't accept it, I'll make sure you do. After all, my fists aren't just for show. One punch after another. I wonder how many punches you can take. Lin Fei's voice rang out again. He was only a short distance away from the Thunderbolt Sovereign. However, this short distance was a terrifying distance for the Thunderbolt Sovereign. His opponent could easily kill him with a wave of his hand. Kill him 100 times over. Chapter 5295. I'm convinced. I'm convinced. I'm completely convinced. How could Thunderlord not be convinced at this moment? If he still wasn't convinced, he might really be beaten to death. Even though his body was also incomparably strong. If he wanted to make the Thunderbolt more powerful, he would need a strong body. Without a strong body, it would be impossible. He found out that his opponent's body was stronger than his and the power was more destructive. With the top-notch Thunderbolt attack added to the power, he couldn't do anything to his opponent at all. This was the scene that Thunderlord was most afraid of. This was definitely the scariest moment he had ever seen. His opponent's body was so strong that he couldn't fight back. Even his own body seemed to be able to be blown up by the other party's punch. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it. But now, he completely believed that his opponent was indeed stronger. No wonder he could absorb and refine the Thunderbolt core in such a short period of time. It was 100% refinement. It wasn't like what he had imagined. Other than terrifying, he couldn't find another adjective to describe it. Now you're convinced. But I think you're not convinced yet. So, I'll show you what an attack is. Lin Fei smiled. He smiled happily. Another punch. This punch directly penetrated Thunderbolt True Monarch's body. This punch was even more terrifying than before, and its power was even greater. There was no pause at all. It directly penetrated through his defenses, his treasured armor, and his body. This was the most powerful punch he had ever seen. This powerful punch really made him understand what it meant to be in complete despair. It was really very terrifying. I'm convinced. I'm convinced. Don't hit me. Don't hit me. If you continue, I'll die. Thunderlord was more afraid than ever. If he didn't beg for mercy, he would really die. Just one punch was enough to let him see the gap between them. Even if he went all out, or if someone else went all out, they wouldn't be able to shake his body or the three-layered defense of his armor. This guy's punch completely broke through all of his attacks. If it wasn't fear, then what was fear? Thunder Immortal really regretted coming in and becoming a lab rat. Had he known, he would not have come. It was just a Thunderbolt core. He would be able to encounter it sooner or later. Even if he couldn't meet them, he was still a very powerful existence. Unfortunately, their lives were not in their own hands, but in the hands of the enemy. That's more like it. You will never know how strong I am without experiencing hardship. I have indeed grasped the Thunderbolt core. Moreover, I only used 70% of my strength earlier. I'm afraid that 80% or 90% of my strength would be enough to kill you. Do you want to give it a try? In any case, I will fulfill your wish. Lin Fei's words came again. To Thunderbolt True Monarch, these words were no less than a blow to the head. He thought that Thunderbolt True Monarch had gone all out. He had only used 70% of his strength, and the remaining 30% would not be used. The remaining 30% was definitely the most terrifying power. At this moment, he knew better than anyone else how terrifying this 30% power was. If he went all out, he would definitely die. No one would be able to save him. By this time, Thunderbolt True Monarch had already believed the other party. He couldn't be dishonest. Lin Fei pointed his finger at Thunderbolt True Monarch's body. With Thunderbolt as the center, a huge seal was formed. It landed on Thunderbolt True Monarch's body and set up a Thunderbolt formation. This Thunderbolt formation was activated in an instant. It was like a furnace. Thunderbolt True Monarch finally felt the aura of death. Thunderbolt True Monarch's technique was too terrifying. He could destroy this technique with just a thought. As long as this technique was destroyed, the power of the torrent would break his body. No matter how strong his defense was, it would be useless. It would only take an instant to destroy him from the inside out. Sir, I'm convinced. I'm completely convinced. Chapter 5296. How could Lin Fei not make use of such a free labor force? It would be a pity to kill him. Hence, he had to beat this Thunder Lord into submission first. Now, it seemed that Thunder Lord was indeed convinced and didn't have any other thoughts. In fact, Lin Fei even set up a Thunderbolt furnace in the other party's body. This Thunderbolt furnace could increase Thunder Lord's strength to a certain extent. As long as Lin Fei thought about it, the furnace would explode and he could kill Thunder Lord in an instant. This was one of the small effects of obtaining the Thunderbolt core. He could easily set up a Thunderbolt furnace. Furthermore, not everyone would be able to open this Thunder furnace. Lin Fei was the only one who could solve it. Thus, Thunderbolt True Monarch could only obediently accept his fate for the rest of his life. If he had any thoughts, Lin Fei would be able to kill Thunderbolt True Monarch from thousands of miles away. This was the benefit of Lin Fei mastering the Thunderbolt core. Now, you can go out and chase away all those people outside. There's no point in staying here. You can just sit outside. In any case, there aren't many people who can beat you. Not to mention, your strength has greatly improved. Under Lin Fei's command, Thunder Lord flew out. Lin Fei knew what the situation outside was like. There were many people who were prepared to watch the show. Now that they had the Thunderbolt True Monarch, things were completely different. He could let Thunderbolt True Monarch go out and chase all these people away. Whoosh! Large amounts of lightning exploded outside. Thunder Lord showed up and immediately used his means. Those people who were paying attention were surprised to see Thunder Lord come out. Did he get it so quickly? Logically speaking, it shouldn't be possible. Before they could think further, they heard a loud rumble and started to move. Large amounts of lightning bolts instantly enveloped everyone's hearts like a lightning net. They weren't prepared at all. Even the experts from the White Bones Mountain were injured in an instant. They were also injured. No matter who it was, they all felt immense pressure at this moment. Then, they heard the Thunder Lord's cold words. I've booked this place. If you don't want to die, scram. Scram as far as you can. Otherwise, I'll kill you. Wherever the lightning passed. Some unlucky fellows directly turned into ashes. Even some 8-star and 9-star powerhouses suffered the same fate. Even the half-step eternal experts felt the terrible aura of death at this time. No one doubted Thunderbolt Immortal's words. This guy was really prepared to go on a killing spree. He was ready to strike. In such a short period of time, how could the Thunderbolt Immortal change so much? Could it be that he was going to take her down? No matter what, everyone got up and left immediately. If he didn't leave now, he would have no chance at all. Voila voila. In an instant, it became exceptionally quiet. Thunderbolt Supreme stood there like a door god. Only he himself felt incomparably bitter. He had changed his identity and status over and over again. Although his strength had increased, he had lost his freedom. Speaking of which, it made him quite speechless. How could such a thing happen to him? The only thing that moved Thunderbolt Supreme a little was that this mysterious young man was very powerful, to the extent that he couldn't compete with him. Following such a person seemed to have some benefits, and he could see the future. Thunderbolt Supreme didn't have as much of a reaction as before. Instead, he guarded the door with peace of mind. He wanted to see who had the guts to break in. In fact, when Thunderbolt Supreme stood guard outside, no one dared to come over. Not many of them were daring. Moreover, Thunder True Monarch's strength was originally very strong, and he belonged to the category of old monsters. At this time, it was impossible for anyone to beat him. Chapter 5297. With the Heavenly Thunder True Monarch guarding the outside, the situation was completely different. Indeed, many people had lost interest in it. The news also spread out at the first moment. Those who originally still had some thoughts completely gave up in an instant. No one knew what was going on inside, but they knew one thing. The God-forged stones in this mountain couldn't be taken away by just anyone, unless they could defeat the Thunder True Lord. However, it seems to be impossible for you to defeat the Thunder Sage. Anyway, that was what everyone was thinking. It would be strange if they could defeat him. No one had any thoughts. Therefore, for a short period of half a month, it was quiet. Lin Fei finally had time to collect the God-forged stones. After the God-forged stones were swallowed by the devouring worms, they became exceptionally pure. It was good for cultivation. Lin Fei picked out 10 primordial spirits. These were the 10 primordial spirits that were directly upgraded with the God-forged stones. He was prepared to upgrade all the primordial spirits, but that would be too wasteful of resources. Therefore, he was prepared to get the 10 primordial spirits out first. With these 10 primordial spirits, it would be different. At the very least, he would have stronger fighting strength. Lin Fei's mind worked quickly. This method was the right one. This way, there would still be a lot of God-forged stones left. It only took them 2 to 3 months to eat up all the God-forged stones in the mountain. Although there were a few experts outside, they were all old freaks. However, their fighting strength was not as good as the Thunder True Lord. Here, the Thunder True Lord's lightning power was much stronger, and he could crush them directly. It was a pity that he didn't manage to kill them all. Lin Fei didn't make a move and left with the Thunder True Lord. Everyone returned cautiously. They didn't know what had happened, but they were sure of one thing. All the God-forged stones here should have been taken away by someone. When they came in, they found that it was really the case. Everything was driven away by a mysterious person. Until now, they still didn't know the background of the mysterious person. Only Chen Sha and Gu Luosha knew. That was a black-robed young man. He was very young, and his means were extremely terrifying. Yes, he was the one who took the godly forged stones. However, they couldn't believe that such a huge mountain could be taken away by someone else. This was the first time this had happened. However, no one expressed much opinion on this matter. Only they knew in their hearts. An extremely powerful young man had once come to this place. This young man had taken down this mountain in one move, and had also shocked these people. Even the old monster, the Thunder Lord, suffered a loss when he came. He was directly left inside, and even later on, he was still guarding outside. This more or less had something to do with the black-robed man. Either that, or the other party had an extremely powerful background. The Thunder True Monarch did not dare to make a move at all. In the end, he could only watch from the outside. This reason was acceptable to everyone. As for the fact that the Thunder True Monarch was subdued and controlled by someone else, they didn't even dare to think about it. How strong must one be to be able to achieve this? Some people tried to ask the Thunder True Monarch what was going on inside, but the Thunder True Monarch replied coldly, no comment. In that case, everyone knew that the Thunder True Monarch had definitely encountered something that made him feel awkward. Otherwise, he wouldn't have done such a thing. They knew even less about this black-robed young man. Other than being mysterious, there was nothing else. Chapter 5298. Just like that, Lin Fei brought all of the God-forged stones back. There was nothing left for them. This place no longer held any meaning for Lin Fei. After all, he had obtained the most important things. Not to mention the others. He had taken a cut of the God-forged stones. These devouring bugs were really terrifying. When hundreds of thousands and millions of them gathered together, their devouring ability was like a swarm of locusts. Along the way, they ate whatever they could, and their digestive abilities were also really strong. Lin Fei naturally couldn't bear to leave them here. Thus, he took all of them with him, leaving behind a mountain riddled with holes. The material of this mountain was rather special and different. Even after the devouring Zerg had devoured it non-stop, it still left a shocking scene in front of everyone's eyes. As for what others would think, Lin Fei didn't care. He brought everything back to the Great Void sect. As soon as he returned to the Great Void Gate, he called Chu Qingqing over. Chu Qingqing had been paying attention to the outside world. Things were getting bigger and bigger, but there was nothing about her lord. However, Chu Qingqing could more or less guess what was going on. Her lord must have obtained many good things here, otherwise, all the top factions wouldn't have been so helpless. One after the other, so much time had passed. Only when she heard Lin Fei's voice did Chu Qingqing come to a realization. So her lord had returned at this time. He thought that it would take a long time. When he returned, Chu Qingqing could clearly feel that her lord was different. At the very least, his strength had increased by a lot. This was completely incomparable to before. Congratulations on your victory, sir. I'm sure everyone else is still guessing who took all the God's smelting stones, the great elder said with a smile. As a smart person, Chu Qingqing naturally knew a lot of things. Everyone was learning from the black-robed young man. Who knew that most of the things inside had already been dug out by the lord of his own family? Now that she saw her lord, she knew that this was the case. She could feel it with her instincts. Her lord's strength seemed to have increased by a lot. It was completely different from before. Your information is pretty good. I've indeed brought back a lot of good stuff. Huala huala. A lot of God-forging stones flew out. These were even purer than the ones Chu Qingqing had seen before. Even Chu Qingqing was shocked when she saw it. This was a little different from what she had expected. The God-forged stones were all high-grade ones. It was not like what Chu Qingqing had obtained before. It was a relatively low-level one. Basically, they were all low-level. I heard that the competition is quite fierce now, especially that mountain that seems to have been occupied by someone. As for whether or not all the God-forging stones were taken away, no one knew. Therefore, there were basically no God-forging stones in the market. Perhaps it could be said that this thing was even purer than before. If it was used for cultivation, there would be no problem at all. This was something that he could understand. Take these to cultivate. As for the rest, distribute them according to your strength. However, you can't use them too much without a certain level of strength. You have to give them a target to fight for. Lin Fei didn't need to worry about this matter at all. Chu Qingqing would naturally handle it very well. Lin Fei was quite satisfied with the harvest of this trip. At the very least, not only did he get the Thunderbolt core, but he also got so many God-forging stones. He almost emptied the entire mountain, leaving only loneliness for them. Even if this mouse went in, it would probably come out dejectedly. That place was really, really big. Unfortunately, he couldn't get anything now. In the next period of time, let them choose some primordial spirits to cultivate. This way, there will be a few powerful helpers. This was a small request of Lin Fei. Let them work hard to cultivate a few powerful primordial spirits first. Unlike him, who could casually make his primordial spirit come up at once, they still needed time. Chapter 5299. Lin Fei had been paying attention to the situation outside since he came back. There was not much news about what had happened over there. Perhaps they could not do anything about it. Therefore, they could not let the news spread. It would have a great impact on them. Especially those gods' forged stones. They were all taken away by a young man in a black robe. That was the most frustrating thing. If it was something else, then they wouldn't care. But if it was this matter, then they wouldn't be able to stand on their feet. Everything had been taken away. It was like a slap in the face. And they did not know who had taken it away. There were probably many people secretly searching for information about him. Lin Fei was not surprised at all. They could take whatever they wanted. If they wanted to take revenge on him, he would be happy to fight them. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Fei never went out again. Apart from cultivating his primordial spirit, he did not do anything else at that time. 9 of his primordial spirits were very powerful. Their bodies were extremely strong. They had reached the peak of the eternal body level. That was the help of the purified gods' forged stones. The effect was extraordinary. As for the others, their cultivation progress was also very fast. Especially Chu Qingqing, who had cultivated several main primordial spirits. Of course, she did not have as many as Lin Fei. She had only cultivated 6 of them. 6 primordial spirits. With a lot of resources, each of them had achieved the eternal body level. Her cultivation time was relatively fast, which was beyond his expectation. As for the others, their cultivation time was a lot slower. They were in good spirits. As long as their primordial spirits reached the eternal level, their combat power would be greatly improved. Naturally, no one would be able to fight against them. They might not feel anything before they tried it. But after trying to cultivate this accelerated version of the primordial spirit, and with the help of the gods' forged stones, they realized what real cultivation was. It was like riding a rocket. Everyone started to cultivate more seriously. Chu Qingqing made a ranking list. Only those who reached a certain rank could get more gods' forged stones to cultivate. All of a sudden, it greatly boosted their motivation. There was no one who didn't have expectations for this. Now, they finally had the chance to fight for this resource. The most leisurely one was Lin Fei. There was almost nothing to do. Even if there was nothing to be concerned about. Other than keeping an eye on the situation outside, he also cultivated his primordial spirit. His primordial spirit soon reached its limit, and it was difficult for him to break through again. Unless it had a large amount of these divine forging stones. If he had such a large amount of God-forged stones, his body would naturally become extremely powerful. His words now seemed to be a drop in the bucket for him. This was not the first time he had drunk this stuff. Quite a lot of time had passed since the beginning. He knew better than anyone that this God-forging stone was about time for him to use it. Fortunately, Lin Fei had more or less forged his 9 primordial spirits, and his strength was incomparably strong. Even in a fight, a single nascent divinity could take on 1 or 2 Eternals. As for pinnacle existences, the 9 of them could suppress at least a dozen pinnacle existences. As for ordinary ones, there was no need to mention them, they could be killed instantly. That was the difference. So many God-forging stones were eaten for nothing. Naturally, there was an effect. He could even raise these bodies to the pinnacle of the eternal realm, and a very perfect one at that. Unlike ordinary Eternals, there was still a long way to go before they could truly take that step. Lin Fei's primordial spirit was in place. Unfortunately, he couldn't reach the god-fiend body, otherwise, Lin Fei would be even stronger. After using the reincarnation primordial spirit formation, it would be even easier to suppress the other party's strength. This would take a long time. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years. 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. Until this morning. A figure arrived in front of the Great Void Sect. Chapter 5300. Just like that, a figure appeared in front of the Great Void Sect. Even though it had only been 5 years, the moment this figure arrived, he immediately felt that person's presence. In fact, he could even feel that this person's strength seemed to have become even stronger than before. In other words, the god-forging stones were all taken by this guy. It was indeed very strange. I'm here. Luo Lan's words weren't very loud, but he knew that he would definitely know. Lin Fei, who was drinking tea in the courtyard, actually sensed that someone was coming over from the start. It was a familiar voice. Then, he opened his heaven's eye and saw a familiar figure. Who else could it be other than Luo Lan? He was quite surprised. Did something happen again? Logically speaking, there shouldn't be anything. In the past few years, the entire universe had been quite quiet, and there hadn't been much commotion. Even though those people were quite interested in the god-forging stones, after knowing that they had all been taken, there was nothing else. They had all seen how powerful it was, not to mention that there was still the Thunderbolt Immortal. The Thunder Lord had already run over to the Great Void Sect. He had become an expert in charge. Lin Fei had grasped the heart of Thunderbolt, so naturally, he was extremely strong in the Tao of Thunder. After giving the Thunder Lord some pointers, his strength had increased by quite a bit. He was now the #1 expert here, second only to him. Even Chu Qingqing's strength was a bit lower than his. There really wasn't a difference without comparison. Lin Fei's figure appeared at the entrance of the Great Void Sect. I didn't expect you to take the initiative to come. I'm quite surprised. Come in and have a seat in my courtyard. His figure flashed. He came to the courtyard. This was Lin Fei's favorite courtyard. It wasn't big, but it was quiet. The people from the Great Void Sect knew that no one would come here. Congratulations, Dao friend Lin, your strength has increased once again. You're even more terrifying than before. I'm afraid you'll become the #1 expert in the entire universe. Luo Lan could feel that Lin Fei's strength had increased by leaps and bounds. It seemed like he had gained quite a bit. He could even feel that Lin Fei's body actually had a bit of the power of lightning. This trace of lightning seemed to be self-contained. In other words, he had definitely obtained a powerful lightning treasure. It was extremely likely to be the legendary lightning core. Only by obtaining this item would one be able to obtain a huge improvement in the aspect of lightning. It could also be said to be a one-step achievement. Luo Lan could clearly see such a difference in strength at a glance. I was just lucky to obtain a Thunderbolt core. Fortunately, no one seems to care about this. Lin Fei said casually. Luo Lan had guessed correctly. It really was the Thunderbolt core. This was truly a top-notch item. He didn't expect it to be said so casually. Then I'm even more glad that I came to find you in person. Lin Fei was quite surprised that Luo Lan could come over. Compared to before, this person's strength had indeed changed quite a bit. It seemed that his injuries had recovered quite a bit, but not completely. Absolute Heaven Palace, a very special valley. There is a special existence there that is about to mature. I hope that Dao friend Lin can help me. Ever since he went to the primordial lands, Lin Fei knew that there were quite a number of primordial lands in this universe. It was just that some were famous, while some were not. Now, Luo Lan threw out such a piece of news. Lin Fei was not surprised at all. Everything was within his expectations. There was nothing strange or surprising about it. If Dao friend Lin is willing to help me, then I'll give you something that you can't imagine. Lin Fei laughed. Do you really think that if you give me something, I will help you? I'm not that kind of person. Not everything can move me. What about this thing? 7017K. Chapter 5301. Luolan really took out something. This thing seemed to have shocked Lin Fei. Lin Fei didn't seem to care at first, but in the blink of an eye, he changed a lot. This thing really made him feel quite surprised. Just like what was said, Lin Fei was not interested in ordinary things. Especially at this time. However, he really couldn't resist this thing. This was the existence of a fragment. This fragment was the fragment of the gate of the immortal realm that Lin Fei had been longing for. He had never thought that he would actually appear here. This was the most unbelievable thing to him. Everything else was fine, but when it came to the gate of the world of immortals, things were completely different. At the very least, Lin Fei could feel that this was a fragment of the immortal realm. It floated in front of Lin Fei. Lin Fei held it in his hand and compared it to make sure it was real. It was quite unexpected. You found something that surprised me. Luolan smiled. I knew you were interested in this thing. As long as you help me get the thing inside, I'll tell you where this fragment came from. Lin Fei had always been very interested in going up there, but it wasn't easy to go up there. His current strength was also constantly accumulating, but he knew that it would not be easy to break through that barrier. Just look at Luolan and you'll know, so you have to find another way. What kind of method was that? It was to create a gate of the immortal realm for teleportation. He had finally arrived at the so-called immortal world. Looks like I have no choice but to help you this time. However, are you sure this thing can really find the complete thing? You have to make it clear to me. I'm not that easy to fool. Just this fragment alone was enough to make Lin Fei interested. If he couldn't see the actual thing, Lin Fei wouldn't believe it. He needed to know the specifics of the situation. I think you should know what it is. This is the so-called gate of the immortal realm. I happen to know where one of the complete fragments is. These are scattered around. Most of the fragments are here. You definitely won't be disappointed. But that place is very dangerous. You can go in alone, so I won't accompany you. Luolan said, this thing is really rare. I think you should know what it is. This is the so-called gate of the immortal realm. Since he had said so, Lin Fei was very sure. One of the immortal realm fragments that couldn't be found was in a mysterious place in this universe. It just so happened that Luolan knew about it. Even if it wasn't in this universe, it was in another universe. As long as he obtained it, Lin Fei would have 2 fragments of the gate of the immortal realm. This could be considered a great gain. After all, only the gate of the immortal realm could interest him. I hope it's as you said. Then, are we going to the Absolute Heaven Palace that you mentioned? This place was also a land of the ancients. Just by looking at the name, one could tell that it must have been extraordinary in the past. It was very dangerous now. If it was another person, Luolan definitely wouldn't be able to get it. But with Lin Fei, it was completely different. There was a 70 to 90% chance that they would be able to get their hands on it, and this was already a low probability. As long as Lin Fei went, there wouldn't be too much of a problem. Then, thank you, Taoist Lin. This is the location and location. I will give it to you in advance. I trust you quite a bit. Luolan was very straightforward. He directly threw all the location to Lin Fei. Lin Fei took a glance and remembered the location. It was indeed not in this side of the universe. In another universe. This universe didn't seem to be simple. It seemed to have some background. 7017K. Chapter 5302. Even Luolan was willing to give him the coordinates of this location without any hesitation. Lin Fei naturally wouldn't be stingy. Thus, he instructed. Then, he left the Great Void sect with Luolan. This time, they were going to a different universe. This universe was quite huge, and of course, this place wasn't easy to find. However, Luolan was quite familiar with this place. She acted as a guide along the way. In front of us is the entrance to the Absolute Heaven Palace. Doesn't it feel different? That black mist is a huge danger. Without a certain level of strength, one won't be able to pass through. Inside the black mist is where the Absolute Heaven Palace is. I wonder if anyone came to fight for it this time. For a place like this, Luolan didn't dare guarantee that she was the only one who knew about it. Maybe someone else would come. Actually, there were already people outside investigating the situation. Look over there, there are already many people studying the black mist. I think their strength is average, so the news should have spread. 2 months passed. Finally, they arrived near the Absolute Heaven Palace. The moment they arrived, Lin Fei saw a few figures. After investigating those figures, he also noticed Luolan and Lin Fei, who had just arrived. However, he didn't pay much attention to them. Usually, many people would come to a place like this. Even if this place was too dangerous, people with a certain level of strength would still come here right away. The people investigating were just average. Luolan and Lin Fei charged into the black mist. This black mist was indeed very permeable. In an instant, it was like it ignored everything. It directly pierced through. Even Lin Fei's god-demon body showed a slight difference at this moment. It actually seemed like it was being pierced through. Luolan took out a treasure and formed a strong defense. Even though it had a strong defense, it was still penetrated quite a bit. Then, he heard Luolan's voice. The strongest effect of this black mist is that it can penetrate anything. No matter how strong the defense is, it will still be able to penetrate. If we continue from here, we will have to withstand the attacks of this penetrating power. Lin Fei was quite surprised. This kind of infiltration power was indeed quite strong. Even a god-fiend body could seep in, but after that, its strength would be significantly weaker. The area covered by the black fog was quite large. Apart from the two of them, they soon saw other people. All of them took out their treasures. There weren't many like Lin Fei who relied on his body to travel through. This made them remember God in an instant. It seems that the thing you want this time won't be so easy to get. The news should have spread completely. These people have all charged into the black fog. At the beginning, Lin Fei knew that this thing might not be so easy to obtain. Otherwise, Luolan wouldn't have pulled him over. Now that he looked at it, it really was the case. There should be a lot of experts here. These experts definitely knew a lot of information. Luolan really had to count himself in to get this thing. Otherwise, the probability would only be 50-50. To say that it was 50% was already considered polite. In fact, it was only about 20% to 20%. The deeper they went in, the penetrating power of the black fog was even greater. Luolan even changed a few treasures during this period of time before he passed through this area. More and more cracks appeared on Lin Fei's body. He had also underestimated how powerful it was. Whoosh! Finally, he passed through the black fog. It took him a long time. When he came out, a huge palace appeared in front of him. It floated in the sky. Then, the vast divine light was incomparably resplendent. It protected the palace tightly. Even before he got close to the palace, Lin Fei could feel how powerful the divine light was. After passing through the black fog, it was just the beginning. The true danger was inside. It was indeed quite different. One look and he knew that it was very powerful and terrifying. Chapter 5303. When they first saw it, they felt that the divine light was extremely bright and unusual. In the next second, Luolan and Lin Fei experienced the terrifying attack of the divine light. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a cold light and left many wounds on their bodies. Most importantly, they couldn't even react in time. It landed on their bodies. No defense seemed to be able to withstand the attack of the divine light. Luolan was also caught off guard by the attack. Then, he took out his treasure. I heard that this is the so-called holy attack. It's very powerful and mysterious. I didn't believe it in the past, but now, I'm completely convinced. These holy attacks can indeed ignore all defenses and hit the body directly. Holy attack. What a majestic name. Lin Fei experienced it himself. The god-fiend body was very strong, but at this moment, it really couldn't withstand the attack of the divine light. It was indeed filled with a holy aura. And this holy attack seemed to be able to ignore some defenses and hit the body directly. This was the first time Lin Fei had seen such an attack. No wonder Luo Lan cared so much about this place. Looks like this will be a new test. However, I am still capable of enduring this godly light. Lin Fei came in front of Luo Lan. Follow behind me. That way, you can avoid a lot of the holy attacks. Then, he sent out punch after punch. This punch caused a small part of the void in front of him to be affected, creating a state of chaos. Lin Fei followed him. When Luo Lan saw this, his eyes lit up. This was a good technique. Instantly, he felt a lot more relaxed. If it was any other technique, he might feel a little better. But this technique was different. It really made Luo Lan feel at ease. It wasn't as bad as he imagined. That was it. He approached the palace without stopping. The palace wasn't too far away, but it wasn't too near either. However, not everyone could withstand these attacks. Hua hua hua. Wave after wave of attacks came over. No matter who it was, they could feel that these attacks were different. Lin Fei opened up a path in front of them. This further proved the strength of the god-fiend body. He was even more thankful that he had a god-fiend body. The god-fiend body wasn't considered the strongest, but it didn't seem too troublesome for him to deal with ordinary situations. Lin Fei wanted to sign in, but he was still hesitant. He decided to go inside and sign in again. Divine attack was indeed quite different. If he could master it, the difference would be huge. He had just grasped the Thunderbolt core. The might of the Thunderbolt core could be imagined. If he added a divine attack, it would be even more penetrative. This divine attack indeed contained penetrative power. Lin Fei could feel it clearly. But in the end, he rejected this idea. What if there was something good inside? It would be a waste to sign in like that. Finally, he passed through the divine light. They arrived at the palace. At this time, there were already many people in the plaza of the palace. These people were not very young, and their gazes were very cold. His gaze landed directly on Luo Lan and Lin Fei. The famous holy daughter of the celestial sect actually came here? That's quite rare. A silhouette silently spread out. It fell into everyone's ears. Following that, everyone's gaze landed on him. Their gazes landed on Lin Fei and Luo Lan. So someone recognized Luo Lan. It also made many people feel different. The celestial sect of God ordainment was terrifying. If they met the celestial sect of God ordainment, it would be even more different. They would be directly crushed. The holy daughter of the celestial sect of God ordainment was even more different. It seemed like she also felt that something was going to happen here. The information was even more accurate. Chapter 5304. Once someone spoke up, everyone's attention fell on Luo Lan. The celestial sect's name was extremely famous. It was considered a special existence in the past. However, they didn't expect it to appear here. Everyone's gaze paused on Luo Lan for a moment before turning to Lin Fei. Since this person could come with Luo Lan, his background definitely wasn't simple. Everyone was on their guard. The person who spoke just now was a middle-aged man. This man didn't look like much, but his eyes were filled with hatred. One look and one could tell what was going on. He definitely wasn't someone who was easy to talk to. It seems like you're in a lot of trouble before you even enter. Lin Fei smiled. Luo Lan also knew what was going on. The person who spoke just now is a sect leader. I didn't expect him to be here too. It seems like he's trying to attract everyone's attention. When the time comes, it will be much easier for him to take things. Luo Lan didn't say specifically, but Lin Fei could definitely tell. That person was indeed filled with hatred. This also caused the people who came in one after another to know about Luo Lan. They also knew that he was from the so-called celestial sect. No one was willing to be the first to make a move. They all knew how terrifying the celestial sect was, so they were very careful. Unless someone made a move first, they definitely wouldn't make a move. Subconsciously, they would treat Luo Lan as a strong competitor. After all, the celestial sect wasn't a joke. Lin Fei's attention wasn't on them. Instead, it was on a place not far in front. The place not far in front was indeed a little unusual. None of them went over at all. There were many corpses lying on the ground. They didn't know how long they had been dead. Some of them could even clearly see how they died. After passing the 2 trials outside, they thought that they would be able to sleep peacefully inside. Now, it seemed like they were thinking too much. The danger inside was the real danger. If they were to barge in now, they might suffer a huge loss. Other than the corpses, everyone saw many things left on the ground. These things were all treasures. They looked extraordinary. They were even shining brightly. But so far, no one was willing to go. There were already a few new people lying on the outermost area. He didn't need to guess to know that they were also here for the same thing. As a result, he realized that the air inside was much more terrifying than he had imagined. Therefore, it became a warning to the future generations. That should be the so-called divine light. It's the same as the divine attack outside. I heard that this light is also very terrifying, Luo Lan said from the side. Lin Fei also felt the power of these lights. It was indeed similar to the divine attacks outside. It was indeed very powerful. Could it be that the thing you want is in here? It seems that this place is indeed full of dangers. It won't be easy to barge through. Even this kind of method can be used. It seems that there must have been a powerful existence here in the past, and he must have cultivated a divine cultivation method. Lin Fei had more or less found some clues. This clue was not simple at all. He was also extremely curious about the divine cultivation method. He believed that Luo Lan should more or less know something about it. You are right. This person has indeed cultivated a special divine cultivation method. I heard that this divine cultivation method is a cultivation method from the upper realm, which is the so-called immortal realm. It isn't a cultivation method created in our universe. It was actually from the upper realm. That was completely different. No wonder it was filled with a divine aura. In front of the divine aura, any kind of attack seemed to be much weaker. Lin Fei was a little enlightened. This should have been the work of a big shot. Otherwise, there was no way he could have created such a divine cultivation method. Chapter 5305. Whoosh. Whoosh. A figure dashed forward. This experience made him realize what it meant to be holy and terrifying. The holy light was extinguished by him in an instant. Everyone present saw it clearly. When the holy light bloomed, they all felt the invincibility of the holy light. It was true that whoever went would have to bear the sacred light. In that instant, if they couldn't bear it, they couldn't bear it anymore. If they could bear it, they would naturally be able to bear it. They could still see the subtle changes clearly. Lin Fei saw it clearly too. The holy light was indeed terrifying. If he went up, not only would he have to activate his god-fiend body, but he would also have to use the thunderbolt heart to strengthen himself. That way, he would be able to bear it. Otherwise, there would be no chance. Only by using the thunderbolt heart to resist the holy light would he be able to bear it with the god-fiend body. Lin Fei already had a plan in mind. However, he didn't plan to give it a try yet. The surrounding people were all pondering over it. They looked like they were eyeing their prey. More people's gazes fell on him and Luo Lan, the invisible potential opponents. My thing is inside. It's not easy to take it, but they can't enter. That's a relief. Luo Lan's strength had indeed recovered a little, and her injuries had also recovered a little. However, it wasn't easy for her to pass through the holy light. There should be strong and weak holy lights. Let's just wait here, Luolan replied. Luolan replied. If I remember correctly, there should be 9 checkpoints from here. This should be the first checkpoint. Only after passing through the 9 checkpoints can we reach the innermost area. However, after each checkpoint, there will be some rewards. This was Luolan's unique secret. She told Lin Fei about it. Lin Fei felt that this place was quite interesting. There were actually 9 checkpoints. Then which checkpoint is your thing in? Not to mention the 9 checkpoints, it's not a simple thing. I suddenly feel like I've accepted the wrong task. For a fragment of the gate of the immortal realm, I have to go so far and pass 9 checkpoints. It's really not worth it. Lin Fei also teased. You're right. That thing of mine is behind these 9 checkpoints. If you want to pass, you have to do me a favor. In any case, I've already given you everything. You can't be lazy about it. Luolan did not know whether to laugh or cry. Of course he knew fellow Taoist Lin's temper. Since he had made a promise, he would not go back on his word. I was just complaining. With just one look, one could tell that the 9 checkpoints weren't going to be easy. If they could get through, it would be a completely different story. Are we going to wait here or go there directly? I have a certain level of confidence. Lin Fei had a certain degree of confidence in this first checkpoint. Wasn't it just the holy light? If he really signed in, he felt that it was very likely that he would be able to obtain these holy means. It was indeed quite unusual to use holy means to form a checkpoint. At the very least, this holy means was a unique attack method. Not everyone could block it. Not to mention Luolan, who was more familiar with this holy means. He was one of the clearest. If you don't want more people to come, I think it's better to go in now. I think more people have come in. It seems that everyone knows a lot about this place. I just don't know if the information they know overlaps with yours. Lin Fei said again. Luolan also noticed that there were figures behind him. They seemed to be coming over. This wasn't good news. The more people that came in, the more it proved that everyone wanted to pass this checkpoint and obtain the things inside. As for whether they had reached the end of the 9th checkpoint, it was unknown. Anyway, it wasn't a good thing that they came. I'll listen to you. Let's go in now. Chapter 5306. Everyone present was indeed looking at the barrier in front of them. It would take them a while to figure out how to get in. Of course, there were also people who were curious about what Luolan and this young man would do. This was the House of Immortals, and not some other organization. It was a unique entity that had even suppressed the House of God ordainment in the past. All of a sudden, they watched as the two of them charged toward the holy light. As soon as they entered, holy light filled the air. Then the black-robed young man unleashed a fist strike. The holy light in front of them collapsed for a moment. In a short time, quite a few people had entered. It was quite a surprise to them. This young man really was an expert, and he was so strong that they couldn't help but be astonished. His opponent had unleashed the power of lightning, and the bolts of lightning instantly shook the divine light. Although he could only shake a small part of it, he was still able to block a lot of its power. Most importantly, they could tell that this black-robed young man was incredibly strong. He was so strong that it was almost inconceivable. Things like this were very rare. Luolan had already given them a lot of pressure. Now that another one had appeared, they naturally felt that something was amiss. That brat's body is so strong. I can't believe he can withstand the holy light. And it doesn't seem like it's doing much damage to him. He's definitely going to be a tough nut to crack. With this, everyone could feel that this guy was different from the others. He was definitely putting a lot of pressure on them. If Luolan was already like that, then this black-robed young man would be even more difficult to deal with. People like that weren't easy to provoke, or even deal with. At any other time, they might be able to ignore it, but now they were feeling the pressure. They couldn't wait for the two of them to die in the holy light. If they did, they would be able to get a lot of treasures. It was a good idea, but they quickly realized that it wasn't a good idea. The man and the woman continued to charge forward. In front of them was the black-robed young man. Behind him was Luo Lan. Luo Lan had even taken out a treasure, which made for a perfect match. They were getting closer and closer. When they saw what was happening, they felt even more envious. They exchanged glances. Instead, a few figures rushed in with a whoosh. In the blink of an eye, they encountered the holy light. Even they could barge in. Then why couldn't he get past it? But when he came in, he realized that the divine light was very, very powerful. In an instant, it hit their bodies. They didn't even have time to react and died on the spot. Only one of them managed to escape in a sorry state, but he was also seriously injured. Lin Fei could naturally feel the gazes of the people behind him. They were indeed envious. Of course, there were also all kinds of jealousy. Many people were probably cursing him. However, this had nothing to do with him. Lin Fei punched out again and again. The lightning could indeed shake the divine light. The divine light was indeed very strong. His all-out lightning attack was actually suppressed by a large part of it. Fortunately, it was enough to shake it. In addition, he was charging at the front, so the pressure on Luo Lan, who was at the back, was greatly reduced. At the very least, he would be able to pass through it easily. The area covered by the divine light wasn't very big, only a few thousand meters. It was just a distance of a few thousand meters, but many experts had perished here. Along the way, Lin Fei saw some treasures lying inside. However, they were all damaged. Even Lin Fei didn't like them, much less Luo Lan. In the blink of an eye, the two of them entered the palace after the first checkpoint. This was considered a relatively big palace. There were many balls of light floating in the palace, but there weren't many of them. They were shiny. There were people observing the lights seriously. It was obvious that they were looking for treasures here. Suddenly, a person reached out to grab a ball of light. However, the ball of light instantly turned into a human shadow. A blade slashed over. That person couldn't react in time and was sent flying. Then, the shadow returned to its original state. Chapter 5307. Lin Fei was a little surprised. He didn't expect that this layer of light could actually turn into shadows. These shadows also had very strong attacks. For example, the attack of the shadow just now was very powerful. It was an eternal attack. The blade technique also contained a different kind of attack. This was also the reason why the other party couldn't withstand it. When Luo Lan and Lin Fei came in, some people inside noticed them. The sacred light outside was not so easy to break through. This layer blocked most of the people. The treasures behind this level seemed to be ordinary. Being able to transform into a human form and erupt with such power, it was even more different. Blade technique. There is definitely a powerful blade technique inside. It's mine. You don't have to fight with me for it. A tall and sturdy figure came over. After this person came over, he turned the two blades in his hands into attacks and directly attacked the light. The light came out again. Like a shadow, it also launched a blade technique attack. After the two sides collided, this burly man suppressed the attack of the light. The light then landed on his hand, effortlessly. It was even stronger than the previous person. After this person got the light, he laughed loudly. He casually put away the blade technique. The others were full of envy when they saw this scene. Not many people went over to fight for this blade technique. The other party was also someone who used two blades. Being able to use two blades meant that he was exceptionally strong. Especially in this place, any one of them was at least an eternal level expert. Luo Lan sent a voice transmission to Lin Fei. The light here should be formed by the treasures. This is a big move. Not everyone can come to this place. If you are interested, you can take a look and see what's inside the light. Lin Fei had already seen what was going on. The treasures here were really interesting. They could even transform into shadows to attack. For example, the attack just now was a blade technique. There was a fist technique in the distance. This fist technique was Genesis Splitter. This fist seemed to be able to split the sky and earth. It contained a terrifying blow. That person also had a hard time resisting, which made Lin Fei even more curious. Who was the one who created this place? Then do you know who built this place? Could it really have been done by a divine expert? That's just too powerful. It's definitely a top-class expert, and it might even be a top-class expert. In the past, Lin Fei had heard about it from Luo Lan, so he had some idea in his heart. But now that he saw that these treasures could transform into light balls, things were even more different. I remember that this place was created by someone called the Holy Magnate. Luo Lan did know some things, but he didn't dare to say too much at this time. He wasn't sure if he was right or not. The divine attacks here were obvious to all. I'm not interested in these things. Let's just go to the last few floors. The last few floors are where the good stuff is. Let them fight over these things. Lin Fei laughed. There was a door in the distance, but there was no one around it. Everyone was fighting over these things. It was obvious that this floor was even more powerful than the previous ones. Luo Lan was quite impressed with Lin Fei. Since he was not interested in these things, it seemed that he had a lot of things in his hands. Two figures quickly arrived in front of the door. This floor also had divine light, but this divine light seemed to have something else added to it. It felt very mysterious. I'll be the vanguard. You just stay behind me. The divine light in the first few floors isn't that strong. At most, it'll increase by 10 to 20%. I can still handle it. Lin Fei laughed and directly rushed in. Luo Lan followed. Many people noticed Luo Lan and the black-robed young man. They didn't take anything and directly went to the next floor. My goodness, he's way too confident. Normal people wouldn't have the confidence to go through. Chapter 5308. The divine attacks here were indeed much more powerful than before. Even though Lin Fei was able to endure it all the way, he felt some pressure when he reached the 4th level. The 2nd and 3rd floors didn't have much of a difference. The 4th floor was a completely different story. At least, Lin Fei could feel it clearly. Luo Lan was the same. He had underestimated the holy attacks. Lin Fei didn't touch any of the treasures on the first 2 levels. Luo Lan was the same. She didn't touch any of them. To her, these treasures weren't that big of a deal. Only the treasures at the later levels were interesting to her. Suddenly, Luo Lan took out a pearl. As soon as the pearl was taken out, it emitted a resplendent light, resisting the sacred light. However, Luo Lan's consumption rate became quite high. I thought that I would have to use this treasure in the later levels. Now, I realized that I was thinking too much. I can only use it now. Lin Fei could sense that this treasure was different from the others the moment he used it. It had the ability to counter holy attacks. It was really extraordinary. Who knew where Luo Lan got it from? No wonder it consumed a lot of energy. This was the nemesis of holy attacks. It was called darkness. Lin Fei did feel the power of darkness from the pearl. The power of darkness was different from what he had imagined. It was unbelievable. He passed the 4th level, the 5th level, and when he reached the 6th level, Luo Lan couldn't take it anymore, so Lin Fei took the pearl. He continued to use it. However, he could feel that it consumed a lot of energy. It was like a bottomless pit, endless. When he reached the 7th level, Luo Lan could only stay behind Lin Fei. Lin Fei could hold on. Continue. 8th and 9th level. The last 2 levels didn't have much pressure. Lin Fei could still take it. When he reached the 9th level, he realized that it was really quiet. It was different from the others. There were no treasures at all. This meant that this was the last level. Instead, 3 figures appeared here. It was unknown how long these 3 figures had been here. Suddenly, 3 pairs of eyes immediately looked over. In an instant. Flying swords. Flying daggers. Adding on the fact that there was an imprint, he immediately came over. Without any hesitation, he immediately called out to Lin Fei and Luo Lan. These 3 attacks were quite domineering and quite different from the others. Lin Fei could clearly sense it. It was clear that the 3 of them were veteran top-notch experts, and they seemed to be on par with Shin Tianqi. Most importantly, it was quite unusual for them to be able to make it this far. Luo Lan also recognized the 3 of them at first glance. So it's the Origin Mountain's 3 titans. After all, Luo Lan knew more people than Lin Fei. Therefore, he recognized them at a glance. These 3 were the famous Origin Mountain's Big 3. He actually came to the 9th floor at this time. This method of attack was indeed quite powerful. The 3 attacks actually formed 3 different directions, separating all the possible routes. It was a killing move that was wide open. So it's Luo Lan from the Immortal Sect. No wonder you recognized us at a glance. I didn't expect you to come to this floor. All the more reason why I can't tolerate you. One of the white-haired old men recognized Luo Lan's background at a glance. As a result, his attacks became even more powerful. Needless to say, the 2 beside him also understood Luo Lan. This kind of person was indeed not easy to deal with. In an instant, the attacks came over, and they were even more ferocious than before. As for Lin Fei, he sent out punch after punch, forming an area of lightning. Many of their attacks were blocked in an instant. It's just the 3 of you. You don't have any divine attacks. You really don't have the right to be presumptuous in front of me. Lin Fei's thunderbolt heart, coupled with the strength of the god-demon body, withstood all the attacks in an instant. It also suppressed the power of the attacks infinitely. This made the 3 of them feel immense pressure. 7017K. Chapter 5309. The 3 of them were indeed quite strong when they attacked. The moment they attacked, they could feel a certain amount of pressure. However, under Lin Fei's thunderous attacks, they felt that it would be difficult to deal with them. The thunderbolts were still constantly moving. The scariest thing was that Lin Fei's figure was silently approaching them. Even without using a technique like the primordial spirit light, the 3 of them could already feel the pressure. They kept retreating as they fought until they were all the way to the back. They had just stopped, but the treasures on their bodies had cracks all over them. They didn't know when these cracks were left behind, but they realized that it should be because of the thunderbolts. This was the first time they had encountered such a powerful thunderbolt. If the 3 of them hadn't reacted quickly and teamed up, they probably wouldn't have been able to suppress this fella. They would probably have suffered a huge loss. It was only after they had pulled a certain distance away that they stopped. That was the safest way to do it. In the end, only by releasing an extremely powerful defensive treasure was he able to withstand the lightning's attack. However, it was also enough to exhaust them to the point where they were afraid. They kept staring at this young man. It seemed that this person was even stronger than Luo Lan. Initially, they were afraid of Luo Lan. After all, they heard that Luo Lan had mastered some powerful immortal techniques. Even though they hadn't seen it before, they didn't dare to let their guard down. However, they didn't expect this young man to be even stronger than they had imagined. The moment he attacked, he had already used such a technique. It made them feel that something was different. Luo Lan, you win. We can't beat you. If you continue to attack, don't blame us for destroying everything indiscriminately. When that happens, none of us will be able to get anything good, let alone make it through. One of the white-haired old men said once again. The 3 of them felt a huge amount of pressure. This was the first time they had encountered such a situation. This fellow was really strong. Lin Fei stopped. After using the thunderbolt technique in the god-fiend body, he was even more aware of the level of his combat power. It was more than enough to deal with the few of them. At the very least, it was impossible for them to withstand it easily. Or was Lin Fei not giving it his all? If they were to go all out, the 3 of them would definitely not have a good ending, not to mention being able to withstand it. That was absolutely impossible. If I were you, I'd just stand to the side. After all, whoever is stronger has the right to speak in this place. If you guys want to die together, I'm more than happy to do so. Let's see if you guys can beat me. Lin Fei snorted. Another punch. The power of this punch increased by a large margin, and it blasted them a few more steps back before they came to a stop. Luolan knew that Lin Fei's strength had increased by a lot. However, he didn't expect Lin Fei's strength to improve so quickly, to the point that he had mastered a thunderbolt attack. His lightning combined with his body made his combat strength even stronger. Moreover, the lightning was extremely destructive and penetrative. It was even comparable to the divine attack. Although there was still a gap, it would definitely be able to catch up to this divine attack in the future. This made Luolan even more glad that he could come here. He invited Lin Fei over. Otherwise, he wouldn't have a good time if he had to rely on himself. Most importantly, it would be difficult to withstand the attacks of the three of them. The three of them were quite strong. The three of them didn't have much of an idea at this moment. The person in front of them was enough to make them suffer. Not to mention, there was still Luolan beside him. They only stopped after retreating far away. At this moment, they really didn't have any thoughts of making a move. At least, that was the case for now. Lin Fei didn't continue to attack. It was about time for them to reach this position. Since the three of them could actually come here, they definitely had some trump cards. Lin Fei naturally didn't want the situation to be too bad. You guys better behave. It's better for everyone if you behave. Lin Fei's gaze fell on a place not far away. This was the last checkpoint of the 9 levels. Does it only count if we get to the next level? Chapter 53:10. None of the three had the nerve to attack. After all, they had behaved themselves. They were no match for the black-robed young man at all. This guy was even more dreadful than Luolan. They had underestimated him. Fortunately, they were still alive at the moment. That was something to be happy about. Otherwise, they would have been in great pain and suffering. They could put other things aside. As long as he did not attack them, they would certainly feel relieved. Even though there were no treasures on this floor, he was not tempted. He thought the most important thing should be on the last floor. Therefore, this door was very inconspicuous. Even Luolan did not know what the method on this floor was. Anyway, standing in front of this door, he somehow felt a great pressure. And this pressure turned into danger. I don't know how dangerous this place is, but it's not easy to go down. Luolan did not have much information about it. Lin Fei smiled. It's all right. Even if there isn't any information, we'll be able to experience it ourselves if we go down. I'm also going to see what this place looks like. You just have to follow behind me. If I can't handle it, you can just leave. Don't worry about me, my life is still quite strong. Lin Fei's words amused Luolan. Luolan had been grateful to Lin Fei on their way down. If it were not for Lin Fei, he would not have been able to stand here at all. Because it was too difficult. Luolan had not fully recovered. Maybe he would have to use some special methods. Once he used some special methods, it would be very bad for his injury. He was grateful to Lin Fei from the bottom of his heart. Lin Fei did not use any special methods. He just dashed in directly. He felt the sacred attack as soon as he went in. The sacred attack this time was different. Previously, the divine attack had always come in waves. But now, the sacred attack was very uniform. And there was even an invisible thought in it. The attack landed directly on Lin Fei's soul. It did not have such a method before. Lin Fei could tell there must be some special thought in this place. Moreover, this thought made him feel that it was very unusual. Luolan, who was at the back, felt a little pressured. At this moment, his complexion was much paler than before. He didn't need to guess to know that they wouldn't be able to withstand the attacks here. It was indeed terrifying. He set up a certain level of defense in front of him. Follow behind me. You just need to guard against this special will's attack. Everything else should be fine. Lin Fei also knew that even if he used this thunderous method, he wouldn't be able to shake this will. He could only take it head-on. This will was indeed extraordinary. It belonged to a special kind of attack. Lin Fei also had the reincarnation primordial spirit. He had also mastered some primordial spirit attacks. Therefore, he immediately activated it. He went up like a beam of light. He wanted to see just how powerful this attack was. In the blink of an eye, the attack landed on Lin Fei. This attack was not as powerful as he had imagined. Part of it was resolved. Even Luo Lan, who was at the back, could feel it. Indeed, it was a lot easier than before. Luo Lan could see it clearly. There was nothing to worry about at all. It wasn't as strong as the attack at the beginning. This attack was indeed much weaker than before. He hadn't experienced it before, so he really wasn't sure. After experiencing it, he would know that such a method was indeed quite ordinary. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei passed through this door. Even Luo Lan, who was at the back, did the same. It sounded simple, but in fact, the two of them were under quite a lot of pressure. Moreover, this pressure wasn't something that anyone could withstand. At least, that was what Lin Fei thought. It was like coming to a vast starry sky. It was a very strange feeling. Even when Lin Fei came here, he was a little surprised. He found it a little unbelievable that this place was a little different from what he had imagined. The error-free chapters of Invincible Leveling King will continue to be updated in the new Sea of Books. There will be no advertisements in the site. Please collect and recommend the new Sea of Books. If you like Invincible Leveling King, please collect. Invincible Leveling King new book Sea of Books is updated the fastest.